Oh, fuck, I forgot to turn it off. Well, hopefully that doesn't cause any problems. Okay. YouTube should tell me the quality of the... Actually, they should all tell me the quality of the stream. Okay, let's go to the creator dashboard. Should tell me how well the stream is going so far. Okay. Stream manager. And okay, so it says the connection is good. Oh, fuck. I forgot to actually go to the channel and kick to check. Okay. Alright, it's a good thing that I had muted that entire window. Alrighty then. I'll keep the YouTube one open just in case. Because... what the fuck is going on here? Okay, well, it's on the right spot. So it is recording on YouTube. Okay, YouTube is now up now. Alright. Alright, 100 more pages to go. Let's see. Hello, Yanukai. We got, it's 118 pages, and we're at 102, so I think we can get through the rest of this today. This is, again, gonna be a bit of a heavy, stream, so if you need to dip out, I understand. But, let's see. Alright. Reporting for duty, eh? Hello, Philip. Yeah, I'm gonna try to finish the rest of this today. Hello, Amity Anuka. Alright, so now we're on the section about whistleblower testimonies. This is gonna be probably fucking nightmarish too, because I have a sneaking suspicion that made it hostile to be a witness blower. Hello there, Thomas. Again, thank you for stopping by, even if it's just to, just to leave a kind words, right? Okay, so let's get here. Whistleblowers who tried to expose the rape gangs were systematically silenced, discredited, and punished. Yeah, I kind of figured this was the case. On occasion, I mean, look at what they did to the witnesses. You don't think that they were going to do this to the whistleblowers? On occasion, their careers and reputations were also tarnished. Social care professionals, campaigners, and public activists who raised evidence of still ongoing grooming, trafficking, financial abuse of children in care, and institutional cover-ups faced suspension, defamation proceedings, dawn raids, asset freezes, fabricated charges, gagging bail conditions. Not only would they be arrested, but they would be told by a judge, you can't talk about this. They'd fucking freeze your accounts. They'd make up charges. So they're talking about, like, again, charges about things that were never alleged in the first place. So the cops just made this up, right? The defamation proceedings. Yeah, again, because it's like, oh yeah, if none of these people actually did anything and we decide beforehand they didn't do anything, then, obviously it's defamation. So yeah, anyway. And career-ending isolation. Yep, they isolate you so that you become weak and powerless and you can't fight back. Let's see. Yanukai said, I don't get how Asmongold could read it all in one sitting without breaking down. I could have probably read this all in one sitting without breaking down. It's just... I'm not an endurance streamer. After about, 5 hours of streaming, I'm just tired no matter what it is. Reading through this isn't exactly breaking me down emotionally either. This is it's again I've seen similar accounts individually of this, so it's more of a a number than a degree issue for me. 30 seconds in, I'm livid. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, no, the only reason I didn't do this in one sitting is because I would be physically exhausted from just streaming for 5.5 for what was it 8 hours, especially considering I have commentary for throughout the whole thing, right? Let's see, Fushizi. Hello, Fushizi, right? Yes, round 3, and hopefully we can finish this in round 3, right? Let's see. Authorities assured them that full investigations had taken place when none had occurred and records were destroyed. Senior officers and elected members acknowledged concerns as credible, yet took no remedial action. The state did not merely ignore whistleblowers, it punished them to protect the gangs and its own reputation. So all of those mechanisms to protect whistleblowers, yeah, all of those were probably subverted right at the base by design. We wish to correct for that, so we invited these whistleblowers to our inquiry. Below are some of their testimonies. Okay, so now we're getting a good social worker, apparently, right? Our whistleblower social worker is an experienced children's social care professional with nearly 4 decades of service. Her specialist work focused on leaving care services and safeguarding highly vulnerable young people. In February 2018, she raised extensive whistleblowing disclosures concerning financial abuse of young people, misuse of public funds, unlawful sanctions, illegal evictions, racism towards children in care, and systemic failures to safeguard against sexual and criminal exploitation. So yeah, again, illegal evictions. Again, let's be fair. We all know that this is to a certain extent that it's not an issue of negligence. This is very clearly malicious on the part of the British state against its own people. Fushi says, it's harrowing, but that is because I am only barely more logical than emotional. That's fair. Hello, Runia. Bit of a dark... We're continuing on the dark subject today. Fushi says, so I'm prone to crashing out over stuff like this, but I can see someone who doesn't have such a prevalent emotional processor in the workflow could process this coldly and dispassionately. I actually have my emotions are actually a lot more intense than people think they are. I just have I have a very strong grasp of being able to regulate my own intense emotions. It's just a skill that I have. Philip says, I'm sitting in for all who can't. Do not torture yourselves. Yeah, if this is too much, you can step aside and, again, that's perfectly fine. You got to look after your own mental well-being as well, right? As long as you know that this kind of thing is going on, that's fine. You don't need to necessarily know the exact details of what's going on. Let's see. She was assured that a comprehensive investigation would occur. In the event, responses were delayed, fragmented, and opaque. Senior officers later acknowledged that financial abuse was likely, but claimed proof was impossible due to missing records. And again, the missing records thing is not an accident. It is very clearly malicious. All right, here we go. She was informed that shredders had been purchased at units and that records may have been destroyed. Why are they destroying records if they know it's illegal to destroy records? We all know why they're destroying records. Despite this, the disclosure was deemed reviewed without her even having been interviewed. Again, here they're manufactured. So here we have paperwork being destroyed in order to cover up misdoing, and paperwork being forged in order to cover up wrongdoing. Let's see. She describes repeated safeguarding failures witnessed while she was intern co-manager of semi-independent units, including children with severe mental health needs placed unsafely, repeated missing episodes, untreated exploitation risks, and delayed police or mental health intervention. Her evidence illustrates escalating harm, including self-harm, sexual exploitation, criminal exploitation, and unlawful housing practices. Man, I remember having to work at a fucking care facility, and the paperwork you would have to do was pretty comprehensive. So I don't know if Britain does it more on the fly, but yeah. And as people are saying, this kind of thing is almost certainly happening in the United States as well, and it's almost certainly happening way more in the rest of Europe. The rest of Europe probably looks a lot like what we're reading here, except for maybe Poland, because Poland decided not to play the infinite Muslim immigration game, right? Fushi says, I might crash out super hard, but I'm not taking permanent damage from it. That's fair. If anything, this is forging a core of resolve. That's all. It's been half finished all my life. That's fair. After raising these concerns, she experienced retaliation, including removal of payments, so messing with her money, suspension based on unfounded allegations, so they just made shit up about her, and professional isolation. Senior leadership and elected members repeatedly failed to engage meaningfully with her concerns. She concludes that the local council prioritized reputational and financial considerations over child safety, leaving ongoing risks unaddressed. So, here we have Kevin Vines, Rotherham campaigner. Cavan Cavan compiled multi-agency records from 2003 onwards. These showed that police, councils, and MPs knew about organized grooming by Pakistani Muslim gangs years before any public admission. Vines engaged with national media and provided evidence to senior officials. He states that one of the interviews in which he partook, namely with Sky News, was misrepresented, which led to defamation proceedings that rendered him bankrupt and ruined much of his life. Again, the misrepresentation leading to defamation, and again, this is by design. This is a life ruination campaign. He alleges perjury by MPs and failure by police to investigate it. The pattern demonstrates that early whistleblowing on institutional awareness produced retaliation rather than protection for victims. Hello, Kura. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm going to try to... We only got like 100 pages left of this, so I'm going to try to finish this today. Try is the operative word. If I ever find out where this is taking place in Canada, people might go missing. I'm going to pretend like I didn't see that. But kind of based, not going to lie. Let's see. Tommy Robinson, national activist. Yeah, I knew he was going to pop up in this. Tommy Robinson documented grooming patterns after the exploitation of a close female relative at age 14. He heard hundreds of similar accounts from families across England when he formed the English Defence League and spoke publicly. South Yorkshire police allegedly subjected him to repeated arrests and dawn raids on his family homes. He reportedly also faced fabricated charges, asset freezes, and threats that forced repeated locations. This is also why I don't buy a lot of the things that are said about Tommy Robinson, because then you look into what Tommy Robinson actually said, and a lot of times it's just objectively not true what people are saying he actually said, right? Anyway, the state treated public whistleblowing on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs as more dangerous than the gangs themselves, right? Yes, we need community cohesion, right? We're a melting pot. Everyone has to bleed together. When it's like, no, if you're going to have multiple peoples that are different working together, you'd want it to be more like curry, where, again, everything actually like complements each other, but nothing is dissolved into a cheese-like uniform colloidal solution, right? But, you can't make curry with it. No, just because curry brings things together that, are distinct from each other and keep their identity separate while making a new cohesive whole doesn't mean that you can just bring anything into there, right? You're not going to be able to, for example, make curry with, surstrumming for most people, right? It's just not going to fucking work, right? Certain things just don't work when you mix them together with other things. But anyway. Like Tommy Robinson, he is a hero in my opinion. I think he does good work in England. I'm not too familiar with everything he's done, but, opposing the grooming gangs is definitely really good work. After Robinson repeatedly detailed the scale of Muslim grooming gangs across Britain, the state responded with targeted legal action that in effect silenced him. In May 2018, he live-streamed outside Leeds Crown Court while defendants in a major grooming gang trial were entering the building. He was immediately arrested for breaching the peace and charged with contempt of court for violating reporting restrictions that protected the defendants. So the court said there were certain things you couldn't report on, i.e. reporting restrictions, probably specifically from Robinson, because he was probably the only one reporting on them. And the purpose of that was to protect the defendants. Now, granted, everyone has their due day in court, right? But that's assuming that we have that opinion because we assume that the court is actually going to be fair and actually pursue truth instead of some ideological agenda. When the courts start pursuing an ideological agenda, the judges end up becoming false gods who lord over a people, right? And the Baalim may have to be, we remember what Israel did to the Baalim, right? Anyway. So he was sentenced to 13 months in prison on the same day. Although released after 2 months on appeal, the case was reheard, and in July 2019, he was resentenced to 9 months imprisonment. This sentence combined 6 months for the Leeds offense, with 3 months for breaking an earlier suspended contempt order related to a similar incident at Canterbury Crown Court in 2017. I mean, with like rulings like we've seen up here, I don't imagine a regular person could not have contempt for court, right? So, the timing and nature of these prosecutions to many suggest clear retaliation. They were, yes. Robinson had been one of the most high-profile voices highlighting the grooming gang scandal at a time when authorities in Rotherham, Rochdale, and elsewhere were still denying its existence or suppressing evidence. Instead of investigating the gangs he identified, the state focused its resources on imprisoning the man who had drawn public attention to them. This is the thing that you see a lot of times in like leftist discourse, right? They attack you, and then you like point out what they're doing, and then all of a sudden you are the one in the wrong because you're the one bringing light to what's going on. You're the one actually causing the disturbance of the peace for pointing out what people are doing, right? It's an evil tactic, but it works more often than people would like to think. Let's see. The contempt charges ensured that his reporting on ongoing trials was criminalized while the grooming networks continued to operate. There is a prima facie case that the repeated use of the courts against Robinson was not about fair justice, but about punishing one of the individuals who forced the grooming gang scandal into the open before official institutions were willing to act. Hold on. Let me open up some pages. This isn't going to relate to the stream, but I just realized I probably need to open some pages up. Okay. So now we have Fred, not to be confused with the Flintstone, right? Oh man, bad joke, but you know, at some point you gotta make some jokes in some of this stuff, right? Okay, that's the button I'm looking for. Okay, so Fred is a father and information technology specialist with approximately 6 years of experience in child protection work. His involvement began after his own daughters were groomed offline by a former partner of their mother. Okay. His eldest daughter recognized the risk and disclosed the situation, enabling Fred to intervene promptly and protect his children. This experience prompted him to join an online child protection team. For around 2 years, absolutely based ed, by the way, and absolutely good for the daughter for bringing this to his attention. For around 2 years, Fred worked as a decoy, posing as a child online to identify adults seeking to groom and sexually exploit children. He was exposed to highly disturbing sexual communications, which had severe psychological impact, and eventually led him to step back from decoy duty. Yes, this is also a thing. People who oftentimes have to deal with this have severe psychological, legitimate psychological trauma from, having to deal with this bullshit. So it definitely takes a particular kind of person to be able to deal with it. Let's be perfectly honest. I remember one time I ended up like I had to work with the FBI on something one time. Wasn't anything particularly serious, but I ended up having to work with the FBI for a little bit, and they asked if I was willing to do any investigation on like Kick and some of the other streams that these bastards use. And I was like, absolutely fucking not. Someone else can do that. I'd like to be able to sleep at night. Hello, Captain Rudy. We passed the horror stories into the investigation. Yes, we're currently in the whistleblower section. So we're probably still going to see some horror stories, but not as much. Let's see. But yeah, this kind of stuff definitely does eat at you. And this kind of reminds me of what Anxiety War did for quite a while on his channel. Leveraging his professional background, Fred shifted his focus to developing tools for digital tracking, perpetrator identification, and forensic evidence gathering. His work is designed to produce court-ready evidence. He has collaborated with multiple British child protection teams and interfaced with various police forces, including specialist online child protection units. To date, Fred has assisted in the identification, tracking, and reporting of nearly 1,300 suspected child sexual predators. These cases have resulted in arrests, prosecutions, and convictions. At least 4 cases involved attempted child trafficking, He has also identified and provided technical data leading to the shutdown of approximately 30 deep web servers hosting large volumes of child sexual abuse material. Let's see. Fred has observed that many offenders are repeat perpetrators, with some convicted multiple times, which is, again, why you put these people in the box and then you just don't let them out, right? In his view, rehabilitation is ineffective for this category of offender, and current sentencing practices frequently fail to act as a deterrent, with some individuals receiving only community orders despite strong evidence. So again, we have under punishing in reported here. So even when they are punished, they're under punished, right? Fred believes that online grooming could be substantially reduced or eliminated through existing technology and artificial intelligence. Such systems could detect grooming behaviors in real time based on established models. A recurring pattern in the cases of Fred has supported is that the vast majority of suspects initiate contact with decoys, suggesting they are actively targeting multiple children, which, yeah, that's a thing that like predator hunters have also in the United States noted as well. Hold on. What was the title of this thing again? Inquiry report. Okay, well, that's not the button I meant to press. He highlighted one specific case on one platform involving an individual who presented publicly as a Quran and Arabic tutor linked to a mosque and teaching center at 2 universities. Extensive digital evidence, including chat logs, IP data, and location information, was submitted to the police. Despite this, the individual appeared to leave Britain shortly after, later resurfacing in the country and abroad while the investigation remained open. Fred expressed concern about the lack of apparent action in this case, despite strong evidence, and noted subsequent cyber attacks on his system originating from the Middle East. So, again, so this person went back to his home country, told people about it, and then people from the home country attacked his systems. In order to, this is a cyber attack, right? In order to stop him from doing what he's trying to do. So remember when I said last stream that, again, the people at home don't actually, they're not unaware of this. The people at home in these countries actually are aware, and many of them support what's going on as a form of jihad here. We're seeing some evidence of it right now, right? They apparently do have people back in the Middle East, in these countries, supporting what the Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Kurdish, and Iraqi gangs are doing to British girls. Just pointing that out there, right? Okay. Let's see. Fred has faced direct personal threats, including a life threat from a serious repeat offender with prior convictions for abduction, torture, and rape. Fred provided this testimony to highlight the scale of online grooming, technological opportunities for prevention, and systemic gaps that allow perpetrators to continue offending. So here, it's not even the cyber issue that's the problem. I mean, are there technologies they can use for this? Yeah, no shit, right? Snapchat and Kick are used by these groups all the time. Not Kick. It's not Kick. It's the... Fuck, what was that other one? It was Snapchat and some other, instant messaging platform, but I can't remember what it was. The box is too kind, need the wood chipper. We'll leave that for a later time, right? Let's see. As long as it's not nightmare fuel, we'll probably get to more nightmare fuel later, but not right now, right? Couts 4 was scary case of legislative punishment. Yes. Chloe's story messed me up, and apparently not all the stories had a happy ending. Oh yeah, no. There's obviously, 250,000 girls, right? Not all of these stories are going to be recorded, and some of them are going to end really bad, right? Even in the story that didn't have a particularly happy ending, we saw other stories that didn't have particularly happy endings nested in those stories. So, yeah. Let's see. Amity Yanuka said, and you have people like Mahdi Hassan who would deny it happening. Yep. that, again, because Islam allows you to lie and tell half-truths in order to forward the cause of Islam. Is it also called Kick? K-I-K? There's Kick and I Am app and Kick streaming. So it is called... Oh my god. Fucking hell, mate. Okay. It's been a while, right? It's been a while. So, yeah. But, yeah, anything with the instant messaging platform, especially any instant messaging platform, as well as, especially, if it allows you to delete information, and encrypt information is going to be a useful tool. There are real reasons to use encrypted communication channels, but anything that you have a legitimate use for, you can also use to evil ends as well, right? It's just the way the world works. You can use a hammer to drive a nail through a piece of wood. You can also use a hammer to bash a man's skull in, right? Okay. So demographics and culture. Perpetrators from Pakistani, Muslim, and other Muslim backgrounds formed the core of the rape gangs nationwide. They operated under an honor and shame clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working class girls, as property available for sexual use because these girls had no male protectors and who could retaliate. And remember, again, the one account we had earlier where the foster dad went outside and beat the shit out of someone trying to threaten the child, right? Again, the men began by showering the girls with attention, gifts, alcohol, drugs. Then this escalated to coercion, gang rape, and trafficking. They transported victims across towns, shared them with friends and family, and sometimes forced conversions to Islam, followed by religious marriages. The Muslim men justified the abuse by describing white British girls as easy, trash, or morally inferior. The same networks targeted Sikh girls until Sikh communities mobilized their collective male protection and forced the gangs to withdraw. Again, only one group of people apparently has the right to carry around knives, just saying. Sikhs are allowed under a religious exemption law in Britain to carry swords. Now, I don't mind if a Sikh is carrying a sword, to be perfectly honest. I just mind if I can also carry a gun, because weapons are part of my religion, right? So, I'm just saying, firearms are part of my religion, but I don't get a religious exemption in the United Kingdom, it seems. But yeah, it turns out when the communities could fight back, they withdrew, because it turns out these are, they want an easy target. They are literal predators, right? The lion doesn't necessarily go after the strongest of the fucking, of the wildebeest. They go after the sickliest. All predators do this, right? Whether they be, the actual carnivores or whether they be human predators. They don't go after the ones that can fight back. They go after the ones that they believe are the easiest and less risky targets. So, British girls were not permitted such defense. Again, because they took all the weapons from the white people and all the knives from the white people, right? This religiously framed exploitation was repeated in every major town and city beyond. Yeah, as bad as anyway. My religion is gunnism. Sexual orientation, amosexual, fair enough. Britain has seen a series of high-profile convictions for organized group-based child sexual exploitation, commonly referred to as grooming gangs. However, the number of convictions amount to only a small proportion of the men who carried out the crimes. In cases where perpetrators of Pakistani heritage were named publicly in court records or reports, their names have consistently been Muslim in character. According to the 2021 census for England and Wales, around 93 of the individuals identifying as Pakistani by ethnicity also identified as Muslim, with only about 1% following another religion, the remainder having no faith recorded. So it seems atheism is more common than another faith among these groups. But again, it's the it's the Muslims that are the ones spearheading and leading and doing the vast majority of the grooming gang activities. Again, we haven't seen very many examples of, again, South Asian Christians doing anything like this, at least in the reports. Researcher Peter McLaughlin in Easy Meat 2016 compiled a comprehensive list of grooming gang convictions from 1997 to 2018 with updates and subsequent analyses. Drawing from published court outcomes, his examination of names indicated that approximately 87% of those convicted bore distinctly Muslim names, which was a figure echoed in related analyses far exceeding the Muslim proportion, around 6% of the general population of Britain. So only 6% of the Muslim population is British. And again, as the imam currently that we saw at the very beginning of this report, right, someone who has every motivation to not report this, the imam cited at the beginning of this report said 95% of the grooming gang activity was committed by Muslims, right? So what's that do with what's that per capita, right? It really gets the noggin jogging, right? The majority of these convicted groups consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds. These groups are predominantly of Pakistani heritage, especially when the group exceeds 10 or more members. The larger group size dynamic of Pakistani perpetrators is on display in major prosecutions and official reviews from locations such as Rochdale, Rotherham, Huddersfield, Oxford, Telford, and others. Other convictions have involved groups primarily composed of Muslims from non-Pakistani origins, demonstrating the issue is not necessarily confined to one ethnic group. I would argue it's not really an ethnic issue at all. It is a religious issue, because again, the unifying issue here that seems to hold this all together is Islam. Okay, so 2 Somali origin gangs in Bristol. Want to guess what their religion is? A mainly African heritage gang in Branbury. Want to guess what their religion is? 3 Iranians in Chelmsford. Want to guess what their religion is? 3 Syrians and 1 Kuwaiti in Newcastle. Want to guess what their religion is? 2 Turkish men in Somerset. I'm going to tap the sign again. You want to guess what their religion was? A Romanian rape gang in Rotherham. Once again, do you want to guess what their religion was? The large Newcastle Operation Sanctuary case involving 17 men and 1 woman from diverse Muslim backgrounds: Albanian, Kurdish, Bangladeshi, Indian, Turkish, Iranian, Iraqi, Pakistani, and Eastern European heritage. Nearly all published names were Islamic. Again, I knew this is where they were going from just from the structure of this particular section. But again, you gotta ask the question as we're going through this. Do you want to guess what the religion of the perpetrator is? Seems to be a really consistent through line here. Okay. These patterns are drawn from judicial proceedings, sentencing records, official inquiries such as those in Rotherham, Rochdale, and others, and public reporting on concluded cases. Recent developments including ongoing reviews and data audits, example, national audits and reopened historical cases, continue to examine the scale, characteristics, and patterns of such offendings. Let's see. With regard to the scale of the crimes, this is reflected in conviction records, police data from relevant force areas, and audits, all of which note overrepresentation of South Asian / Pakistani heritage men in certain groups-based cases, while acknowledging data limitations on ethnicity nationwide. Smaller non-Muslim groups often feature different dynamics or victim profiles compared with the classic multi-offender grooming model in later operations. Yanukai, right? It's like, you got me there, right? Or a straight white Christian, as Nux says, right? Fair enough. Oh, man. Again, I've seen people want to blame the Jews for this, which I understand you do this for kicks and laughs, right? But and I've also seen people want to blame again other people for this, but it's like, nah, your own fucking government did this to you. Your own government sold you out to the globalist agenda, right? And the globalist agenda isn't one agenda. There's actually multiple different groups that benefit from the globalist project, and they don't have the same end goal that they want for the historical process, but they benefit from just cooperating with each other in the here and now. So, this is the thing you find most irritating about all these apocalyptic ploys, is that oftentimes apocalypticists, even if they have very different ideas about how the world should end, they still have very similar incentives and structures, right? Take again, like the dispensationalists. I did a whole video talking about like dispensationalism, Twelverism, and Chabad apocalypticism, right? It turns out all three of these groups have like interest in the exact same regions, in conflict in the exact same region for the exact same goal, right? The dispensationalist wants violence in the Middle East to again herald or force the hand of God to impose the second coming of Christ on their time instead of God's time. Then you have like again the Twelver. They want to maximize chaos in the region in order to, again, force the hand of Allah to bring about the return of the hidden Imam, right? The hidden Mahdi. And then finally, you have the Chabadists, who's some of these people, the apocalypticists especially, right? Are like, yes, we need chaos in the Middle East. We need blood to flow. Why? Because only during the darkest hours shall the Messiah, shall the Mashiach appear, right? And we shall dominate the world after that, right? And in all these cases, like the true believer gets to dominate the world after the return of the promised one, right? So it's like, again, none of these groups have each other's interest in mind, but they still benefit from doing the exact same thing. And you find this happens a lot because it turns out a lot of these like globalist projects actually have genealogical roots. So they have the same general idea. They just have different inflections and different details they want to actually happen, right? Oh my God. So if the globalists win, they'll immediately turn and fight each other. But anyway, my God better than your God, basically, right? Even with Marxism, it kind of works that way too, because the god of Marxism is the socialist man at the end of history, who is a collective that creates his own species being, right? Anyway, let's see. The term Asian has frequently been applied in media, official statements, and public discourse to describe the perpetrators and grooming gangs across Britain. This broad labeling can be misleading, however, because Britain hosts a substantial number of non-Muslim Asian populations. This is why the Sikh Awareness Society immediately jumped on this. It's like, hold on, it's not us, right? Such as Hindus and Sikhs from India, Buddhists from Japan, Christians from the Philippines, and Vietnam. The populations have, with only very rare exceptions, had no involvement in these offenses. In fact, members of these communities have more often appeared as victims than as perpetrators in the grooming gang cases that have come to light. Again, the Sikh community helped to bring a lot of this to light. And yeah, again, absolutely, if they're targeting the non-believer, you damn well better be sure that they're going to target these people as well, right? Let's see. Dr. Ella Hill, a survivor of the Rotherham grooming gangs and now a qualified doctor, has courageously shared her experiences and reflections in multiple public forums, including testimony to the 2022 J Inquiry, a July 2020 podcast interview, and a 2018 article in The Independent. Her report is entirely consistent with the evidence that was heard at the rape gang inquiry. Following years of repeated sexual violence, severe beatings, and attempted murder by her abusers, her family members were forced to change their surnames and relocate to another part of the country so that she could complete her schooling and later pursue and obtain her medical degree. So here's the thing. The surname thing is really important, right? Because this is a direct connection to your ancient heritage, right? They had to give up the name of their ancestors in order to, again, find freedom from these gangs. Captain Rudy says, typically when I think of Asians, I think of those from East and Southeast Asia. I mean, that's entirely fair, but that's exactly why that obfuscation was used, to get you to not think about the Pakistanis. Because when you hear Asian, that's not the first group you think of. It was done specifically to protect the grooming gangs. But anyway, and the perpetrators. Okay. In her accounts, Dr. Hill has consistently described the abuse as being both racially and religiously aggravated. She was explicitly told during the rapes that the attacks were happening because she was white and because she was Christian. She explained that she was initially groomed and then trafficked by a Pakistani Muslim boyfriend, two groups of Muslim men. She was repeatedly taken to various houses and flats where she was raped, physically assaulted, and tortured. Even after she tried to escape and hide, her main perpetrator tracked her down, broke into her home, and attempted to kill her on 5 separate occasions. She survived these attacks, but was left with extensive lacerations and bruising. Oh yeah, again, we got knife laws in the United Kingdom, but it didn't stop one of these rape gang members from bringing a knife to her house, right? Oh my god. On at least 5 occasions, she approached the police presenting medical evidence of her injuries, yet each time she was told there was nothing they could do and her evidence was not accepted. Dr. Hill has emphasized that there were verbal that the verbal abuse she endured was saturated with both racial and religious slurs. While being beaten, she was repeatedly called a white slag, white whore, white cunt, and simultaneously condemned as a non-Muslim who deserved punishment for failing to follow Islamic rules. Again, the citation I gave the last 2 streams about this, right? Her abuser said she operated according to what she termed grooming gang ideology. Under which they believed their crimes were religiously justified. This is completely unnecessary. There are many things. The grooming gang ideology has a substrate in Islamic ideology, whether it be Wahhabism or Salafiyah or these other ones. Like again, if you have ones from like Iran, it would be like Twelverism almost certainly. Again, I got an entire video calling out the pedophile rulings of Ayatollah Khomeini, struck for child safety, quote unquote, by YouTube, even though I was calling him out by his own words, citing his direct rulings, pointing out, it's like, hey, this man is not someone, this is an evil man, right? This is what's going on in Iran. And, I got fucking struck for that. Anyway. Hello, Luke's teaser. There's also the corporatists that just want the territories for profit. There's many different globalist groups. Some aren't too bad and others are terrible. Yeah, because again, there's different reasons why someone might want international, travel and communication. Not all of them are as evil as each other, but, regionalism and what would you call it? Particularism. There you go. Particularism is more reflective of reality. Let's see. I can make a effing knife if I want to. I mean, that's true. You could just make a shiv. Let's see. Lux Teaser says, I know about these gangs since 2013. Sometimes it's hard to stay angry about this stuff for decades. I mean, fair. Good night, Yanukai. Let's see. Not staying angry is the easy part. It depends. People have different dispositions. In fuller detail in her submission incorporated into Associate Professor Lisa Oakley's evidence to the 2022 J inquiry, Dr. Hill stated, "Oh, this is gonna be one hell of a. Oh my God, this is one hell of a quote." Okay. I was told that I must respect their religion. This was the first of many confusing lies that I was forced to believe. I was told that to show them Muslims respect, I mustn't eat pork. I was told that Muslim girls are good and pure and stay virgins until marriage, but all white girls are slags, and they all sleep with hundreds of people. I was told white girls are trash. They were all whores. They are lower than shit under your shoe. Hey, remember when I said the thing about the Quranic citation of the Quran saying that the Christians and the Jews and the polytheists are the worst of creatures? Anyway, they don't obey Allah, so they deserve to be punished. They don't dress modestly. Muslim women are pure because they cover down to their ankles, down to their wrists, and the hem of their top comes down below their knees. Let's see. The white girls show the curves of their body, so they are asking for it. They should be raped as punishment for not obeying Allah. Kafir, non-Muslims, girls are worthless. Sex with a kafir girl doesn't count as adultery. Only sex with a Muslim woman counts as adultery. By the way, this goes back to, again, the whole sex slave thing with Muhammad back in the day, right? If you're not a virgin before marriage, you should be beaten. Many times I was told that the Quran says if one of your wives disobeys you, beat her. Yes, that is what the Quran says. This was often quoted to me before they beat me with their hands. They believed they had a position of religious, moral superiority over non-believers, because Islam is a supremacist religion. They believe it was their duty to punish us, and as they believed that doing so made them good Muslims. I mean, they are following the edicts. This is what they were taught by their mothers. Hey, remember when I said the women are involved too? Remember when I said the women are involved too? It's not just the sister of that one, bastard in the previous story where they, when her brother's getting sentenced and her brother's like, Allahu Akbar, and then she starts screaming Allahu Akbar and starts like harassing her brother's victim. No, their moms are in on this too. This is what they were taught by their mothers. Let that sink in. Again, it is a civilizational project. Right? They were taught that witches in Pakistan are blonde, so blondes are more evil and they deserve worse punishment. I was told that in Islam, if a girl or a woman looks at a man who isn't her brother, father, or husband, then that means she wants to have sex with him. So I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. So when I did look at a waiter in a restaurant, I was taken away to be gang raped as punishment. I was told that according to their faith community, girls are old enough for sex when they start their periods at age 11. This is actually not true either. All you have to do is ask how old Muhammad was when... Okay, it's actually easy to prove that this is not true. So, in Islam, it is forbidden to play with dolls past the age of menarche. So that's first period, right? And we actually have a detailed description of the day that we actually have a decently detailed description of the day that Muhammad consummated his marriage with the girl he married when she was 6 and didn't consummate the marriage because she got sick, right, for years. But when she was 9, Muhammad, when Aisha was still playing with dolls, took her into the bedroom and raped her. And that's how he consummated the marriage. She was still playing with dolls. First of all, at the time period, it would be so unusual for a girl of that age to actually get a menarche, right? It just wouldn't fucking happen. Second of all, even if we didn't know that, right? Even if, hypothetically speaking, you took some of these Dawagandists seriously and just decided to just believe what they told you, right? It still doesn't fucking matter, because the actual citations in the Sahih literature, the authentic literature by the Muslims' own fucking attestation, is very clear that Aisha was still playing with dolls and still allowed to play with dolls after Muhammad consummated the marriage with her. So this is actually untrue. This is actually technically more moral than their perfect pattern of conduct, right? Let's see. Many of us had to endure the sexual act of thighing, Arabic Mufa kadha. I don't speak Arabic. Anyway, which I'm now told is a religiously sanctioned way of molesting children according to some Islamic scriptures. You have to lie down on your back with your legs straight together, and they straddle you and fuck between your thighs. Yeah, again, remember when I was talking about bachabazi in the last stream? This is one of the things that they do with bachabazi, right? Let's see. I was beaten, strangled, suffocated, and my head held underwater, tortured, kicked, and raped over 100 times. I was told that if you don't scream when you're raped, then you're consenting to the rape. You should, not that they would have stopped anyway, right? You should be so you should be stoned to death. So yeah, they basically told her if you do not scream, then we will stone you, we will kill you. We will kill you by bashing your head in with rocks, right? I was told that Muslim girls know this because the Quran says that Aisha's silence was her consent to the marriage to Muhammad. You want to know what I fucking mentioned last time? I didn't mention this particular instance, but last stream when we were reading this, right? Didn't I say the silence is consent in Islam, right? So Muslim girls know to scream, but white girls don't. So that's their fault because they're not Muslim. When I did wear a headscarf to try to protect myself from being raped, I was told to get it off and they raped me again. I know that all these so-called ways to protect yourself from being raped are rape myths used to excuse perpetrators' criminal behavior. They threatened to kill my parents, again, we see that happening again, if my parents tried to stop me seeing them. I was intimidated with guns, and again, Britain has has hard gun regulations, didn't stop them from getting it, and threatened with body parts being cut off with knives. When I tried to escape, I was told that I had offended their honor, so they had to spill my blood. They did this in an honor attack. All of the sexual abuse that I experienced was linked to spiritual abuse or religious abuse. Religious scriptures were used as tools to control to force me to conform to their will. I was not allowed to question these religious beliefs. Yeah, because they would have fucking beaten her senseless or killed her. Let's see, because blasphemy is also a death punishable offense in Islam. They use their religious moral authority, in quotation marks, and self-proclaimed elitism to control me through the use of scripture, forced confessions, censorship of decision-making, requirement of secrecy and silence, isolation, excessive shaming and punishment around sexuality, and requiring unquestioning obedience. I experienced this as a deeply personal, terrifying, physical, emotional, and spiritual attack. Every time they quoted scripture, it was very hard to argue with. To them, it was like I was arguing with God, because that is the way they set this up, right? Remember, the Quran is the eternal word of God, right? So, and Muhammad is the perfect pattern of conduct. So, if you argue against the Quran or anything taught by the Quran, then you're arguing against what God himself has decreed. And if you argue against anything Muhammad did, well, then you're arguing against the perfect pattern of conduct, which means that you were the one defective. To tell me it was actually like I was arguing with the devil. They used their so-called religious moral authority to do the most horrific immoral acts imaginable. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Hello, Road, and hello, Play. Hold on, let me catch up with the chat. The woman literally encouraged their sons to extremism. Endless videos can be found. Yep. It's because it turns out the women actually don't mind when other women are being brutalized. In fact, it seems some of them enjoy it. Captain Rudy says, I'll introduce their moms to... I think their moms need to be introduced to a court and then found guilty of capital crimes, right? Luke's Teaser says, I agree. I can be easy to stay angry, but I also go between being angry and they know about it for years and don't do shit, so maybe they deserve not the girls themselves but the country. I mean, this is a kind of like the state did this to the people, so the people might need to step up and, you know, make the state pay for this. To be fair, I don't expect much from a culture that would martyr their children. That's fair. Hello, Road. The women are normal. The ones who convince the girls to go to the locations where the gangs are. Let's see. I do not expect much from a culture that encourages statements like I would willingly strap explosives to my 4-year-old son and send him to Tel Aviv. That is a good point. Fucking Hakuna Matata. Yeah. They have mass ceremonies where they dedicate their newborns to be martyrs for their religion. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so there's a reason for that. So one, martyrdom is a high honor in Islam. And second of all, Allah is the greatest of deceivers by the Quran's own teaching. The word used there is makr, which means plot in the sense of like scheming for an advantage, right? And there are accounts of, again, being told that you cannot trust the makr of Allah, right? Because he schemes for his own benefit, not for yours. So there are stories about Abu Bakr himself saying that he would not trust the makr of Allah if he had 1 foot in paradise, right? The only time you're safe from the makr of Allah is when you are in paradise itself. So, and the only way to guarantee getting into Jannah or paradise is martyrdom. So it is kind of an incentive structure built into it. YouTube claim YouTube chat is limited, so it's hard to post a full message. And I'm terrible at double checking my post. That's fair. Not glowing, but maybe we should fulfill their mass desire to be martyred. I mean, stupid games and stupid prizes, right? All right. The entirely typical experiences of survivors known as Sarah and Anna, both of whom were helped by Christian Legal Center, provide further illustration of the religious elements reported in some grooming gang cases. Sarah endured a 12-year ordeal after being kidnapped from the street at the age of 15. During this period, she was repeatedly drugged with Valium, beaten, and raped. At one point, her abuser presented her with a certificate from the mosque and declared that they were married according to Islamic rite. Later, he divorced her under Sharia procedure, meaning simply by stating, "I divorce you," 3 times. She was then immediately married in a ceremony conducted by an imam to a man she did not know. This is that nikah mukta thing again I told you all about, the temporary marriages thing. Within minutes of the ceremony ending, while the wedding party continues downstairs, she was raped by her new husband. Okay, let's see. Over the years, Sarah, and again, remember the thing about like, oh yeah, it's a domestic dispute. The cops don't want to get involved with it. Interesting. They're literally weaponizing the domestic element, the Muslim marriage ceremony here to, turn this into a domestic issue, even if it is a felony or a criminal case, right? Because apparently the cops don't want to deal with it. Over the years, Sarah was subjected to 8 forced abortions. She was forced to suffer 8 of her babies dying. They forced 8 of her unborn babies to die. One of them 5 months into the pregnancy. That is definitely done with malicious intent to maximize hurting her. When she accompanied her abuser to medical appointments, he required her to wear a hijab and walk 5 feet behind him. She was compelled to learn the Quran in Arabic and permitted to speak only Urdu in Punjabi. She was also made to cook and clean for the gang members who abused her. Again, Britain has to be destroyed because they are Dar al-Harb, so the House of War. And Islam must take over, so they're trying to destroy the language, the religion, and the dignity of the English people. How close am I to being done with this? This is going to be a while. I'm on page 112 out of 219, and I'm going to try to finish today. I don't know if I'm going to succeed, but it might be a while. Fushizi says, I'm not calling for vigilante justice, but I want governments to make them face the wall through legal judicial means. I agree. I think every British official who permitted this and every perpetrator in the gangs should face the same punishment. You might not want to read that last one out loud. What do you mean the last one? What do you mean the last one? I mean, I've been reading everything else aloud so far, right? I'm gonna get hit with something. I guess. But I can say I got hit with for covering the grooming gang scandal. You were talking about what you said. Sarah made several unsuccessful attempts to escape. On one occasion, after she reported her kidnapping to the police, she was interviewed by a Muslim officer who switched off the tape recorder. Again, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, again, the cops are in on this too, apparently. And instructed her to drop her allegations because of lack of evidence. She later learned that this officer was imprisoned for child sex offenses. Let's see. In a separate case, Anna was living in a children's home in Bradford in 2002. From the age of 13, she was raped and abused while in the home, and at 15, she was forced into a Sharia marriage. Her social worker attended the marriage ceremony and permitted her husband's parents to foster her after she became pregnant. Her social worker attended the marriage ceremony. 15. And permitted her husband's parents to foster her after she became pregnant. Whoever her foster care worker was needs to be identified, and reform needs to prosecute her. And again, fullest extent. I don't care if it's life in prison. I don't care if it's execution. One of those two, right? Now, let's see. The parents received a fostering allowance from the state. Anna described her situation as one of domestic slavery. You know, feminists talk about domestic slavery, but here's real domestic slavery right here, right? In which she was threatened treated like a maid and repeatedly sexually abused by dozens of men. Let's see. In Britain, reports from the Metropolitan Police in London alone have indicated an average of 1,125 sexual assaults per year, involving unlicensed taxi drivers. A significant proportion of the offenders in these cases have been identified as Muslim. We keep seeing that. Your reaction to that is your reaction to this, Fushizi and Rudy, are absolutely correct. So Fushizi says, "I beg not only your finest pardon, but also a fresh order of what in the Kentucky Fried Fuck." Right? Yeah, you're right about that. Captain Rudy says, "I beg your finest fucking pardon." Yep. Lux Teaser, I would agree with Fushizi, but Brexit passed years ago and it doesn't seem like anything changed. I doubt there will be change without vigilantes. Well, I mean, the Americans seem to get rid of the British problem. I don't know. I think Britain might be able to do the same thing if they have the spirit. Let's see. Then you see people in the media dismissing and downplaying this. Oh yeah, no, I was listening to one dumb cunt do that, exactly that. Alright, so it's this one, right? A further form of sexual exploitation associated with certified Muslim communities across Britain is marriage trafficking. The forced marriage unit, by the way, consider that this is such a problem that they need to have a forced marriage unit for this exact problem. Anyway. Handled 801 cases in 2024 concerning girls and women resident in the country who were forced into marriages with men, providing direct support in 229 of those cases. So they handled 801 cases, but only directly supported 229. Among the 280 cases where the focus county was recorded in 2023, the 6 countries accounting for the highest numbers were Pakistan, Bangladesh. Pakistan 45%, Bangladesh 13%, Afghanistan 7%. And India 3%, Somalia 3%, and Nigeria 2%. Of these 6, all except India and Nigeria have overwhelmingly Muslim populations. By the way, there's another layer to the Afghanistan thing. It's not just Islam. They also have a thing called Pashtunwali, which actually makes this slightly worse at times. Let's see. I think they also have Deobandi, which is also a series of bad things. Anyway, earlier Home Office figures from 2009 showed that 90% of forced marriage victims in Britain were Muslim. In more recent years, however, the FMU has ceased collecting or publishing data on the religion of those involved. I wonder why they would do this. A shift that echoes patterns of avoidance seen during the grooming gang investigations. If I had just waited 10 seconds, they would have said it for me. An FMU report stated, forced marriage is not a problem specific to one country, religion, or culture. I don't remember this being much of a problem in Catholicism, but I digress. The FMU does not record, and in fact, actually, a forced marriage is, according to canon law in the Catholic Church, invalid. It can be annulled because it was never an official marriage to begin with. Anyway, the FMU does not record data on religion. No major faith in the UK advocates forced marriage. Freely given consent is a prerequisite of Christian, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, and Sikh marriages. Well, you're correct on Christian. You are mostly correct in Hindu. You are correct in Jewish. You are correct in Sikh. I say mostly in Hindu because Hindu is not one religion, and you could probably find some crackpot religion that may not have that idea. But Yeah, but, you know, they can still take an Islam what their right hands possess. I've literally, like, cited that again. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna wait till we get to the end of this, and then I'm gonna get back to the chat. Although forced marriage occurs in various communities as is not unique to Muslims, statistics show a clear overrepresentation of Muslims among those involved in forced marriage cases. It is also inaccurate to claim that Islam mandates a woman's consent before for marriage. Again, silence is consent in Islam, right? And again, you can just rape your war captives. That's why they call these women spoils of war, right? Similar patterns for sexual offenses disproportionately involving Muslim men have been reported in other Western countries with significant Muslim immigrant populations. In the Netherlands, considerable media coverage has focused on so-called lover boys. Oh, yep, we're getting to Bachi right now. Who are predominantly Moroccan Muslim men. Oh, wait, no, never mind. These individuals first seduced Dutch girls. Okay, no, never mind. I was wrong. Often teenagers, and then can coerce them into prostitution in order to profit from their earnings. According to a 2001 report by the Amsterdam-based Child Right organization, approximately 5,000 ordinary Dutch schoolgirls aged 13 to 14 from typical family backgrounds had been lured into prostitution by lover boys. The documentary film Lover Boys, directed by Julia Rook, follows the work of Ibrahim, that's definitely an Arabic name, and a Dutch Moroccan social worker supporting both perpetrators, and a Dutch social worker supporting both the perpetrators and their victims. You don't think that there's possibly a conflict of fucking interest here? Right? Anyway. In Sweden, a 2021 academic study examining Swedish rape case offenses concluded that nearly half of the convicted individuals were born outside Sweden, with immigrants from the Middle East and North Africa being markedly overrepresented among them, right? Again, per capita is the left's fucking, kryptonite. In Australia, 9 Lebanese men were convicted in 2002 of gang raping white girls. Contemporary media reports at the time indicated that police were aware of over 60 female victims linked to the group, though the convictions related to the rapes of 7 girls. Police seized the mobile phone message from one of the perpetrators that read, "When you are feeling down, bash a Christian or Catholic and lift up." I keep telling you. I keep telling everyone. I keep telling them it's a fucking religious project, right? And oh man. Okay, let's get to, before we get to statistics, let me catch back up with the chat. Let's see. Counterintelligence. Hey, what are we talking about? Oh, it's the rape report. Yeah. Oh, hello, counter. If you can think of anything to add to this while I'm going through it, because I know you and me talk about Islam quite often. If there's anything I miss, feel free to remind me. Let's see. Forced marriage unit. Yeah, exactly, right? Why would we need that, right? Burn them all, yeah. I listened to the whole thing read by Asmongold, also the Islamic influence section by DW and AP. Okay, I was waiting for that. I was waiting for them to put something up because I really want to see what they have to say about this. Let's see. Only one shocked here is Kaya. Yep. Yeah, but with America, if Trump doesn't start putting people in prison, then they can immediately put the boot back down on us after he leaves. Biden term kind of showed that it'll be worse next time. I mean, you're correct about that. I think the last crusade was the second crusade, and time for the third crusade. We've had more than 4 crusades for Shishi, right? India and Nigeria have millions of Muslims in them still. Yep, and they cause problems in both. Third crusade was led by King Richard the First. Fourth crusade it is then. Okay. Muslims that kill Christians in Nigeria and Hindus in India in constant attack. Yep. India does have to deal with Islamic terrorism and Naxalite Maoist terrorism. Let's see. If you say nothing, that is consent. Yep. Islam, that is the case. Let's see. No consent is not consent is not real. I have seen fathers holding down daughters' hands, forcing signatures, and it somehow counts. Yep, that is also true. Let's see. You don't say, yeah, so you could literally just sell your kids. Like, again, when I was talking about the thing that I got, my video that got taken down for, again, calling out pedophile activity in Iran from fucking Ayatollah Khomeini, right? His legal jurisprudence. I also, in one of the other videos, mentioned, and I didn't get flagged for this, but mentioned, had a commentary mentioning practices of that temporary marriage in the United Kingdom and how it's used to facilitate the prostitution of minors. But, you know, again, apparently it's bad to point these things out, right? All cultures are created equal, don't you know? Raymond Ibrahim is a Coptic Christian and one of the best exposers of Islam. He gave us the Al-Zut story. Oh, wait, is that who that was? Hold on. I might have missed that part. Hold on. I could just fucking copy the name. I don't know why I'm doing this part, right? I don't know why I'm doing it this way. Okay, this is Dutch Moroccan, so this is a different person. But yeah, I'll check out Raymond Ibrahim later. A Coptic Christian, one of the best exposers of Islam. I didn't know he's the guy who found the who brought attention to the Al-Zut story. That sounds like about right. Even in America, social workers are often involved in sex trafficking. That is true. The Fifth Crusade it is. Just call it the modern crusade, man. I don't care. Crusade. Yeah. No, just Ibrahim isn't necessarily bad. That's, I mean, I'm not saying it's necessarily bad, but it did say Dutch Moroccan, right? Like, again, if it said Coptic, that'd be one thing, right? But also the Copts tend to be Christians from what I understand. Oh my god. Okay. The influence of Islam. Muslim treatment of non-Muslims worldwide. Let's see how based or cringe this is. I'm going to be drinking a lot of water and soda today, apparently. Britain is not a unique case. This sort of thing goes on anywhere either welcomes mass migration from Muslim countries or contains long-established Muslim populations. There is a consistent pattern of sexual violence directed against non-Muslim minorities in settings where Muslims form the majority. And this includes ethnic enclaves, by the way. Across Britain, as we have noted, girls from Sikh and Hindu backgrounds have also been targeted by Muslim gangs. Unlike the white British majority, these non-Muslim immigrant populations were never prevented from organizing as a collective to protect their own. In doing so, as was their duty, the network of Sikh organizations drew attention from to the appalling mistreatment of non-Muslims in Pakistan. So we need only look at the appalling treatment of girls from minority faiths in Pakistan, where Christian, Hindu, and Sikh girls are kidnapped, forced to convert to Islam, and married, to get an understanding of the underlying motivations. In 2018, around 1,000 girls in Pakistan's Sindh province alone suffered this fate. In many cases, perpetrators are granted impunity due to corruption and convenience with local officials. In April 2024, UN human rights experts expressed serious alarm regarding the vulnerability of minority girls in Pakistan to forced religious conversions and forced marriages. Their press release highlighted that Christian and Hindu girls in particular faced risks of abduction, trafficking, child forced marriage, domestic servitude, and sexual violence. And the state facilitates these things. Also, notice that they didn't mention Sikh here because Sikhs carry around fucking swords, right? Human rights groups and media reports include they did say Sikhs up here, but yeah, they're gonna mention the Hindu thing, but anyway, yeah. Let's see. Human rights groups and media reports, including in 2021, BBC investigations have estimated that thousands of non-Muslim girls, primarily Christians, Hindus, and Sikhs, are abducted annually in Pakistan, compelled to convert to Islam, and forced into marriage with their abductors. One documented case involved Farah, a 12-year-old Christian girl abducted from her home in June 2020 by 3 Muslim men, raped, and forced to perform household labor as a slave. A common sequence in these cases sees a girl abducted, coerced into signing a conversion certificate. Remember what I said about leaving Islam, right? And swiftly married to a Muslim man. Police in Pakistan frequently side with the abductor over the girl's family. Again, Remember when, again, remember when Asmongold said that this isn't really a, well, he didn't say, like, again, that it was perfect, but he said, like, the whole rape thing wasn't really a problem in a lot of these countries. No, it is. It absolutely is. It's just not counted because the state will side with the perpetrator oftentimes unless it is a Muslim female victim. But anyway. When parents pursue legal action, courts tend to uphold the legitimacy of the conversion. Birth certificates may be falsified to indicate that the girl is not a minor. Contact with her family is typically blocked. Following conversion to Islam, non-Muslim parents lose all authority over their child, as like Islamic law prohibits non-Muslims from exercising guardianship over Muslims. And yep, that's exactly why they were doing that earlier, by the way. Including their own offspring. The evidence from grooming gang convictions across Britain repeatedly shows a Muslim background among many of the perpetrators. When this is viewed alongside similar patterns of sex crimes observed both in countries of origin for immigrants and in Muslim-majority societies, it offers compelling grounds to consider that elements of Islam are contributing to the grooming gang scourge in our country. It is not just contributing, it is the catalyst for this scourge. Okay. While it is unsurprising that a religion can shape and regulate sexual behavior, the suggestion that Islam might play a role in driving sex crimes remains deeply uncomfortable for some in the liberal West. Even so, the possibility of an Islamic influence on these crimes cannot be dismissed. The available data strongly points toward it as a hypothesis that merits serious examination. The impact of any religion on individual behavior is rarely direct and unmediated. It is heavily filtered through culture, which a religion can gradually reshape over generations. Yeah, because let's be fair, Persian culture nowadays does not look a damn thing like the Zoroastrian culture pre-Islam, right? Anyway. Not all Muslim communities or societies are influenced by Islam to the same degree or in the same manner. Minority Muslim populations may behave differently from majority ones. For instance, convictions in Indian-origin Muslim men in grooming gang cases across Britain are notably rare compared to those of Pakistani heritage. This disparity may relate to a demographic context. Muslims form only about 14% of India's population, with Hindus comprising around 80%, placing them in a minority position where social and legal constraints differ markedly from Pakistan, where Muslims dominate overwhelmingly and non-Muslims constitute a small, often marginalized minority. In such a setting, exploiting non-Muslim neighbors becomes far easier. Yeah, this is also a thing in jihad, is like when it's not advantageous to be violent, you pretend to be peaceable, right? Okay. At least 8 theological aspects of Islam may contribute to the cultural patterns that enable or normalize the sexual abuse of non-Muslim girls. These include 1. The doctrine of Muslim superiority. 2. The principle of loyalty and disavowal. Again, I'm going to butcher this, right? Al-walal wal bara. Fuck. I don't speak Durka. Anyway, male dominance over women, enforced seclusion, and veiling of women, forced marriage combined with the absence of a fixed minimum age of consent, the perception of female sexuality as inherently dangerous or fitna, historical Sharia institution of slavery, and the system of dimitude. I can't read English. Why do you think I can read Arabic, right? These are all rooted in classical Islamic theology up to and including Islamic jurisprudence. But even in Sharia governed nations, adaptations are common, such as setting a minimum age or restricting unilateral divorce by men in order to lessen the harsher effects on women. All right, let me catch back up with the chat now. Let's see. Where the hell did we even... I really should have figured out where the hell we were. Okay, yeah, here it is. Sounds about right. Even in America, social... Okay, we already read that part. Most Rabban Ibrahim's work is on the various crusades, as well as great stuff. I really like the story of Vlad the Impaler in Defenders of the West. Oh, yeah. when you understand the degree of depravity of the people that he was fighting against, his extreme response, his extreme tactics start to make a little bit more sense. Actually, I have a better idea. The first... that doesn't work. They are... Okay, fair enough. They got other stuff to do, but keep up the illumination of how bad Islam is. I will. Let's see. Let's go full Warhammer 40k. First Black Crusade. Islam while forming mud huts and grape. Islam during the Crusades. Mud hut and grapes. Islam now. Mud hut and grapes. Fair enough. Butcher the names. A lot of them don't deserve to have people try to pronounce their names correctly, lol. I mean, fair. If I had practiced saying the word, like, there are certain Arabic terms I'm actually decent at pronouncing, but I'm not, I never really studied to speak Arabic, so it's not exactly my forte. I always preferred Sanskrit and Hebrew and, Latin. Let's see. Yeah, this is going to be fairly decently short. Muslim supremacism. Islam holds that those who are righteous and truly fear God, meaning Muslims, are inherently superior to those who reject God's commands, namely non-Muslims. This idea is captured in Quran Surah 3, Ayah 110. So a surah is a chapter, and an ayah is a verse. You, Muslims, are the best nation, raised up for humankind, commanding what is good and forbidding what is wrong, and believing in Allah. If only the people of the book, i.e. the Christians and the Jews, believed, it would be better for them. Some among them are believers, but most are perverted. So, let's see. The verse positions Muslims as the finest community entrusted by God with the duty to enjoin good and prohibit evil. This responsibility can be understood as authorizing Muslims to correct, compel, or if need, punish non-Muslims, potentially through coercion or force. Other Quranic passages affirm Islam's ultimate supremacy over all religions, as in Surah 48, Surah 48, Ayah 28. I don't know why they wrote it this way. It is He, Allah, who has sent His messenger with the guidance that the religion of truth, Islam, to make it triumph over every religion. Non-Muslims who refuse Islam are described in harsh terms, such as in Surah 8, Ayah 55. Surely the worst of animals in Allah's sight are rejectors of Islam. They do not believe. And by the way, animals is probably better translated here as creature. But anyway. The concept of Muslim superiority is closely linked to derogatory views of non-Muslims. For example, Surah 9, Ayah 28 labels associators, so they're talking about shirk, almost certainly, a pejorative term encompassing Christians, Jews, and other non-Muslims as unclean, or naji, right? Najis. These teachings can provide a religious justification that bolsters an abuser's conviction that their own superiority and facilitates the dehumanization of non-Muslim victims. Let's see. And again, this is why they don't feel bad about raping these girls. This is why they don't feel bad about torturing these women, right? This is why they don't feel bad about threatening the people around them. Is because they don't see you as equal. They see you as, again, something to be destroyed, not something to be, again, held as, a brother in nature. Right? Yes, absolute clown world. In her July 2020 podcast interview, Rotherham survivor Dr. Ella Hill described abusive language and acts that embodied this sense of superiority. She recounted being made to bend down and kiss her perpetrator's feet as a deliberate act to underscore her inferiority. She also spoke of another Rotherham victim who, during gang rapes by dozens of men, was forced to lick their feet clean because they believed they were morally superior to her. Hill observed, "It is a Muslim superiority thing. They believe they have maximum moral authority to command the people beneath them to lick their feet." She further noted that her rapists viewed non-Muslim habits as inherently impure. If you're eating pork, you're unclean. You're dirty. If you use a knife and fork, you're dirty. If you don't want to eat your food with your hands, you're dirty. If you don't want to eat, if you use a fork, you're dirty. If you don't eat food with your hands, yeah. So, Ask her, wait until again people find out how why it's considered a faux pas in Muslim countries to try to shake someone's hand with your left hand. Oh wait, what do you mean you use toilet paper? Toilet paper is a sin against. I'm not even joking here. Toilet paper is a sin against Allah. You either use a smooth stone or your hand, right? I'm not even joking about this. Anyway, so us and them mindset, yes, because there's definitely an in-group, out-group war thing going on here. Again, you're either part of the Ummah, the Dar al-Islam, the House of Islam, or you're part of the Dar al-Harb as a, kafir, which is again the House of War. The Islamic principle known as al-Wala al-Bara, loyalty and disavowal, commands Muslims to direct their love and allegiance towards what pleases God, while hating, avoiding, and distancing themselves from what displeases Him. In essence, it calls for loving and supporting fellow believers and rejecting non-believers. This teaching draws on several Quran verses. Are they going to? Oh, yep, right here. This one, was the exact one I was thinking of, actually. Let not the believers take the disbelievers as allies. By the way, this can also be translated as friends. Rather than of believers. Whoever does that has nothing from God, unless you guard yourselves as a precaution. So, yeah, again, you can also translate this accurately as friend, not just ally. Let's see. Oh, you who believe. I'm going to use "oh" from like the, I believe, like Yusuf Ali styling, but okay. Oh, you who believe. Do not take the Jews and Christians as friends. This is another one. Again, another one where the allies can be translated as friends here too. So do not take the Jews and the Christians as allies. They are allies of each other. Whoever of you takes them as allies is already one of them. Surely God does not guide the people who are evildoers, i.e. non-Muslims. Yet you see them in whose hearts is a sickness. They are quick to turn to them. Whoever takes God as an ally and his messenger, Muhammad, and those who believe, Muslims, surely the party of God, they are the victors. So that's Surah 5, Ayah 51 through 52, and 56, by the way. That's why you have the ellipses here. And the previous one was Surah 3, Ayah 28. There was a good example for you in Abraham. It should be Ibrahim, but anyway. And those who were with him when they said to their people, surely we are quit of you and what you serve instead of God. We repudiate you, and between us and you enmity has appeared, and hatred forever until you believe in God alone. So, yeah, it's not just that you can't be friends with a Christian or a Jew if you're a Muslim, unless it is to gain a temporary advantage and you still prefer Islam over the false religion. But no, we have enmity, hatred between the non-believer and Islam. Hello, Kinnock. We are 121 pages through now, right? Okay. Let's see. These passages emphasize, and by the way, it gets worse when you actually read the hadith. These passages emphasize that Muslims should maintain strong bonds within the Muslim community while keeping non-Muslims at a distance and harboring enmity to them. The Quran warns that God views non-Muslims with contempt, and that Muslims who befriend, ally with, or associate closely with them risk being regarded by God as disbelievers themselves. This is also why, again, sometimes you see Muslim-on-Muslim violence around this particular issue. While some Muslims downplay this doctrine, revivalist movements, which have gained considerable influence in Western countries, have actively promoted it, presenting strict adherence to loyalty and disavowal as vital for Muslim community success in carrying out its divine mission. Yeah, the revivalist is trying to return to what Muhammad actually preached, and this is what Muhammad actually preached and how he preached it. And we know this because of the hadith traditions, which record in what order the Quran was revealed in, right? Because it turns out the Quran isn't laid out chronologically speaking, it's laid out in terms of chapter length, which is a retarded way to do that, but I digress, right? Let's see. But yes, the revivalist is the last ditch attempt at Islam to preserve itself before the apostasy really takes over. Beyond its theological role, al-Wala wal al-Bara has profoundly shaped certain Islamic cultures. In such environments, many Muslims feel strong pressure to not say or do anything that could damage the image of the Muslim community or bring discredit to Islam. Again, we have the honor society thing right here, right? With an honor and shame-based framework, I called that one, reinforced by these values, speaking out to outsiders about wrongdoings committed by fellow Muslims is often seen as an act of betrayal. This dynamic can have serious real-world consequences. For example, in her book, The Imam's Daughter, 2009, Hannah, later known as Hanan, later known as Hannah, described her experience as a 14 or 15-year-old Pakistani teenager in Britain. After confiding in a female teacher that her father, an imam, was beating her, the teacher informed the deputy head, who arranged for a male Pakistani Muslim social worker to meet with her at school. Initially terrified because of his background, Hanan eventually opened up to him about being treated as a domestic servant, fearing a forced marriage, and enduring physical abuse. That same afternoon, she returned home to find the social worker speaking with her father and relaying everything she had said. While the social worker was present, her father acted kindly, but once he left, the father subjected her to a severe beating and rape, threatened to kill her if she ever spoke again, and imprisoned her in a cellar for days. When Hanan later encountered the social worker at school and refused further contact, he reportedly told her, "Hey, I was just doing what I thought was right. You know that it's not right to betray your community." Let's see. Hey, I already read that part. Similar patterns have arrived in accounts from grooming gang survivors. Some have described approaching the police only to be interviewed by Muslim officers who switch off the recording device and urge her to abandon her complaint due to supposed lack of evidence. Again, here's that thing where it's like, we're just not going to do the research. We're going to pretend like what you say doesn't actually exist. So, yeah. Let's see. A deeply ingrained culture of enforced loyalty and community protection can discourage individuals from reporting abuses or providing evidence against members of their own group. Had the social worker in Hanan's case reported her disclosures to the police, leading to her father facing criminal charges, he would have exposed himself, and by extension those associated with him, to the serious risk of being labeled a traitor within the community. The prominent Indian Pakistani Muslim thinker and revivalist Abul Allah Maududi, in his influential work Let Us Be Muslims, 2016, maintained that Muslims cannot achieve true success until their highest allegiance is given to God and to the Muslim Ummah community. The doctrine of loyalty and disavowal exerts particularly strong pressure when Muslims leave as a minority in non-Muslim host societies. In such settings, as they seek to preserve and assert a powerful collective identity, Muslims may place even greater emphasis on internal solidarity and separation from non-believers than they would in their countries of origin. Let me catch up. Let's see. I already said that. Ooh, we're halfway there. We're getting there, right? Oh my God, there's something in the air. It's burning my ear. Oh, good. Academic interpretation for a while instead of narrative horror. Yep. Social worker needs to be charged with endangerment. I agree. Abandon on hope, ye who enter Britain. Possibly, right? It depends on whether or not they get their fucking act together. Superiority and dominance of men over women. Islam establishes that men hold the position of managers or maintainers, which is, what is that? Okay, it's like a... Well, no, that's an implosive. Anyway, I'm just gonna approximate it. Kawamun over women. As stated in Surah 4, Ayah 34, where the role involves ensuring women maintain their role, their proper state, my bad. Under Islamic law, every woman remains under the guardianship, wali, of a male relative. Normally, this is her father, should the father be unable to serve due to death, loss of mental capacity, or apostasy from Islam. Because remember, no non-Muslim can have authority over a Muslim, right? So the Islamic community will steal your children if you convert as a parent. A specified order of male relatives from the parental line steps in, starting with the paternal grandfather, then sons, then brothers, nephews, and uncles. So yes, you can have a situation where the son has the actual moral authority, the actual authority over their mother. Surah 4, Ayah 34, further authorizes men to discipline their wives, including through physical violence. Numerous authoritative sources and Sharia regulations reinforce the notion of women's inferiority to men. Surah 2, Ayah 228 declares that men hold a rank above women. The Prophet Muhammad stated that women are deficient in both religion and intelligence relative to men, and in the same hadith, he noted, oh sweet, they're going to talk about the hadith, that women form the majority of those in hell. That is also true. He taught that if a woman or a dog passes in front of a praying man, the prayer is invalidated, a reason mosques position men with their backs to women during prayer. Sharia obliges a wife to engage in sexual intercourse with her husband whenever he desires it. If she refuses, Muhammad said, the angels will curse her until morning. So, divorce under Sharia strongly favors men. A husband may unilaterally divorce his wife without stating a reason simply by pronouncing, I divorce you 3 times. For a wife, obtaining a divorce is far more difficult, typically involving a formal legal process and often a financial cost. Following divorce, the mother may retain physical custody of young children up to a particular age, but the father retains legal guardianship. Moreover, if the mother remarries, she loses the right to have children from her previous marriage reside with her. So again, the father gets, again, like full custody here, right? It's literally the exact opposite of like how American courts work. Sharia rules on evidence further diminish women's status, valuing a woman's testimony half that of a man's. I think I pointed this out last time, right? Inheritance laws under Sharia generally allocate women half the share given to men. For example, a son receives twice the portion of a daughter. A wife or wives together inherit 1/4 of a husband's estate if he leaves no children, or 1/8 if he does leave to children. In contrast, a husband inherits half of his wife's estate if she has no children, or 1/4 if she does. Let's see. No, this is going to be a run-on paragraph. Sharia's approach to rape also disadvantages women. Rape is categorized as a form of zina, illicit sexual intercourse, the same offense that covers adultery and fornication. Zina is defined as sexual intercourse between a man and a woman who is neither his wife nor his slave. There is no distinct offense of rape. It is treated as coerced zina. A marital rape is not recognized. Oh, excuse me. The penalty for the rapist mirrors that for consensual extramarital sex. 100 lashes for an unmarried person, or stoning to death for one who is or has been married. When a woman accuses a man of rape, her consent is presumed unless both the act of penetration and her lack of consent are proven by 4 male eyewitnesses who each directly observed the man's penis entering the woman's vagina. Naturally, the presence of 4 men witnessing a rape without intervention makes it highly improbable that they would testify in the victim's favor. Should a woman allege rape but fail to produce the 4 required male witnesses, she risks being convicted of zina on the basis of her own accusation. In 2003, Pakistan's National Commission on the Status of Women reported that up to 88% of women imprisoned in Pakistan were rape or gang rape victims who, unable to meet the 4 witness requirements, were instead convicted of illicit sex. So is this behavior starting to sound familiar with some of the stuff that we talked about a moment ago, like in the last 2 streams? Taken together, these Sharia provisions that institutionalize male dominance over women exert a profound influence. In cultures shaped by Islam, boys can be raised to grow into men who assume rightful control over the women in their lives, confident in their inherent superiority. Okay, where the fuck was I last time? I forgot to do the thing. Okay, hold on. So martyrdom, possibly, right? Fucking, you got Kura glowing like the sun. What a barbaric culture. Oh, it's getting started. It does actually get worse, right? Damn it, I dropped a bunch of stuff. Give me one moment. Okay, I'm back. Oh yeah, there's definitely something in the air as well. Anyway. Okay, the seclusion of women. Let's see. Islamic law contains multiple provisions that mandate the covering and seclusion of women. It is widely recognized that a Muslim woman must cover most of her body when appearing in public. Additionally, Sharia grants a male guardian the authority to restrict a girl or woman's movements, allowing him to confine a wife or daughter to the home and permit her to leave only when accompanied by a male relative for a valid reason. This is reflected in Surah 33, Ayah 33, which instructs women, stay in your houses and do not flaunt yourselves. One consequence of the Sharia-derived culture of covering and seclusion is that a woman who appears in public without covering or remains outside the protected space of the home may be culturally perceived as unguarded and therefore sexually available or promiscuous. This notion that an uncovered woman invites molestation is suggested in Surah 33, Ayah 59 of the Quran, where Muhammad is instructed that his wives and daughters should cover themselves so they are not abused. Let's see. Certain Islamic preachers have explicitly endorsed this view, following the high-profile convictions of Muslim men of Lebanese background for rape in Sydney, Australia. The country's Grand Mufti, Sheikh Taj al-Din al-Hilali, controversially placed blame on the victim for not being covered and not remaining in their homes. He stated, by the way, this is in Australia. They're bold enough to say this in Australia. If you take out uncovered meat and place it outside without cover, and the cats come to eat it, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? The cats or the uncovered meats? The uncovered meat is the problem. If she was in her room, in her home, in her hijab, no problem would have occurred. Now, if you wanted to wonder why Islam is like this, it's because Muhammad was a sex addict who got into a lot of sexual mischief. And when you understand that, a lot of this stuff makes a lot of sense. Anyway, in making these remarks, Sheikh al-Hilali was presenting Islamic norms as the remedy to crimes of the kind committed by rape gangs. According to this perspective, if individuals adopted Islam and adhered to its rules, women and girls would be protected from such abuses. They would be kept secluded, placed under permanent male supervision, and rendered invisible to outsiders. So basically, like, convert to Islam, follow Sharia, and you won't be raped. It's Yeah, it's a pretty bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how that works out, right? Hopefully that did not work out at fucking all. Hopefully everyone in that particular... Well, I mean, it's Australia. They're probably a bunch of dumbasses over there, to be perfectly honest, at least in the government. Oh, my God. My ear is burning like a... Anyway. There's something in the air. Forced marriage in the age of consent. Here we go. Here we get to the part that definitely is gonna, definitely gonna piss off the liberals, right? Well, leftists, not liberals. True liberals would find this abhorrent. Under Sharia, marriage takes the form of a contract arranged between two men. The groom and the bride's male guardian, her wali. The structure closely resembles a contract of sale, because that's exactly what it is. The groom pays an agreed sum, known as a mahr, to the bride. In exchange, she becomes sexually available to him. Islamic jurisprudence sets no minimum age at which a girl or woman may be married. Religious authorities permit a father to arrange a marriage for his daughter even while she is still an infant. Oh my God, he fucking brought it up. This is the topic. This is the fucking topic that got me struck on YouTube for child safety when I was talking about it, because I was citing very specifically fucking Ayatollah Khomeini about this exact subject matter. Oh my God. I was calling him out and I got fucking struck for calling it out. I'm never going to let YouTube, until YouTube puts that video back up, even if I have to age restrict the video, which it was already age restricted, by the way, until YouTube puts that fucking video back up, I'm going to keep mentioning this. And, oh. Anyway, The Prophet Muhammad himself married Aisha when she was 6, an arranged marriage made between Muhammad and her father, and consummated the marriage when she was 9. The Quran itself addresses the marriage of a divorced girl who has not yet reached the age of menstruation. He fucking brought it up, but it doesn't look like he's bringing it up in citation. So since he's not bringing it up in citation, I will bring it up, because it turns out you can actually read the Quran online. So give me one moment. Okay. Give me one moment. I actually am, what I'm going to use is something I actually have the full, the full copy of on my, in my library. Hold on. Okay. There we go. So we're looking for Surah 65, verse 4. So let's go to Surah 65, at Talaq, the divorce. We're not going to use the Arabic. We are going to, let's try Yusuf Ali. Okay, no. Yusuf, which one do we usually use? Is it Pickthall? Okay, yeah, Pickthall is easier to read. Okay, and we are going to look at Ayah 4. And for such of your women as despair of menstruation, if ye doubt, their period of waiting shall be 3 months, along with those who have it not. And for those with child, their period shall be till they bring forth their burden. And whoever keepeth this duty to Allah, he maketh his course easy for him. So, there you go. There you go. I'll let y'all decide in the chat. Do y'all want me to do a Quran reading series for this stuff? Because again, a lot of this stuff is pretty demonstrably evil. Because then we could like do the commentary on it through the time. But you know, I'll let y'all decide that later, not right now. I also have the complete text of Sunni hadiths, so that would be very repetitive. But I guess we could do that too. Let's see. Sharia distinguishes between types of guardians. The bride's father or parental grandfather is termed a wali mujbir, forcing guardian, because certain schools of Islamic law allow him to compel a virgin daughter or granddaughter into a marriage without her consent. This is what counterintelligence was reminding me of, and this is also what I was forgetting at the time. Counterintelligence does actually have a point here. I did forget about this. Let's see. The notion that a girl must reach a particular age before she can consent to sexual activity is foreign to Islam. In Islamic teaching, the only lawful context for a woman to consent to sex is through marriage, and even that consent is not always required. You gotta remember that. Oh, we're gonna talk about nikah. We're gonna talk about nikah. Again, I brought this up in one of the fucking previous streams reading this. Significantly, the Arabic term nikah denotes both marriage and sexual intercourse. Sharia, in effect, merges the two concepts. An unmarried woman is forbidden from engaging in sex, while a married woman has no right under Sharia to refuse sexual relations with her husband. Hadiths further state that a virgin's silence constitutes consent to marriage. This merging of consent to marriage and consent to sex sheds light on Dr. Hill's account that her rapists interpreted their victim's silence as consent to the rape. Drawing on these same hadiths. Oh my god. Islamic scholars differ on the degree of physical or emotional maturity needed for sexual intercourse within marriage. Some hold that the onset of puberty serves as the threshold for readiness. This is a reform view, but this is actually a progressive view in Islam, by the way. Though Muhammad consummated his marriage with the 9-year-old Aisha before she had reached puberty, and marriage with the 9-year-old Aisha before she reached puberty, and other permit thighing, intercrural sex with the wife who is menstruating or considered too young for vaginal penetration. The Dr. Hill also described. The practice Dr. Hill also described. By the way, this thing right here was discussed in detail as in the Ayatollah Khomeini commentary I did, where I was pointing out how fucking disturbing this actually is, and how depraved this actually is. This man is supposed to be a alleged moral sage, and that he's talking about this with Again, as I was pointing out, Fatim. If you watch the previous stream, you know what a Fatim is. So I'm not going to explain it here again, lest YouTube fucking strike me again for criticizing Islam under the guise of child safety. But like, I digress. Right? Let's see. The observation suggests that Muslim grooming gangs may exhibit religious and cultural indifference to the modern concept of an age of consent. They do. In an interview Andrew Norfolk, one of the first journalists to expose Britain's rape gang scandal, stated that although Islam prohibits sex outside of marriage, all 4 schools of Islamic jurisprudence teach that a girl can be married when she reaches puberty, which on average in Britain is 11. A lot of these schools also actually teach that you can be married beforehand with consent of the parent. But anyway, so when the Muslim Brotherhood government took power in Egypt, one of the new laws they were going to introduce was to lower the age of consent from 18 to 13. And disappointment was voiced by certain Salafis and Muslim Brotherhood scholars that it wasn't 9. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, from a Islamic perspective, it would be 9. From an Islamic perspective, that would make the most sense. Because again, that's when Muhammad, consummated his marriage with Aisha. Not to say that he wasn't apparently attracted to Aisha before that, right? Considering he married her. Oh, he consummated the marriage at 9, but he married Aisha at 6, right? So, I guess at that point, anyway. Let's see. But I actually think Salafi is probably the most accurate school of Islamic theology in terms of Sunni Islam. But, that's just from someone who actually has read some of this stuff before. Islamic State had 9 as the permissible age for marriage. I don't think there's the same sense of wrongness and shame in some cases about having sex with a 12-year-old girl. Yeah, there's not. So let me catch up with the thing. Let's see. The chippy hungry, fair enough, right? Let's see. Philip says, I think it would be appropriate to do a reading. Possibly. Actually, because Nux does the Bible readings, and I could theoretically do other text readings as well, right? Because a lot of people aren't too familiar with religion outside of their own personal experiences. They don't really understand how fucking wild it can get. Couldn't do Scientology, though, because all that shit is copyrighted, and they'll fucking sue me for it. But, anyway. So, female sexuality. Islamic canonical sources portray women as possessing sexual desires that are at least as strong as men's, if not stronger, and view these desires as potentially harmful to men. The Prophet Muhammad stated, "After me, I have not left any trial more severe to men than women." The Arabic term fitna, used here, denotes a severe trial that can involve seduction or temptation, leading people astray from faith, and it also carries connotations of chaos that disrupts social harmony. Oh yeah, that cohesion we're talking about, right? Muhammad further suggests that men are susceptible to sexual temptation, explaining that Allah has preordained the portion of zina, unlawful sexual intercourse, for every man. Allah has written for the son of Adam and his inevitable share of zina whenever he is aware, or whether he is aware of it or not. So, yeah, sure, technically adultery and all, this sex outside of marriage thing is wrong, but God, Allah has given you a portion of it, right? So, how wrong is it actually? There is oh my god. Yes, do a reading series on it. The world needs to know. I mean, I can set up a schedule for doing the reading of the Quran. I actually have like 5 Qurans, so I could probably do like reading in each of the different translations too. But I'll figure out the schedule for that after we do this thing, right? One thing at a time, right? Let's see. Where the fuck was I? Okay. One practical expression of anxiety over women's sexuality is the practice of female genital mutilation. Oh, hell, you are talking about this now, right? Yeah, most people don't realize female circumcision and how absolutely devastating female circumcision. If you think male circumcision is bad, wait till you hear about female circumcision. To call it circumcision is to understate how much is cut away. Oh my God. Let's see. One which various schools of Islamic law either require or strongly recommend as a way to curb excessive female sexual desire. Another reflection of the perceived danger posed by female sexuality is the strict separation of the sexes, enforced through practices such as veiling women's bodies, restricting them to the home, and the Quranic directive against men and women gazing at one another. So here we have Surah 24, Ayah 30 to 31. So, tell the believing men that they should lower their gaze and guard their private parts. That is pure for them. Surely Allah is aware of what they do. And say to the believing women that they should lower their gaze and guard their private parts and not show their charms. Dr. Hill described being subjected to this rule in practice. I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. She was informed that if a woman looks at a man, that means she wants to have sex with him. Although female sexuality is seen as a source of fitna, Sharia assigns men regarded as more rational and better able to exercise self-restraint, the God-given responsibility to oversee and regulate women. From this perspective, a woman who fails to comply with Sharia norms, for example, by appearing unveiled and unaccompanied in public, represents a danger to the social order. In such a framework, responsibility for any sexual assault she suffers is often attributed to her own behavior, especially when combined with notions of the inherent impurity of non-Muslims. This outlook leads to non-Muslim women who appear uncovered and more freely without male supervision being labeled as sluts, who are eager to entice men. In this cultural context, a Muslim man who engages in sexual activity with such a woman bears no blame. The fault lies entirely with the woman. Islamic teaching concerns the perilous nature of female sexuality, and the moral inferiority of non-Muslims can reinforce and legitimize this pattern, attributing responsibility to the victim. So yes, victim blaming is directly baked into Islam. Let's see. Hello, Boo Huckley. Thomas says, limiting yourself to later than your prophet would be a logical incongruity, so I understand why the leadership would object to an age limit higher than 9, rolls eyes into the sun. I mean, it makes intrinsic in-system sense, but it also exposes how evil the system is, right? I already read that from Noise Maze. Yes, I will probably start doing scripture readings from various religions, starting with Islam. Boo Huckley, largest cult. I would agree. Chippy is too good for them. In some of these cases, yes, Chippy is too good for them. I believe I was mentioned somewhere that though he didn't consummate until 9, other actions took place. Probably. To be perfectly honest, there's a lot of things in the Hadith, and I don't remember everything from it. It has been a while. Let's see, it's not circumcision, it's mutilation. At least when a boy gets circumcised, he's not at high risk of dying from blood loss and infection. Yeah, I mean, female circumcision often cuts away the labia, the majority of the clitoris. So, yeah. Yeah, it is something that you do have a high risk of, bleeding to death from, which is why they have to be sewn shut, after these oftentimes. Oftentimes with non-sterilized needles, by the way. By the way, just popped in from Ember Stream. She's watching Keir Starmer resignation speech. Keir Starmer shouldn't just be resigning. He should also be put on trial for capital crimes, in my opinion. Let's see. But it's good to know that he stepped down. My only issue is, well, he stepped down. Who's going to step up after him, right? Because if you think Keir Starmer is as bad as it gets, I'm telling you right now, it can get worse. Okay, so jihad and sex slavery. We're getting into some more territory. This is going to definitely look a lot more like what we've been seeing in the testimonies so far. Islamic Sharia contains, I don't know why he says Islamic Sharia. Islamic Sharia contains detailed regulations governing armed conflict, including provisions to the institution of slavery. Remember, any place Islam conquers from the Christians almost certainly restores slavery, right? In Islamic law, slavery arises as a consequence of warfare against non-Muslims, infidels, or kafirs. Non-Muslim captives taken in such conflicts are regarded as lawfully enslaved simply by virtue of their capture. These captives may then be allocated to Muslim combatants as part of the war booty, spoils. They can subsequently be sold, ransomed, or retained in slavery. Historical records show that during the Prophet Muhammad's lifetime, Muslim forces enslaved women captured from enemy groups in more than a dozen military engagements. Under Sharia, sexual relations between a male owner and his female captive slave do not constitute zina. This is explicitly authorized in multiple Quranic passages, including, example, Surah 424, Surah 23, Ayah 6, Surah 70, Ayah 30, and supported by numerous hadith precedents. Moreover, Muhammad taught that a married non-Muslim woman captured in war is automatically divorced from her previous husband by the act of capture itself. So let that sink in. If a married woman who's not Muslim is captured in a military campaign by the Muslims, they justify it as being they are automatically divorced from their husbands, and so you can guess what happens there, right? As a result, sexual intercourse between her Muslim captor owner and the formerly married formerly quote unquote right married captive does not count as adultery. So let's look at these surahs, right? Let's look at 424. Okay, we will go to up here, 4, and we're going to use Picthol because it's easier to read, and we're looking for 24 if I remember correctly. And all married women are forbidden unto you, save those captives whom your right hands possess. It is a decree of Allah for you, lawful unto you are all beyond those mentioned, so that ye seek them with your wealth in honest wedlock, not debauchery, and those of whom ye seek content by marrying them, give unto them their portions as a duty. There is no sin for you in what ye do by mutual agreement after the duty hath been done. Lo, Allah is ever knower wise. All right. Let's try the Rodwell one. Is the Rodwell one gonna... Let's see if the Rodwell one works better for us. No, okay, they don't give the numbers as easily here. Let's try Palmer. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna stick with Picthol because I'm a little bit lazy right now. Okay, so what else are we looking for? We're looking for 23.6. So let's go to 23. We're looking for Al-Muminun, Picthol 23.6. Save from their wives or the slaves that their right hands possess, for then they are not blameworthy. Right? So, yeah. And then we have, it was 23.6. And 70.30. Save with their wives, and so again, we're talking about like right here. Lo, doom of their Lord is that before which none can feel secure, and those who preserve the chastity save with their wives, those whom their right hands possess. So these are two separate categories, wives and those who their right hands possess, for they are not blameworthy. And I didn't read the previous passages because I thought it was kind of common sense, but I realized there's probably going to be some retard who takes umbrage with me talking about Islam might point that out, that I didn't read the previous passages, which will just say exactly what that thing just said, to be perfectly honest. So, at first glance, it may appear incongruous to connect the classical Islamic institution of slavery with the sexual abuse of white girls in contemporary Britain, only because these people have no idea what that entails. Yet the historical record reveals a long-standing pattern of Islamic enslavement and sexual exploitation of white women. Historians estimate that between the 16th and 19th century, approximately 1 million Europeans were seized for profit as part of the Barbary slave trade. In March, by the way, they castrated the men. In March 17, which is why even though the Muslims had a larger slave trade of blacks from Africa, you don't see very many black Arabs outside of, northern Africa. It's because they castrated all the men. In March 17, 1868, When Thomas Jefferson and John Adams inquired of Tripoli's ambassador to France why the Barbary states waged war on nations that had not attacked them, Sidi Haji Abdul Rahman reportedly answered, "It was written in their Quran that all nations which had not acknowledged the Prophet were sinners, whom it was the right and their right and duty of the faithful to plunder and enslave, and that every Muslim man, so Muslim, was who was slain in this warfare was sure to go to paradise. He said also that the man who was the first to be board in a vessel had one slave over and above his share." So, oh, by the way, this thing, the Barbary Wars, is the only reason the United States has a navy. The Barbary Wars are what necessitated the institution of an American navy. So, the only reason the navy exists is because of Islam, right? Because historically speaking, they just could not fucking behave themselves. In recent times, Islamic terrorist groups such as ISIS, so the Islamic State, have openly asserted the right to revive Islamic slavery. The significant contemporary legal debate among Muslim scholars concerns the proper classification of Western countries that now host large Muslim immigrant populations. In classical Islamic jurisprudence, any non-Muslim nation was presumptively categorized as Dar al-Harb. We're getting into this again. Okay, the House of War, from which Muslims had the right and duty to take slaves as articulated by the Tripoli ambassador. Medieval Sharia treated Dar al-Harb as the default status for infidel territories. A doctrine attributed to Muhammad further obliges Muslims residing in Dar al-Harb to perform hijra, migration, to a territory governed by Islam, particularly if they cannot freely practice their faith. Now, if you want to know why some modern Muslim populations are not doing this, it's because their population displacement is part of the jihad. They couldn't win any conflict in the modern era with a non-Muslim nation through conquest, right? Just is not happening. So the way that they are trying to conquer these nations is by just outbreeding them in their own territory to the point where they can get numbers and then overthrow the dhimmi rulership themselves, right? So this is called the womb jihad. But yeah. So that's why it seems like they're violating that commandment. They're actually not. They are committing jihad by being here and having children, and parasiting off the welfare state. That is part of their jihad. This duty to migrate continues to be emphasized by many Salafi groups. Let's see. In modern times, but if you explain this to the Salafi, they will say, "Oh yeah, that's actually permissible." Oh, let's see. In modern times, however, various adaptations have emerged to accommodate changed realities. Some authorities now classify Western nations as Dar al-Dawa, House of Propagation. Here we go. This is part of the House of War, even though they're not waging active war against it because they're waging a new war tactic. Where Muslims enjoy freedom to invite others to Islam. In such circumstances, the obligation to wage jihad is thought to have been suspended. No, it is not. Womb jihad is the way that it is suspended. Just thinking that jihad is just waging war is a misunderstanding of jihad. Jihad is waging war, but this includes cultural war as well. So, where was I? Other scholars maintain that an implicit covenant of security exists for Muslim migrants in the West. They are permitted to live and operate freely in exchange for refraining from jihad against the host society. It is worth emphasizing that the alternative classifications for Western countries such as Dar al-Dawa or a tacit covenant security serve only to postpone rather than eliminate the traditional obligation to engage in jihad. For the least some Muslims with radical inclinations, the issue is not whether jihad will eventually be required, but merely when the appropriate moment arrives. Certain Muslim men lacking deep scholarly knowledge often rationalize their grooming gang offenses by mentally recasting their victims in the role of legitimate slave property under Islamic framework. In Rotherham, for instance, one perpetrator named Muhammad branded his victim with the letter M as a mark of ownership. So literally like cattle, right? Survivors have described being compelled to perform domestic tasks such as cooking and cleaning for their captors while enduring repeated sexual violation, mirroring the treatment of household slaves. Journalist Andrew Norfolk captured this mindset when he observed, some of these Muslim kids have got an idea, probably because it's quite convenient for them, that Britain's been designated a land of war, so certain things have become permissible in terms of the enemy. I think some of these guys think it's okay to do stuff to white girls that they wouldn't dream of doing to Muslim girls. And yeah, they wouldn't dream of doing it to the Muslim girls. Because again, the Muslim girls are on their side, and they're not doing this out of some, oh yeah, they're just horny. They just need to get this out. They just need to get off. That's not why they're doing it. They're doing this as a humiliation to an enemy nation. They are enemy combatants waging a sexual war against the native Britain. So, again, people have been comparing this to the rape of Nanking for a reason, right? Let's see. Philip says he'll leave the country like Trudeau did. Then they should have his ass extradited and then again tried, and then if they found guilty, either committed to like lifetime slave labor or to again be hung, legally speaking, right, by the legal system. So Lux Teaser says they're going to get an Islamic PM, lol, just joking, hopefully. Hopefully. Starmer needs to be dealt with like counterintelligence vid. What happened to counterintelligence vid? Probably, let's see. Put inside a box for an infinite amount of time. I mean, is that not what hell is? In the infinite time box? If Sadiq Khan isn't still the mayor of London, it could be him. Hopefully not. Castration in Islam is also a bit more brutal than normal castration. Yeah, because it's a humiliation thing. Conquest by convert invasion, like what we did with Florida and Texas. Yeah, basically, right? Grape isn't about sex, it's about power. There have been documented cases where straight men have graped other men. It depends. It depends. It actually does depend. The psychology of the stuff is not just cut and dry simple. Let's see. Dimitude, Islam's treatment of conquered non-Muslim peoples. So, Islamic jurisprudence also addresses the treatment of non-Muslim populations conquered through jihad. Classical Sharia rules on jihad, defined as warfare waged against non-Muslims to extend the dominion of Islam. Crystallized during the medieval era, as we have just noted, these rules divided the world into two fundamental categories: Dar al-Islam, the House of Islam, territories governed by Islamic authority, and Dar al-Harb, the House of War, territories under non-Muslim control. Under this framework, non-Muslims fell into one of two groups. Those residing within the House of Islam were considered protected, providing they fulfill specific obligations and were not legitimate targets of military action. By contrast, those living in the House of War could lawfully be fought, defeated, captured, and enslaved. They're going to eventually talk about jizya, because that basically means that all the non-Muslims in Muslim countries were basically slaves anyway. But anyway. When non-Muslim communities came under Islamic rule, they were granted conditional tolerance through a formal surrender agreement known as the Dhimma Pact. This agreement allowed dhimmis, protected non-Muslims, to retain their religion, but only on the condition that adult males paid an annual tax called the jizya, that the entire community observed a range of restrictive regulations. As the renowned commentator Ibn Kathir explained, they're going to talk about Ibn Kathir. These rules were designed to ensure their continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. Yeah, because sometimes the people paying the tax man wasn't like the Roman tax man. The tax man could physically put his hands on the taxpayer here, and that included sometimes beating the ever-living shit out of dhimmis for pretty arbitrary, sometimes no reason at all, right? But they didn't kill you. Let's see, and they could tax you whatever they wanted. So. Let's see. If a dhimmi community was deemed to have violated the pact, whether by failing to pay the jizya or by breaching any of the imposed conditions, unilateral imposition by the way, Islamic law permitted the resumption of jihad. In such circumstances, the full Sharia regulation of war would apply. Adult males could be killed, women and children enslaved, and the property of non-Muslims seized as spoils. The DEMA framework imposed a permanent condition of insecurity on Christians and other non-Muslim populations under Muslim sovereignty. It has supplied a religiously sanctioned cultural template that continues to underpin the abduction, forced conversion, and coerced marriage of non-Muslim girls in places such as Egypt and Pakistan. One way to view the involvement, or lack thereof, of British state officials in the rape gang scandal is an incorporation of dhimmi-like submissiveness. And he is absolutely right. The mindset prioritizes deference to Islam and Muslims above all else, while dismissing or assigning fault to non-believers. From this perspective, the failure of authorities to act deliberately against the grooming gang issue might represent a significant step in the gradual Islamization of Britain. That is exactly what the grooming gangs are trying to do. Noise May says, in his AIMV, we on the rise, no black pill, Starmer is being taken away by the cops. Ooh, I didn't realize Counterintelligence was making AI videos. I'm gonna have to check that out. Boo Huckley says, why is this religion the most pushed by communist adjacents? Because the Red-Green Alliance, the communists and the Muslims actually work really well together against the Western powers to subvert the West, and then because they're under the mutual understanding that they will kill each other when they actually overthrow the West to gain power, but they're friends until that time. Let's see, because a lot of Islam is about power and control, same as communism. Yep. So, Islamic clan culture. So, evidence from... we're going to talk about Ayaan Hirsi Ali. Okay. Evidence from the author and activist Ayaan Hirsi Ali at the inquiry highlights that the grooming and rape gangs operating in towns such as Rotherham, Rochdale, and others are not isolated instances of criminality, but stem from important pre-modern clan systems embedded within certain ethno-cultural communities, reinforced by specifically Islamic collectivism. As before stated, the crimes disproportionately involved perpetrators from Pakistani heritage, backgrounds with patterns rooted in honor and shame-based dynamics that are wholly anathema to British norms. The behavior is deeply tied to tribal structures prevalent in parts of Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Middle East, North Africa, and Somalia. Family honor is primarily vested in the conduct, modesty, and virginity of girls and women. Strict codes require obedience, covering, and restricted interactions with outsiders. Breaches within the community trigger severe sanctions, including honor killings and collective retaliation by male clan members. By the way, I know people who've actually met people, there's a friend of mine who's actually met someone who is in the United States and has no contact with their family, because if their family found them, they would be spirited away and never seen again, really probably killed and just never found again. So yeah, this honor killing thing is a real thing, and you can find people even in the United States who have to be really concerned about this. So when the target is a non-Muslim girl, particularly white British girls, perceived as unguarded, dressed in Western styles and lacking male protectors, the risk calculation shifts. No retaliation is expected from the girl's family or community, so some young men feel emboldened to treat her as property and then approach, assault, groom, and share among the group and sell all her services. So, sell her services. This proprietorial view of women escalates into organized networks that traffic girls across regions. Impunity fuels the cycle. Initial assaults without consequence create a perception of Britain as a place where such behavior carries no risk, turning vulnerable girls into commodified projects. Again, it's not that rape is crushed in these countries. It's selectively crushed. It's permitted in some ways, but crushed in others. And it only cuts into crushing in one direction. So, the key contrast emerged in evidence. When similar gangs targeted Sikh girls, the Sikh community mobilized men to confront and deter the perpetrators effectively. I mean, you bring a knife to a sword fight. You might be a little bit outmatched there, right? White working class girls lacked equivalent collective protection, not least because authorities often silence concerns with accusations of racism, allowing the abuse to persist and expand into modern day slavery. Even second, third, and fourth generation immigrants raised in Britain continue these patterns, acting as a demographic cluster where the clan system reproduces itself and intensifies regardless of the wider culture. Ongoing immigration from such clannish foreign backwaters serves only to replenish and strengthen such communities. Now, see, again, if we're not putting these people in prison, right? I don't particularly mind if you have like a very obviously invasion force, even if it's multi-generational, being expelled from your country, right? That's just me, right? These are not Britons. These are, again, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, just taking Britain for a ride. So, while the foundational system is tribal rather than purely religious, Islamic elements provide ideological justification, communal shedding, and strategic expansion. Perpetrators sometimes hide actions from families, mosques, and imams because the behavior brings disgrace to the community. Yet, remorse towards British victims is limited because non-Muslim girls are not viewed as fully human individuals deserving protection. Again, remember, they're viewed as the worst of creatures, but as unprotected outsiders available for abuse without moral consequence. This fosters widespread silence within affected communities. The inquiry evidence points to a fundamental clash of worlds. Across the West, our historic respect for the individual has, thanks to mass immigration, been overpowered by the more primitive attitudes that prevail elsewhere. According to, and by the way, this actually, the respect for individual would actually overpower this if, again, you actually allowed respect for individual to actually be acted upon. We literally saw cases where instead of respect for individual, the Britain is actually engaging in collectivism. So it's not a weakness of individualism. It is actually collectivism versus collectivism. Anyway, where was I? More primitive attitudes that prevail elsewhere, according to which group membership matters first and foremost. The elite obsession with diversity has invited the latter to take advantage of the former. Scare words like Islamophobia, made up word by the way, and racism have been deployed to exploit the goodwill of Western host societies, paralyzing investigation and enforcement. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. They used those as magic spells to change your behavior, and it worked. It absolutely worked. It worked to the tune of the rape of 250,000 girls in this country and in Britain alone. God help us if we try to figure out how many girls have been raped over all of Europe. Okay, where were we? Catching back up with the chat. My enemy is my friend. Exactly. I believe the Marxians see Islam as the best cultural sledgehammer. That is correct. They do see it that way. It's harder to get Sikhs and Hindus to cooperate. Let's see. Sad news like that coming out of Canada too. 14 to 16-year-old girls go clubbing and dad keels them. Yep. And yeah, there's that. Let's see. Saw some news like that from Canada too about 10 years ago where 14, 16-year-old girls go clubbing, dad unalives them. There's actually a really easy way to fix this. Because we know how honor killings work, we could also just set up the stipulation of you present the daughter or you will be charged with capital crime. Right? You present the daughter or you will be charged with a capital crime. That way we know the daughter is still alive, right? Because if the daughter is dead, well, you can't really present her, right? If the daughter is dead, she can't be presented, and so then we just, they get, they get to face the wall as well. And we could also stop a lot of this by just stopping these people from coming over to our countries in the first place. Let's see. It happened in Canada too for about 10 years. Girls about 14 to 16 go clubbing. Dad sends them to the grave. Yep. What giving special rights does. I have been aware of cases going back to the 90s in Canada. Yep. Girls in their 10s and their 10 plus 4 to 6 years go clubbing. Dad graves them. Sorry, there may be spam. Wouldn't show up on YouTube. That's fair. God damn it, Rudy. So, homegrown enabling factors. Islamophobia and political correctness. When Skybrowse called out politeness, what was it? Polite supremacy. He was absolutely right. Polite supremacy is almost certainly what we need to use instead of political correctness. But anyway, concerns have long been raised that fear of accusations of Islamophobia has inhibited open discussion and effective action on group-based child sexual exploitation cases, particularly those involving grooming gangs. A series of reports and analyses from the think tank Policy Exchange have documented how the charge of Islamophobia has been deployed to challenge, intimidate, or discredit individuals and organizations attempting to highlight the issue. In a 2025 research note titled The Rotherham Grooming Scandal and the Creators of the Islamophobia Definition, the Policy Exchange examined connections between the scandal in Rotherham and the development of contested definition of Islamophobia by the All-Party Parliament Group, APPG, on Muslims. The report highlighted the role of a key APPG staff member from Rotherham, Mubin Hussain, who in 2015 organized a community protest against South Yorkshire police, accusing them of scapegoating Muslims amid the grooming investigations, actions described by some local figures and inquiries as helpful to addressing the abuse. It also tells us a great deal about the politically correct institutional culture within Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council, that in attendance at a safeguarding strategy meeting dated the 6th of June 2000 was an anti-racism coordinator named Bhupinder K. Mauku. By the way, again, you're going to notice that the magic word of anti-racism, right? The CRT, critical race theory term, where instead of it being really against racism, it's actually about inverting the racist dynamic to where the alleged oppressor is now the subject to the racism and the oppressed gets to enact the racism. So again, they're using the leftists' magic words. Let's see. Similar things appear in Policy Exchange's June 2025 publication, How Not to Tackle Grooming Gangs, which argues that accusations of Islamophobia, independent of any formal definition, have been used to suppress exposure of the scandal and the pursuit of justice for victims. It recommends pausing government work on official Islamophobia definition until the conclusion of a national grooming gang inquiry are known. Politicians have echoed these worries in relation to proposed definitions. Shadow Equalities Minister, what the fuck? Shadow Equalities Minister? Okay. Claire Coutinho has warned that adopting such definition, particularly one framed as targeting expressions of Muslimness, could intensify a culture of censorship, potentially granting perpetrators greater impunity by making legitimate scrutiny of patterns in grooming cases more difficult or risky for police authorities and the public. By the way, that is absolutely the design here. She has argued that this risks repeating past mistakes where fear of racist or Islamophobic labels contribute to delay or inadequate responses. Okay. The concern to shield Muslims from criticism at all costs went hand in hand with a more general ideological shift organized around the unquestioning treatment of minorities as special victims groups. Rooted in the left liberal, it's not left liberal, it's just left, paradigm of the 1960s, this minoritarian, that's more accurate, outlook first scored political victories under Harold Wilson's Labor government. In time, tolerance in multiculturalism and anti-discrimination became highly prized values in elite circles. The law, too, began to foster an environment in which challenging certain minority communities, including Muslim ones, became politically dangerous and even criminal. This enabled grooming gangs to operate with impunity for years because authorities at every level, as we have seen, feared being labeled racist or Islamophobic more than they feared failing the girls to whom they owed a duty of care. Okay. Let me check something. Okay. Ooh, hold on. No, that's not. Okay. Okay, we only got one more page of this part. The legal framework that underpinned this analysis began with the Race Relations Act 1965, and its even stronger successor in 1976. These statutes, designed to combat overt discrimination, were interpreted and expanded in ways that made any discussion of ethnicity or culture in crime patterns hazardous. The McPherson Report, 1999, following the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, branded the police institutionally racist. Ah, yes, is the magic word. And introduced a definition of racism so broad that police officers and social workers became terrified of any action that could be construed as targeting ethnic minorities. Across Britain, clear evidence of organized abuse by Pakistani gangs, among other majority Muslim ethnic groups, was ignored because confronting it risked accusations of racism. The fear was not abstract. Senior officers and council staff explicitly cited concerns about so-called community relations and potential race riots as a reason for inaction. So yeah, because a particular minority group was going to get uppity and potentially pull a, George Floyd summer of love, we can't investigate why your daughter was raped. I think we can see why the fatigue is mounting, right? So the country's transformation was greatly accelerated under Tony Blair's new labor project, which culminated in the Equality Act of 2010. This consolidated and strengthened so-called anti-discrimination protections by adding religion as a protected characteristic alongside race. Combined with hate crime legislation under Part 3 of the Public Order Act of 1986 and Crime and Disorder Act of 1998, it created an environment in which criticizing aspects of Islamic culture or patterns of offending linked to Muslim communities could be framed as racial hatred or Islamophobia. Official definitions of Islamophobia promoted by some campaign groups further blurred the line between legitimate concern and blind prejudice. The result was a chilling effect across public institutions. Police forces, social services, and local councils repeatedly choose silence or denial over robust investigation because the police and professional cost of appearing to single out Muslims was deemed too high. The Casey National Audit of 2025 confirmed this pattern, noting that authorities shied away from examining ethnicity and culture, even when the data pointing overwhelmingly to Pakistani Muslim perpetrators. So the left manipulated the incentive structure in order to elicit this behavior. That's devious, but that's how you change behavior. What went wrong is now painfully clear. The post-war liberal consensus that began with Wilson emphasized diversity, inclusion, and non-judgmentalism. None of these are intrinsically good or oh my god, as supreme virtues. Multiculturalism replaced national self-confidence as the guiding principle. Long-standing British norms around free speech, child protection, and impartial application of the law were subordinated to the need to avoid offending minority sensitivities at all cost. Liberal elites in media, politics, and the public sector internalized the idea that acknowledging cultural or religious factors in crime was itself a form of bigotry. This mindset actively shielded the rape gangs by discouraging the very inquiries and interventions that could have saved thousands of children. Again, even asking the question proves you're a bigot, right? Even if you just ask the question, asking the question itself just proves you're a bigot. It's just magic. It's spellcraft. Until the country rejects the fear of being called racist and restores the courage to name uncomfortable truths, the conditions that allow these networks to thrive will remain. This inquiry records the damage without apology. The paralysis of our institutions was not some fluke. It was the predictable outcome of decades of legal and cultural changes that placed sensitivity above justice. Yes, this was absolutely done to you on purpose, and it was done to you by your own people in cooperation with them. So, yeah. Let me catch up with the chat. Everybody says, Noseman says, oh yeah, it's insane. Someone has to be the comic relief. That's fair. Montreal is a major hub for underage prostitution and porn. That's sad. Captain Rudy said, I once had someone tell me that it's impossible for non-whites to be racist against whites because you have to be white in order to be racist. I showed them the official definition, dictionary definition of racism, and they were like, that's the definition was invented by white people, so it doesn't count. Yeah, that's like, hold on. Not to break away from the subject, but hold on. I'm going to put it in the chat.
To God.
I don't know why it says I only completed like 20 minutes of this. I've seen the entire video. Fucking hell, mate. Anyway, yeah, that's cover. You can cover that with this video, Ethnic Gnosticism by Dr. Vodi Bakham. This is an excellent discussion about, again, the implicit Gnosticism of exactly what you're talking about, right? Oh yeah, empirical information, empirical data. External reality doesn't actually mean anything. I am the enlightened one, right? My definition is the one that takes precedent over all sensory, evidence. So, yeah, there's an ethnic Gnosticism that you're describing there. Anti-racist sounds like anti-hero. Beware, anti meaning the non-traditional version of such. Yep. Left liberal implies there's a right liberal. I mean, yeah. Turns out a lot of the right, especially in America, is directly rooted in the liberal tradition. Too sleepy, going to bed. Good night, all. Good night, Runya. Let's see. So it's basically illegal to accuse Muslims of crimes. Yep, they literally reorganized the way that the legal system worked so that it would be impossible to accuse certain minorities of committing crimes in the first place. And, I mean, seemed to have worked. It seemed to have done exactly what, they wanted it to do. Okay, so... Now we go to the law. Oh, excuse me. The law of the land has not merely failed the victims of grooming gangs, but actively enabled the perpetrators. For decades, statutes that should have been delivered swift justice, exemplary justice, were either ignored, diluted, or deliberately misapplied in a manner that protected organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men while leaving thousands of British girls without protection or redress. The legal framework governing organized sexual exploitation, commonly described in public discourse as grooming gangs, is extensive but fragmented. It consists of overlapping criminal offenses, human rights obligations, civil liabilities, and sentencing structures. While Parliament has enacted a broad suite of statutory provisions designed to criminalize sexual exploitation in all of its forms, serious questions remain as to whether the law has been sufficiently coherent. That's a real problem there, is whether or not the law is even coherent, proactive, or effective in preventing systemic abuse. At the core of the criminal law response lies the Sexual Offense Act of 2003. This statute represents the principal legislative mechanism for addressing rape, sexual exploitation, and grooming. It criminalizes a wide spectrum of conduct ranging from rape and assault by penetration to causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual activity and facilitating sexual exploitation. The act also contains specific offenses covering abuse of positions of trust, trafficking for sexual exploitation, and paying for sexual services of a child. Collectively, these provisions were intended to modernize and consolidate earlier sexual offense legislation. However, their practical operation in cases involving organized exploitation has often revealed structural limitations. The statutory framework presumes that the criminal justice system will detect and intervene early in abusive patterns of conduct. In practice, many cases of organized abuse have involved prolonged periods during which the victims were groomed, trafficked, and repeatedly assaulted without meaningful intervention by authorities. Subsequent legislation includes the Serious Crime Act of 2015, expanded the concept of sexual exploitation to encompass a broader range of behaviors, including non-contact abuse and technologically facilitated exploitation. This expansion reflected an evolving understanding of grooming as a process rather than a single criminal act. Nevertheless, legislative reform has largely been reactive. It has tended to follow public scandals rather than anticipate systemic patterns of abuse. As a result, the legal framework often appears to be procedural rather than strategically designed. It's because it is piecemeal, not procedural. It's because it is piecemeal. It is not strategically designed, and it's designed that way to, again, hurt the British, right? Again, these fuckers had no problem Like, the cops in Britain had no problem going after people for, like, again, having a lolicon model. And, you know, just like, oh, yes, you have a lolicon model and you make lolicon material. To court you go, right? They had no problem arresting a man for having Blue Archive, or, you know, art on his fucking phone. But, you know, when it comes to actually addressing real people, right? Real human beings, they're like, well, I mean, she, you know, 12 years old. That's, you know, she's having consensual sex with these, you know, Pakistani Muslim men, right? Yeah, sure, a train of 25 men just went over her, but still, it's like, that's the lifestyle she chose, right? As an officer, I can't intervene for this, right? Think about this. They literally put more effort into punishing people for cartoons of anime pornography than they have for actual child sexual exploitation at this point. Good fucking God. In cases involving organized sexual exploitation, prosecutors frequently rely on a constellation of offenses rather than any single overarching charge. Perpetrators may be convicted of conspiracy to rape, trafficking for sexual exploitation, arranging child prostitution, and a variety of associated offenses, including drug supply and false imprisonment. Such cases demonstrate that the criminal law is capable of imposing severe sentences, including life imprisonment, based, where the offending is particularly grave, yet these outcomes tend to occur only after extensive investigations and multiple failures of early intervention. The law's capacity to punish extreme wrongdoing is therefore clear, but its capacity to prevent such wrongdoing remains contestable. Where's your I got Lux. Oi, mate, where's your TV license? Right? You got a license for that TV. Right? Oh my God. Another critical dimension concerns trafficking and modern slavery legislation. The Modern Slavery Act 2015 criminalizes human trafficking for sexual exploitation and provides for life sentences in the most serious cases. It should provide life sentences for any case, but anyway. The intention in passing it was to recognize that organized sexual exploitation frequently involves coercion, movement of victims, and exploitation for profit. However, critics argue that the conceptual overlap between trafficking offenses and traditional sexual offenses has sometimes created uncertainty in charging decisions. The distinction between trafficking and exploitation is not always straightforward, particularly when the victims are groomed into apparent compliance rather than transported by force. This ambiguity may complicate prosecution and reduce the deterrent effect of law. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is the part where we were talking about coherence of the law, right? So it's like the ambiguity, the unclearness of the law itself could actually become a deterrent from law enforcement, because it's like, well, does this actually mean this, right? Let's see. Oh, yeah. The legal framework also extends beyond criminal liability to encompass civil and human rights obligations. Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights imposes a positive duty of the state to investigate credible allegations of rape and serious sexual assault. Courts have held that systemic failures in investigation may constitute breaches of fundamental rights, even where perpetrators are ultimately prosecuted. This principle is of particular significance in organized exploitation cases, where the victims have frequently alleged prolonged institutional inaction. The law therefore recognizes that state authorities may bear responsibility not only for direct wrongdoing, but also for failures to prevent or respond to grave abuses. Hell yeah! Apparently there is actually potentially consequences for negligence in this case. Now, are any of them going to be fucking used, right? Let's see. Despite this extensive legal architecture, the operation of the law in practice has been inadequate. One recurring criticism is that the legal framework places significant emphasis on individual criminal acts while insufficiently addressing patterns of organized exploitation. Rape gangs typically operate through networks characterized by manipulation, coercion, and economic exploitation. The law's traditional focus on discrete offenses can obscure the systemic nature of such conduct. Although conspiracy and trafficking offenses partially address this gap, there remains no single statutory offense that fully captures the phenomenon of organized sexual exploitation as a distinctly structured form of criminality. Oh, fuck. Oh, I just popped my neck. A further difficulty lies in evidential challenges. Grooming often involves psychological manipulation that undermines the credibility of victims in the eyes of investigators or juries. Yeah, this is definitely, yeah. The legal concept of consent remains central to many sexual offenses, yet it can be ill-suited to situations involving vulnerable children conditioned by their abusers to acquiesce. While courts have recognized that apparent consent may be illusory in such contexts, the statutory framework continues to rely heavily on more straightforward forms of evidence. This has at times created barriers to prosecution and contributed to perceptions that the law inadequately reflects the realities of coercive exploitation. Moreover, the law's reliance on post hoc punishment raises broader questions about the preventative capacity. Statutory offenses are designed to respond once exploitation has occurred or is imminently planned. Preventative mechanisms such as risk orders and safeguarding duties exist, but their effectiveness depends on institutional vigilance and interagency cooperation, which doesn't sound like there was a lot in favor of the victims here. Where such cooperation fails, the legal framework often limited remedies beyond retrospective accountability. This is insufficient to address the organized exploitation that occurs over extended periods. Whew, okay, so we're at 141 out of 219. We're getting there. That's it. There is a real chance we can actually finish this today. Okay. Let's see. Noisemaze says fucking laughable. Cartoon porn equals yeah, it really is, right? You can find that kind of stuff disgusting all you want, but let's be fair. One of these things is a real human being, and the other thing is like an abstraction at best, right? Evil view of man, notwithstanding, one is an abstraction, the other one is a concrete. Let's see. IRL rope gangs, please carry on, good sirs, right? Let's see, Thomas Boyle. So when does Britain arm its 8 to 14-year-old girls? Well, I mean, the United Kingdom, the United Kingdom did try to take that, Scottish girl, try to throw the Scottish girl under the bus with the 2 fucking axes. And then what ended up happening? It turned out, oh yeah, the courts actually sided with her because it turned out she was telling the truth, right? So they actually got some degree of like vindication. Oh my god, my throat is so dry. Okay, let us continue. Failure to invoke existing sentencing powers. This is another thing. This is the thing that's fucking us over in the United States, by the way. Is again, like, the man is convicted, and it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna give you the lightest possible sentence, or, oh yeah, this is a mistrial. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Black-robed, tyrannical, lower district court judges. What the fuck is wrong with you people, right? We're getting to the point in the United States where I'm like, look, Congress, by constitutional authority, actually has the power to dissolve all lower courts than the Supreme Court. Because the only court that's equal to the Congress is the Supreme Court. And it is the Congress, by will of the Congress, according to the Constitution, that the lower courts are actually established. I'm getting to the point where it's like, okay, maybe Congress should just dissolve the lower court and then reinstitute a updated lower court system. Let's see. Thomas Boyle says that was heartbreaking. Her yelling to take her instead of her sister was a sickening scene. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, here we go. The Crime Disorder Act 1998 and Sentencing Council guidelines explicitly permit, in cases of demonstrated hostility, require an uplift in the imposed sentence where the offense is aggravated by racial or religious hostility. Oh, interesting. This never got applied in the favor of the white girls, right? Evidence in grooming gang trials has repeatedly shown precisely this. Victims described as white slags, white trash, kufar bitches, or told that they were only good for men like me to fuck and use like trash. Perpetrator, I don't know why you would fuck trash, but okay. Perpetrator shouted Allahu Akbar and boasted of racial supremacy. These people really want you to believe that they're the cleanest people out there, that they're most ritually pure, but they have a real interesting fascination about fucking trash, right? I don't know. I wouldn't stick my dick in trash, so it's like, it seems like an unclean thing to do. But yeah, hopefully this turns the whole tide in the conversation about Islam's, where it's like the mainstream just turns on Islam. It's like, nah, you know what? We're not putting up with this anymore, because Do you believe there would be a will from Congress? No. No, Congress is filled with a bunch of cowards. But, anyway. Yet, as far as available public records are concerned, racial aggravations have never been once been invoked against anti-white rape gangs, either by prosecutors or judges. This is in stark contrast to what tends to happen whenever white criminals are held to conduct for interracial crimes. Prosecutors did not hesitate, for instance, to pursue aggravating charges against Darren Osborne after he murdered a crowd of Muslims with his van in 2017. Sentencing Osborne to life imprisonment with a minimum of a tariff of 43 years. The judge cited Schedule 21 to the Criminal Justice Act of 2003 to confirm that a murder done for the purpose of advancing a political, religious, racial, or ideological cause counted alongside a terrorist connection as an aggravating factor in Osborne's crime. Let's see. Sentences in rape gang cases, meanwhile, have remained at the lower end of the scale, often 4 to 12 years for men convicted of raping dozens of children over years. Again, they're not applying the law, right? Anyway, rather than life sentences or 20-plus year tariffs, the offending merited. Shadow Minister for Justice Kieran Mullen drew attention at our hearing to the fact that many of those involved in rape gangs served as little as a third to half of their sentence. Little to a third to a half of their sentence. So not only did they get a lower sentence, they didn't even usually serve the entire sentence. They got let out early. Okay. Worse still, foreign national perpetrators, many from Pakistan and other Muslim-majority countries, were rarely deported after sentencing despite clear powers under the UK Borders Act 2007. Instead, they were housed, fed, and upon release allowed to reoffend or return to their communities. Again, they're taking jizya, they're taking your payment, they're taking your money. All to humiliate you. In the Quilliam Foundation's analysis of 264 convictions, 2005 to 2017, the overwhelming majority of perpetrators received terms that bore no relation to the lifetime harm inflicted. Even in high-profile cases such as Rotherham and Rochdale, ringleaders received effective tariffs that allowed release after servicing less than half their sentence. This leniency persisted despite the organized, predatory, and repeated nature of the crimes. So, there's that. That's fucking disgusting. Again, a lot of people in the government, they need to hang as well. So, all right. Cultural defenses and judicial relativism. Yep, here we go. Judicial relativism. British courts repeatedly allow cultural background to function as a de facto mitigating factor, when it should be an aggravating factor in this case. In one Bristol case documented in the Quilliam report, a defendant argued that forcing a girl to have sex with his friend was simply Somali culture and tradition. It's literally the fucking meme. It's literally the meme of, you can't hold this against them. It's part of his it's part of his culture to commit rape. Oh my god, he actually unironically did the fucking meme in real life. What the fuck? He actually tried. In Rotherham, another claimed Western girls' clothing invited and provoked abuse. These arguments were entertained rather than dismissed outright. Judges and defense counsel cited cultural sensitivity, god damn it, to avoid empowering the far right. The judges are doing politics. They do this in the United States too. But any judge who cites political motivations like this should be immediately removed from his position and actually potentially barred from ever serving as a judge again. That's my opinion. But let's see. And I think that, again, if it's possible, I think these judges should probably be investigated and prosecuted too. Let's see. Oh yeah. Or damaging community cohesion. Oh my god, the fucking joke again. Ugh. The very phrase used in the Casey review to explain why cases were shelved pre-2012. This result is that the result is that men who viewed the white British girls as subhuman property received discounts unavailable to any other category of offender. This is not justice under the law of the land. It is the importation of foreign honor shame norms into the British courtroom with the explicit acquiesce of senior police officers, prosecutors, and judges. Again, the fucking judicial, legislative, and executive branches of the British government were in on it. Let's see. Rape wasn't a crime in Somalia till 2018. I'll have to double check it, but I actually genuinely wouldn't disbelieve it. Disbarred immediately. Yes, absolutely disbarred. Party politics. Yep, you shouldn't be fucking playing politics as a judge. That is absolutely dishonorable. Anyway. As Ayan Hirsi Ali told this inquiry, center-left parties viewed Muslim voting blocs as a protected base and aggressive prosecution or deportation risk losing those votes. By the way, Asmongold and others who pointed this out are absolutely right. In the United States, they bitched and moaned about ID for voting for a reason. They were getting votes from illegals, right? They need the illegal voting base to secure their power. That said, right, part of that illegal voting base is, guess what? The illegal Muslim immigrants. So in the United States, they protect this for this reason too. But it is almost certainly going on in the United Kingdom as well. So I think y'all might need to, in Britain, do a full audit as much as possible about your voting system and how many possible votes you got from illegals in these gangs. Chronic electoral dependence on such blocks thus paralyzed far too many levels of government. Political actors across the board, national, local, and devolved, knew about the organized rape gangs for decades, yet put electoral survival, so-called community relations, and fear of racism accusations before child protection. Labour Party figures proved especially guilty of making electoral calculations where they should have been looking out for the nation's children. Combined with demographic shifts and swing seats, this got in the way of concerted inaction. Okay. Scotland refused to hold its own inquiry before fully caving in February 2026. Yeah, because Scotland is actually filled with it's ruled by leftists. You think England is bad? I'm pretty sure Scotland's actually worse in many respects. Let's see. It continues to fail to record offender ethnicity or create specific child sexual abuse exploitation markers. Early warnings from the 1980s onwards went ignored because addressing the offending risked political costs. Politics placed retention of power above the safety of children, often the case, which by the way is why the Epstein thing is still unresolved, allowing the gangs to operate with impunity for decades. Politicians received direct briefings, sat in multi-agency meetings, read internal intelligence, and still denied knowledge, blocked inquiries, and silenced critics in order to cleave to Muslim voting blocs. This was not ignorance of the crimes, but calculated, repeated, nationwide abandonment of children. I don't think this is abandonment of children. I think this is a trade. I think this is a trade. This actually kind of reminds me of Torchwood Children of Earth. But at least you could understand it in Torchwood Children of Earth, right? You could still understand this, but this is like literally one of those time preference reveals. Literally trading the future for the now. Okay. Let's see. Lux Tizzer says, I say put the judges in the same prisons they reside over. Yep. Preside over, but yes. Philip says it's the same here in Canada. I am aware. Yeah. It's probably happening in New Zealand and Australia too, to be perfectly honest. The Labour Party bears primary responsibility for the longest and most deliberate cover-up, as the former Conservative councillor Liam Billington emphasised to our inquiry. Labour-dominated local councils and MPs repeatedly prioritised electoral dependence on Pakistani Muslim communities above the safety of children. Let's see. Jess Phillips, MP, and Nash Shah, MP, maintained public silence on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs while their constituencies suffered. Evidence shows Labour politicians prioritizing avoiding far-right empowerment narratives and ensuring so-called community relations over protecting victims. So yeah, it's like literally just their hyper reality. The what they want is like more important than the real, apparently, right? Unsurprising. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah, it was right here. In Oldham, labor councillors and leadership received one of our whistleblower social workers' disclosures on trafficking inside council-run and semi-independent units, yet retaliated against the whistleblower and took no remedial action. The same pattern occurred in Rotherham, Rochdale, Telford, Burnley, and Peterborough. Labor councils surrendered streets, ignored parental reports, and allowed perpetrators to operate, among other reasons, because Muslim voting blocks were electorally vital. Let's see. Okay. Further, former detective constable and Rochdale rape gang whistleblower Maggie Oliver has criticized the mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, with whom Oliver herself has worked, for failing to piece together a full picture of the information necessary to combat the rape gangs that still operate in his area. Despite ordering some preliminary independent reviews into CSE across Manchester, Burnham stands accused of focusing exclusively on the failures of the past. Oliver is on record for further suggesting that two trustworthy reviewers resigned from the final phase of Burnham's inquiry dealing with the years 2019 and 2025 because they were blocked by Greater Manchester police from accessing vital documents and speaking to some survivors. As Oliver puts it, what I had come to see and believe is that whilst the PR machine was wheeled out very well about what was already in the public area, when it comes to leadership and courage gripping what is going on now, unfortunately Burnham, turned away. We missed a huge opportunity to bring changes that are needed. Even reviews that did not produce valuable findings have seldom been followed by decisive action. Commissioned in 2017, Burnham's limited independent review concluded that authorities had failed to protect children from pedophile gangs in Manchester, Oldham, and Rochdale. However, no officers were fired or stripped of their pensions for the historic failings exposed. Nor has Burnham exercised his powers as police and crime commissioner, a position he automatically holds as an extension of his mayoralty to prosecute any of the officers found to have failed the victims of predatory gangs. Labor politicians such as Sarah Champion did speak up. They were dismissed. In Rotherham, Rochdale, Oxford, Telford, and dozens of other towns, labor-controlled councils and police forces were repeatedly shelved investigations, threatened whistleblowers with racism accusations, and instructed officers not to record the ethnicity of perpetrators. In 2014, report exposed how labor councillors and senior officials in Rotherham dismissed the systemic rape of 1,400 girls because to do otherwise risked alienating the Pakistani community. This pattern was repeated nationwide. Okay. Let's see. This betrayal continued into government. In January 2025, Labour MPs voted en masse against a Conservative amendment calling for a nationwide statutory inquiry into grooming gangs. The amendment was defeated on the 364 votes to 111. So the loss was 364 to 11. Fucking what? Sir Keir Starmer and his front bench abstained or opposed the measure, dismissing public concerns as far-right agitation. It took sustained external pressure, including the damning Casey national audit and this independent inquiry and public outrage, to force a U-turn in June 2025. Even then, the government watered down local inquiries, with reports that plans for 5 separate reviews were quietly dropped to avoid offending Pakistanis. That's a direct quotation, by the way. To avoid defending Pakistanis. Jess Phillips, appointed safeguarding minister, had much to do with this show of contempt by the Labour Party. Survivors resigned from her victim panel in disgust, condemning the process as a sham. Phillips apologized for delays, but retained the full backing of Sir Keir Starmer. Under her watch, ethnicity recordings remains patchy, and the anti-white aspect of these horrendous crimes continues to be downplayed. This is the same Labour Party that has consistently weaponized accusations of Islamophobia to silence anyone who stated the obvious, that the gangs were and remain overwhelmingly Pakistani men. As a result, the nation has suffered decades of state-enabled child rape on an industrial scale. I don't even think you can call this an industrial scale. This is way bigger than an industrial scale. Okay, we're getting there. We're making progress. Okay, let me catch up. It's a sacrifice, not trade. You know what? Fair enough, right? I'm definitely more closer to the Hubal theory of like who Allah actually is than I am the Allah is actually the God of Israel. There's a lot of difference, just historical facts about this stuff lead me to believe that again, Allah is just Hubal wearing Yahweh's eyes. But that being said. Yeah, I think you could count this as a human sacrifice, right? In mass. Buhuckly says communism at all cost ironically sounds like the most capitalist idea in the anti-hero sense. Right? And Kura is glowing like the sun. Understandably. I fucking need to find someone to make some of these for me, because I would love to have like my character just fucking glowing like that. That actually, I could probably use that at some point. Okay. National inquiry. The Labour government's so-called independent inquiry into grooming gangs, announced in December 2025 and chaired by Baroness Anne Longfield, is a masterclass in institutional evasion. Its draft terms of reference, finalized in March 2026, deliberately confine the scope to group-based child sexual exploitation and abuse in a handful of relevant local areas. Oh my god, these are so... Okay, yeah, I could see exactly where the p-hacking is coming in here. So these are the keys right here. Again, group-based child sexual exploitation and abuse. So that's one area we're narrowing down the search, and then to a handful of end quote relevant local areas. So they're just doing p-hacking here. They're trying to get a particular result by again hacking the very inquiry at the beginning. Oh my god. Okay. The inquiry, I mean, it's not something I wouldn't expect to happen, but it's like, that's just fucking bold. Ah. Okay. The inquiry is explicitly time limited, targeted and proportionate. And that's in quotation from that, the targeted and proportionate. And framed as an exercise in examining failures in practice and obstruction by statutory services. So yeah, they were avoiding the case by defining the terms in such a way to avoid the problem. There is no mandate to examine the national scale of the problem, the overwhelming ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators, the honor and shame-based cultural drivers, or the role of political correctness and electoral cynicism in allowing the abuse to flourish for decades. Victims and survivors are notionally placed at the center. So yeah, it's like they say it there at the center, but very clearly they're not. Yet terms of reference carefully avoid the very questions that the public and the survivors have demanded to be answered for decades. Yeah, again, these people sold their own people out. This is not an inquiry designed to deliver truth or justice. It is a containment exercise. By narrowing the focus to local local operational failures, and excluding any systemic analysis of the demographic, cultural, and religious patterns that witnesses have repeatedly described, the government has ensured that the most uncomfortable truths, not least those that implicate labor's own chronic dependence on certain voting blocs, will never be confronted. The very government that once resisted a national inquiry has now given us one with terms so tightly drafted that it cannot possibly disturb the political consensus that enabled the rape gangs. Again, that was by design. None of this will expose what really happened. It is structured precisely so that it cannot. Okay. While the core grooming gangs were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim networks operating with political protections, the Labour Party's complicity went far beyond mere negligence. In multiple documented cases, both sitting and former Labour councillors and figures were themselves perpetrators of child sexual abuse. Yeah, I saw that coming. I definitely saw that coming. So it wasn't just the Muslim grooming gangs either. It was apparently... sitting and former Labour councillors and figures were also engaging in this. Either that or they directly shielded abusers within the grooming gang ecosystem. It was not a coincidence. It was the inevitable consequence of a party that treated Pakistani Muslim communities as precious vote banks, even while its own members were raping children or tipping off predators. I'm actually seeing where the vote bank term used in the song I wrote about this entire thing, not I wrote, but like I had ChatGPT write for the entire thing came from, because I fed it this document plus a lot of other research, and yeah, I see where I got vote bank from.
Hi William, thank you so much for subscribing.
Okay. Whew. Fushizi says, if I understand this correctly, Allah is just another demon. You got it? Yep. I mean, if there are demons and God, if there is a God and there are demons, then yeah, Allah is a demon. He's definitely not God. Okay. Lord Nazir Ahmed, former Labour councillor in Rotherham and Labour peer, was convicted in funny enough, it is another Muslim name, right? Convicted in 2022 of multiple child sex offenses, including the rape of a 13-year-old girl. Jailed for 5.5 years. So he's multiple child sex offenses, including the rape of a 13-year-old girl. He only gets 5.5 years. Ahmed had been a Labour councillor since 1990 and was elevated to the peerage by Blair, Tony Blair apparently. Survivors described him as part of the same network that enabled Rotherham's grooming gangs. A survivor publicly demanded that he be stripped of his peerage and truly shamed. I mean, based. The former Labour councillor Liron Velleman pleaded guilty to sex offences against a child after approaching a 13-year-old and asking if she was a virgin. Unsettling behaviour. The Labour councillor Carol Clark faced formal complaints after allegedly warning her pedophile son of his impending arrest in a grooming-related investigation while simultaneously voting on grooming gang matters. Okay, that's what?
So much hotter and cuter, Cha-Cha. What the frick? Hotter? I wasn't cute before.
So she warned her son that this was going to happen.
You're really out here saying I'm not.
Why? So, oh my god. Oh my god. The former Labour MP Ivor Kaplan was arrested for grooming a 15-year-old child in 2025. These were not isolated bad apples. They were Labour members operating in the very councils Rotherham, Rochdale, Oldham, and so on, where grooming gangs thrived under political cover. I'm going to have to go back to something that I did a while ago. Okay. So this does remind me of something that I've already touched on. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? Just give me one moment, because I actually commented on something kind of like this before. Pretty sure it was before I started getting back into the music stuff. Okay. I think it's before all this.
it's great and everything. And then I realized, shoot.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I talked a little bit about this kind of stuff in the Chibi episode here, where it's like, yeah, the leftists, you know, they actually got his DeviantArt taken down by, you know, hacking his account and putting actual child sexual exploitation material on there because they didn't like his opinions, right? He was never arrested because it actually turns out he was actually innocent, right? And here is a video which is a lot more serious, where we're talking about like r/against hate subreddit's member exposes offsite false flag coordination to ban subreddits. Yeah, so this is my reaction to a video which I just needed a copy on to just in case it gets taken down, because the original video got taken down, but it is re-uploaded to YouTube by someone else. Where this individual, the one with the trans coding, right, left r/against hate subreddits because the community that they were in, she found out that they actually false flag the quote-unquote hate subreddits by brigading them and then putting child sexual exploitation abuse material on those subreddits, and then flagging those communities for having what is effectively, again, child sexual exploitation material on them. And this person was horrified by that particular realization. But yeah, no, this is a thing that happens on the far side of the left too, right? So this does not surprise me, because it's like, in order to flood an account with CSEM, you'd actually have to have the CSEM in the first place, right? So yeah, the disgusting behavior, but not exactly unexpected for communists. Well, I don't know what the court case involving here is. This person didn't get it. This person found out about it and then left it, okay? So they actually did the right thing. They called the cops and they left the community. Where the people that, again, she found out had it, I don't think it really yeah, the question is, again, where are they getting it? Why is this not addressed? Well, it's not addressed because that person who reported on this doesn't know where they got the material. But yeah, in order to you know, spread it, you have to have it in the first place, right? And in order to have it, you have to acquire it from somewhere or generate it yourself. Which means that you have people who are, again, almost certainly literal pedophiles on the left trying to frame the right, people on the right or even in the center for being pedophiles by by hacking accounts and by brigading, communities with false, with burner accounts, and then sending pedophile material on those, subreddits. Yeah, so this is something that the right wing knew was going on, but it was nice to have someone actually admit that, yeah, this was going on. Oh my god, this may have set off Fushizi. Let's see, Fushizi says, also fucking Helen Keller in a sensory deprivation tank could have seen the government being perpetrators coming like 5 miles out. Yep. Let's see, I already answered that question. Do they just have it laying around? Like, what the fuck? Apparently so. Apparently so. Because the way they said it in the, I would suggest watching this. I'll put it in the chat. But yeah, just listen to this, and I think it'll be a little bit enlightening, the degree of people, the kind of people that we find ourselves having to contest with. Every single day I become convinced just a little more that facing the wall is the only solution, by legal means, of course. I mean, that is a position you can take. I'm not gonna necessarily argue with that position. I have the same position as the Catholic Church, which is like, if you have the means to permanently contain someone, then contain them and make them work, right? But if you can't, then in that case, the death penalty is understandable, right? Where was I? Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, so it was here. So now we're on enablers in positions of power. We are going to accelerate, it seems, as acceleration is always what this thing was going to do, because we have been accelerating for a while in this. Alrighty then. enablers in positions of power. Beyond direct offending, senior labor figures either failed to crack down on rape gangs or obstructed efforts to do so. Sean Wright, labor counselor, Rotherham's child services lead, 2005-2010. My eyes are getting tired. Remained in post despite knowing about the scale of the abuse. Resigned only after the J report exposed his department's catastrophic failure. Roger Stone, Labor Council leader, Rotherham, 2003-2014, presided over local government during the cover-up, documented the J report. Multiple Rotherham label councillors interfered in police investigations, tipped off perpetrators. This is evil. Anyway, or dismissed victims by making lifestyle choices to protect community relations and votes. Again, so now we're seeing where this language came from. While Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutions, it has been reported that 13,000 suspected rape gang members and pedophiles were let off with warning letters. As stated earlier, the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, repeatedly insisted there were no grooming gangs operating in the city. He described evidence from the whistleblowers as politically motivated. He told the London Assembly that child sexual exploitation in the capital is far more complex a matter and does not fit the grooming style patterns on display across the deprived northern towns. Let's see. These statements he made despite the fact that the Metropolitan Police had it in its possession. Reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs, then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across London. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing the very patterns of offending he had denied. Khan read these files, yet continued to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. So, overall, the Labour Party did not just fail to prosecute the gangs. In some cases, its own members were the abusers, and in most cases, its councillors led and leaders and ministers put loyalty to Pakistani Muslim blocs before child safety. No other political party has such a well-documented track record of direct involvement with an institutional protection of industrial child-scale rape. This was in large part due to Labour's own electoral self-interest. But I like how they mentioned the child safety thing, right? Because remember these people, right? These people who are the negligent party here argue for digital ID on the grounds of child safety, right? They're just putting that out there, right?
I was like, where did my hair go? She was like hiding up in my hat.
All right.
Are we installing HX?
So,
Yeah, we are.
no other political party has a. Okay.
Right now it's vital.
Okay, yeah. This was in large part due to Labour's own electoral self-interest. This is literally right here. The part of this is literally the Asmongold thing of the way I figure out what people are going to do. I think of the laziest, most immoral thing someone could do, and I just assume that that's the way they're going to do it. So the Conservative Party, because it's not just the Labour Party, it was the Conservative Party that enabled this too. Because let's be fair, the Conservative Party is in no real way conservative. But let's see how the other side of this clusterfuck dealt with this, right? Actually, before we get onto this, let me catch up with the chat. Fushizi says, in what world is someone who just casually has CSAM to blackmail with Savable? I mean, in theory, it's technically, hypothetically possible, but in practical reality, never. It's just not gonna fucking happen. Fushizi says, tipped off perpetrators, tipped off the fucking perps. Yeah, again, they were absolutely in on it. Fushizi says, far more complex just means the scale is higher and harder to keep it running. Yep. And finally, is anyone else extremely concerned that they started using economies of scale on goddamn abuse of children? No. I mean, I am concerned about it, but it's not exactly something I didn't see coming. Alright. Give me one moment. It's a little late, and I'm going to pause for just a moment to get some food, okay? So I will be right back. Let me put it on something for y'all.
Dehydrated a lot. Yeah. You thirsty? Wait a minute, you thirsty? They believe in traditional American values, like anime girl guys. It's caffeine free and caffeinated in 2 kinds of tubs. Gamer subs improved my social life.
Actually, I'll just put it on this thing. I'll just put it on the thing I was telling y'all about earlier, so y'all can get a little bit of a taste of it. So I'll be right back.
After this is posted, because I want to do a video that I reacted to some time to, you know, be on its own. I think it's prudent, especially considering my comments on what happened with the Chibi situation, to refer back to something that has been going on for quite a while. Not a lot of people are aware of this, but
I use that ad all the time.
hold on. This is a video
What do you mean?
from 5 years ago.
I don't use, like, the
So
cup ad
the
anymore.
original poster took the video, took their own video
Because that
down.
one's all done.
And as far as the thing where I was talking about,
Oh,
like
you're
with the
4'3",
Chibi
holy cow,
incident,
you're
where
short.
people hacked his account
wrong with
and
that.
then posted illegal material on his account.
And now there's
And
7.8
you know,
earthquake hit us again.
this is a
Goodness
thing
gracious,
that
stay
has
safe out there,
happened
man.
to other people. Not necessarily the hacking, but sometimes it does involve hacking.
Is that why you have doctor around?
And
Like, he's the
I
guy
think
who
we'll
yeah.
I think we'll
I mean, either
listen to
that
the
or I get a
testimony of
school.
this person, and I'll provide
Yep.
commentary through it as we go.
Why am I watching a weird episode of Green Acres?
Because if you think it's bad, it does get worse. And I actually have a copy of this video saved on my computer just in case this ever gets taken down. That way I can re-upload it, because I do think that this kind of testimony is actually kind of important.
This is going to be a hard video to make because I feel betrayed by people who I've grown close to over the past year and a half, people who helped me find my identity, people who I thought were just good-hearted and trying to fight to make the world a kinder place, but after seeing what I've seen recently, I just can't do this anymore. Things have gone way past the line of acceptable, and yeah, I can't keep quiet.
Green Acres is the place to
So,
be.
I mean, yeah, there does come a point where you have to ask yourself,
I used to watch that show when I was
it's not
little.
just that meme of are we the baddies, but in the sense of like, what is this doing, like, to my, you don't even have to be religious, just like, what is this doing to my soul? I should actually probably move my character to the other side. What the hell did I just grab? If not, oh, okay. I grabbed an invisible asset, apparently.
Wait, you
Okay,
have me up while you're playing Team Fortress. Kind of cute. That's awesome.
All right, testing. Yep,
so,
there we go. Okay, so there I am.
Doodlebox this week.
But yeah.
So I was thinking to myself,
it does.
We'll probably
This
play
is a
like
person. Okay, so
on Wednesday,
there is a principle
and
in history
probably
called the
play some,
principle
like,
of
Friend
embarrassment.
Swap
It has different
on
names
Thursday,
depending on what specific
on
field of
Friday
history
we'll
you're in.
do
But generally
community
speaking,
game night.
it is
As you
the
guys know,
premise
this
that
Friday is my
unless someone
birthday
has
on the
something to
26th
gain,
of June.
they
my
are
birthday's coming up
probably, from it, they are
really soon.
probably not
So,
going to make
I was
up
like, oh, yeah,
stories
we'll
that
do all
make
these things
are
this week.
embarrassing about themselves. Now this is used in textual
I don't
criticism
know if
of
anyone's
historical,
looked at the schedule.
documents. But I think this definitely passes the
I don't know. Have you guys looked at
the
schedule
criterion
on
of
Discord?
embarrassment, because this is the kind of thing that
It's
you would not
Mecha
admit
Chameleon on
unless you
Wednesday,
actually saw
and
this
Mecha
happening, and it
Chameleon
does
on
kind of relate to
Thursday,
a lot of
and
the stuff
Mecha
I've been talking
Chameleon
about,
on
that
Friday.
happen to be somewhat.
And it's Mecha Chameleon
some of the other stuff that I
week-long,
talked about, you
Mecha
can look through my video
Chameleon,
catalog and figure it
Mecha
out.
Chameleon. Yeah.
obviously by the title of this video, you can
all
tell
week
I'm
long.
talking
I've
about
never even
against hate
played it before,
subreddits,
but,
known as
like,
AHS for
I've
short.
committed myself
This is also part of the
to
reason
playing
why,
Mecha
like,
Chameleon all week
right-wing community.
And then I'm gonna play with you guys, and you guys are gonna play Mecha Chameleon with me on my birthday. All week long. All week.
Wait, did I have a second video play? What the fuck?
So,
Where's that sound? Where's that second audio coming from?
but we're playing it on Wednesday for sure, my dudes. And then Thursday I'm playing it with another group. And then on Friday I'm playing it with you guys. You guys, and also...
I didn't realize I accidentally had something going on in the background. My bad. Apparently, Cha-Cha, your mom, VTuber, was playing in the background. Okay. I got myself some, yeah. I got myself some, very, very bland frog legs to, tide me over. After I finish this, I'll get some, lasagna. Sauteed my ass, this thing. But yeah, so I'm going to continue reading. I just need to get some food. Okay, start recording. Okay. Okay, what do we have here? So what was I? The Conservative Party, when holding national power from 2010 onwards, failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording for CSE offenders, and failed to launch a nationwide statutory inquiry, despite the scale becoming public through the Rotherham J report and other local revelations. Oh. Okay. So successive conservative-led governments allowed the same local cover-ups to continue unchecked in non-labor areas and did nothing to force data transparency or protect children outside labor strongholds. The national political environment under conservative administrations permitted the gangs to operate for another decade without systemic disruption. A proud Islamophile and former conservative minister Rory Stewart, in his standout example of the Malays within the party, Stewart once stated on his podcast with Alistair Campbell, The Rest is Politics, that the grooming gang phenomenon is no more than a small-scale blight largely confined to the north of England. At the very least, this downplays the national pattern documented in witness statements from towns and cities across the country, and reinforced the political reluctance to confront the full scale. Sammy Woodhouse met David Cameron as early as 2015 and told him everything she knew up to and including the fact that many child victims are still being criminalized. A number of prominent figures within the Conservative Party have become more vocal about the rape gang phenomenons amid the issue's rising political salience. Even so, Conservative Prime Ministers from David Cameron to Rishi Sunak did very little in government. Hey, Cosmic Crisps, eh? Nah, it's just really stale frog legs. So, Scottish politics. John Lamont, MP's evidence to our inquiry shows that the same reluctance to operate north of the English border. Let's see. Oh, that the same reluctance operated north of the English border. Okay. I just read that weird. Successive Scottish governments across parties, but with clear Labour influence in earlier periods, refused to commission a dedicated national inquiry into grooming gangs, failed to introduce specific CSE markers, and fell short of routinely recording the ethnicity of offenders. This data gap prevented the development of any proper national picture and enabled the rape gangs networks to continue unchecked in both urban and rural Scotland. All right. Pregnancy, abortion, and the children born of rape. All right. Gangs deliberately use pregnancy as a tool of control. Girls as young as 4 were raped repeatedly, some until they became pregnant. Perpetrators then exploited the pregnancy to bind the victims to them, prevent escape, and exert ongoing coercion. Victims endured multiple pregnancies while still children themselves. Some miscarried under the physical and emotional trauma. Others were coerced into abortions. We saw one with like 4 earlier, right? Those who carried to term gave birth as children and were left without support, education, or protection. Many of these victims had themselves been born of rape to mothers who had suffered identical exploitation. So this is like generational bloodline like abuse right here. The state would often remove the babies for adoption or place them into the same failing care system while leaving the young mothers in the environments where the abuse continued. Intergenerational trauma became institutionalized. Abortions were sometimes arranged by the perpetrators or their associates, often in backstreet conditions that caused lasting physical damage. Medical services recorded the pregnancies and injuries but discharged the girls back to the abusers without safeguarding or long-term support. Let's see. Yeah, because these girls aren't people to the fucking, like, communist or to the fucking Muslim, right? They're just instruments to be used for a historical process. So, social services and the NHS treated the pregnancies as isolated medical events rather than evidence of organized child rape. It's just a medical event that this, 11-year-old girl is, has a baby. There's nothing particularly malicious about this. What are you talking about? What do you mean rape? What does this word mean? I don't know. I come from a culture where such words do not exist, right? Fuck it, hell, mate. The state severed the maternal bond while failing to break the cycle of abuse. Other babies remained with mothers who were themselves still children, producing immediate harm, typically involving the disruption of education, substance addiction, mental collapse, and repeated contact with the criminal justice system. Victims who had been born of rape to earlier victims described the same patterns repeating across generations. Every statutory agency encountered these pregnancies. Hospitals and sexual health clinics reported genital injuries, STIs, and pregnancies in 11 to 16-year-olds, but made no protective referrals. Mental health services discharged girls after suicide attempts linked to the pregnancies without trauma care. Social services closed cases or returned the young mothers to risk environments. Police failed to investigate the rapes that caused the pregnancies, even when the perpetrators were named and known. So they knew who the perpetrator was, and they still didn't fucking do anything about it. Licensing authorities allowed the taxis that transported pregnant girls to continue operating. So they knew about this, and they didn't stop the taxis. The family law courts made matters worse for victims across the board, often by awarding rapists parental rights over the very children begotten by their heinous crimes. In some cases, such rapists have even been allowed to apply for a contact order to meet their grandchildren. Again, this is just institutional, humiliation. That's all this is. This is exerting power over the non-believer. Impact on survivors. So, the rape gangs destroyed the lives of hundreds of thousands of children. Survivors live with permanent physical and psychological damage that no institution has ever properly addressed. They carry lifelong PTSD, complex trauma, addiction, chronic pain, interrupted education, criminal records, lost children, and live with permanent fear. Many attempted suicide, and sadly some succeeded. Others lost their own children to the same system that failed them. The state did not merely fail to protect these survivors, but it compounded the harm by criminalizing them, discharging them from hospitals without support, removing their babies, and leaving them in environments where the abuse could continue. The evidence shows a national pattern of lifelong devastation inflicted on children who were raped, trafficked, impregnated, and then abandoned by every agency meant to help them. Again, it's not just the Muslim doing this. It is absolutely the progressive leftist doing this to them. This is absolutely just like... because you got to remember, the progressive leftists, they believe in things like, again, generational sin. So... Yeah. Fiona was raped repeatedly from the age of 13 while in care. She became pregnant at 15 and her child was removed for adoption while she remained in the same exploitative environment. Due to her abuse, she developed psychosis at 17 and mutilated her own legs with a blade because the gangs had complimented them during her abuse. Hey, you remember what we were talking about with that trans example earlier, right? Yeah, it's the my sex is alluring to them, so I need to become the opposite of that to protect myself, right? Well, they compliment her legs, and so she has to make them unappealing. She has to destroy them in some way in order to, again, get the attention off her. It's a defense mechanism. Where was I? Because the gangs had complimented them during her abuse. She now lives with profound PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term physical health complications due to her abuse. Michelle suffered near daily rape from age 13, became pregnant 4 times as a child, endured miscarriages and coerced abortions, and gave birth while still a teenager. She describes her childhood and future as destroyed as she lives with PTSD that affects her every day of her life. Chloe was raped repeatedly from age 11, contracted multiple STDs as a 13-year-old, starved to 5 stone, drugged with heroin, imprisoned in her own home, and publicly humiliated. She now carries severe gynecological damage and lifelong trauma. Leanne was abused from infancy, trafficked, subjected to extreme violence, including penetration by objects, strangulation, and backstreet abortions. She lives with profound physical injuries and total lack of trust in every institution. Understandable. Grace was groomed from early adolescence, raped while intoxicated, entered violent domestic relationships, and watched her own children abused. She suffers severe mental illness, displacement, and ongoing stalking. So the stalking is still fucking happening. Kate endured a decade of trafficking, filmed blackmail, red rooms of torture, animal rape, and witnessed murders of other girls. She received an NRM conclusive grounds, but despite this, has received very little support and lives with trauma that she has to manage daily. Anna's recorded assault at 13 led to ostracism and interrupted education and lasting mental health damage. Jen was forcibly converted, married, and controlled under religious coercion. She now has complex PTSD and lives in fear for her daughter. Leanne was held captive, beaten, and raped while pregnant at 15. She miscarried and now suffers chronic fibromyalgia and psychological trauma. Taylor was gang raped across multiple towns, and she carries lifelong psychological harm. Jane was trafficked from a care placement, developed a severe eating disorder, was sectioned and left with lasting physical and psychiatric damage. Rachel's daughter, age 12, was raped, bullied, and abandoned by police at school. She took her own life. Every survivor describes the same long-term consequences: destroyed education, employment prospects, broken relationships, inability to trust adults and institutions, chronic physical pain, addiction, repeated suicide attempts, loss of children, and a permanent sense of shame and worthlessness implanted by the gangs that reinforced by the state. The human cost is not abstract, but measured in ruined lives, lost futures, and children born into the same hell their mothers endured. All right, we're on the final stretch. I'm aware this has been a tough read, to be perfectly honest. I am aware. So to anyone still listening, thank you for your patronage. So I know this is not easy. All right, conclusion. The evidence from high-profile convictions and compiled data on group-based child sexual exploitation indicates a clear overrepresentation of Pakistani Muslim men and as members of the rape gangs. However, when examining the religious dimensions often inferred from published names in court records and reliable reporting, the proportion of Muslim perpetrators appears even higher than the ethnic Pakistani figure alone would suggest. Analysis of conviction lists, such as those compiled by researchers reviewing cases from the late 1990s onwards, have found that approximately 90% of those convicted in relevant grooming cases bore distinctively Muslim names. A stark contrast to the roughly 6% of Muslims' proportion of the overall population. This pattern arises because nearly all documented Pakistani perpetrators in these cases have Muslim names, and additional convictions have involved Muslim men from other backgrounds. Example: Somalia, Iran, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish, and mixed groups with predominantly Islamic names. Non-Muslim participants remain exceptions, often isolated incidents in smaller or mixed groups. These recurring observations drawn from judicial outcomes, inquiries, and other public records establish a basis for advocating improved official data collection on the religion of perpetrators in group-based child sexual exploitation cases. Current national data frequently lacks robust recording of ethnicity, and religion is even less systematically captured, limiting evidence-based analysis and responses. Enhanced mandatory recording of both ethnicity and religion, alongside characteristics for suspects and convicted offenders in these offenses, would enable clearer identification of patterns, better informed prevention strategies, and more proportionate policy interventions, while addressing long-standing criticisms of data inadequacies highlighted in government reviews and reports. The evidence here heard by this inquiry is unequivocal, overwhelming, and devastating in its clarity. Organized networks of Muslim men systematically raped, trafficked, drugged, impregnated, and destroyed the lives of thousands of British children across the region of the United Kingdom for decades. When the documented patterns of Rotherham, Telford, Rochdale, Oxford, Newcastle, Oldham, Huddersfield, Peterborough, Burnley, Tameside, and dozens of other towns and cities are extrapolated nationally, the scale reaches at least 250,000 victims. This is not a collection of isolated scandals. Yes, this is a war crime. These people are waging war against you. They are taking your daughters as war captives. They're taking your sisters as war captives. You are at war, whether you think it or not. Okay. It is a national scandal of industrial scale child rape and modern day slavery, enabled, protected, and prolonged by the deliberate failures of the British state at every single level. Testimony of the survivors and their families leaves no room for denial or equivocation. Sally watched her daughter's life unravel. Although her daughter has admitted to lying on occasion, the police privately acknowledged grooming, yet in public communications treated her only as a liar. Oh, acknowledged grooming, and yet in public communications treated her only as a liar. Marlon had his parental authority stripped away so that his daughter could be returned to the very place she had been raped. Whitney's report of exploitation were dismissed, while her own childhood trauma was used to undermine her credibility as a mother. Rachel saw her 12-year-old autistic daughter discouraged from pursuing justice, bullied relentlessly, and ultimately driven to her death by an overdose after authorities failed her at every turn. Fiona, Michelle, Chloe, Marie, Grace, Kate, Anna, Jen, Leanne, Taylor, Jane, Lily, and so many others described the same relentless pattern. Repeated rape, gang rape, blackmail, with filmed abuse, pregnancies, used as weapons of control, miscarriages, coerced abortions, and the birth of children who entered the world already condemned to the same cycle. These were not all vulnerable children in the narrow sense of the authorities prefer to believe. Some came from stable homes, middle-class families, and loving parents. The perpetrators targeted them precisely because they were unguarded by the collective male protection that some minority communities could mobilize. The gangs operated under an honor and shame-based clan code that treated non-Muslims, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use. They transported victims between towns, shared them among brothers and friends, forced conversions to Islam, followed by unregistered religious marriages, and justified the abuse by describing their girls as easy meat, white trash, morally inferior. The same networks targeted Sikh girls until Sikh communities responded with collective male protection. White girls received no such defense. Every institution that existed to protect children instead enabled the gangs. Police forces across England and Scotland discouraged reporting criminalized victims, destroyed evidence, allowed known rapists to walk free on bail, and in some cases actively participated in or shielded the networks. Social care removed parental authority, placed children in trafficking hubs inside the children's homes, and semi-independent units closed cases despite clear evidence thousands of exploitation records, destroyed records, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple STIs in 13-year-olds, pregnancies caused by rape and suicide attempts, yet discharged the children back to their abusers the same night with no safeguarding or trauma care. Schools watched older men collect girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape in toilets, and excluded the victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for the very drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the trafficking networks and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. Okay. Let's see. The media self-censored the ethnic and religious patterns for fear of being labeled racist. Social media platforms became primary tools for initial grooming, distribution of rape videos, and coordination between perpetrators. Politics, especially the Labour Party, bears the heaviest responsibility. Councillors and MPs sat on the very authorities that covered the abuse. They were briefed as early as 2003, though through the CROP multi-agency group, yet later denied knowledge. When finally forced to act, the Labour government produced a national inquiry whose terms of reference are so tightly drawn, limited to group-based child sexual exploitation in a handful of relevant locations, time-limited, and deliberately excluding any systematic examination of the demographic, cultural, and religious drivers, that it cannot possibly confront the truths that this inquiry has heard. Labour did not merely fail to protect children, it actively obstructed justice, suppressed ethnicity data, voted against a proper national inquiry, and sacrificed tens of thousands of white working-class girls on the altar of multiculturalism and electoral arithmetic. Yes, absolutely. Democracy and multiculturalism are false gods, and they will absolutely eat your children if you sacrifice them to it. The Conservative Party, while in national government from 2010 onwards, also failed. It did not impose mandatory ethnicity recording, nor did it launch a nationwide statutory inquiry despite the Rotherham J report and other revelations. Rory Stewart, a former Conservative minister, publicly described the issue as a small problem confined to the north of England. Small problem, eh? He downplayed the national reality and thus showed the attitude of, at the very least, a section of the party. Scottish politics mirrored the same reluctance, refusing a dedicated inquiry and failing to record offender ethnicity. The human cost is incalculable and permanent. Survivors carry lifelong PTSD, complex trauma, addiction, chronic pain, and interrupted education. Criminal records, lost children, and unrelenting fear. Many have attempted suicide repeatedly, and some succeeded. Others lost their own children to the same failing systems that failed them. The gangs used pregnancy and deliberate weapon as a deliberate weapon of control, and the state compounded the harm by removing babies for adoption or placing them in care while abandoning the young mothers in the environments where the abuse continued. Intergenerational trauma has been institutionalized. The state recorded the injuries, the STIs, the pregnancies, and the disclosures, yet chose votes so-called community relations and fear of racism accusations over the protection of British children. Whistleblowers who tried to expose the truth, such as a social worker, Kevin Vines, Tommy Robinson, and countless protective parents, were suspended, bankrupted, subjected to dawn raids, asset freezing, gagging orders. The rule of law failed, and racial and religious aggravation was almost never applied to the few that were convicted. Foreign national offenders were rarely deported, and sentences bore no relation to the lifetime of destruction inflicted. The inquiry has heard the testimony, it has seen the documents, it has recorded the names of officers, social workers, counselors, ministers, and institutions that failed. The evidence is now overwhelming and irrefutable. The rape gangs did not operate in the shadows, but with the active or passive consent of the British state. The betrayal was total. Okay, so now we have read the conclusion. So now we're going to get to the recommendations. And before we go there, we're almost done. But before that, let me catch up with chat. Oh, I really hope I didn't just swallow a bone. Anyway. Let's see. One cannot trust society after such abuse. Understandable. My only surprise at this point is that it was the report was released. Yeah, almost certainly people fought to keep this covered. It was released because legally it was neutered. Let's see. That doesn't surprise me. The British elite have been protecting pedals for ages. Nothing says new Jimmy Savile was nothing says nothing new. Jimmy Savile was protected till after he died. Yep. It's like the report released by Tulsi Gabbard and Anthony Fauci. Nothing will come of it. Hopefully something will, but you know, there is that distinct possibility. None of this is surprising to me either. Yeah. Then there's the correlation with the UK peacekeepers going into a country, say the Philippines, and the amount of girls that end up missing after they arrive. I think you mean UN peacekeepers, not UK peacekeepers. Except for the fact that no one has rioted or overthrown the government yet. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, they love to tell you what they are doing. Say that there's nothing you can do about it. Laugh at you. Yep, that is what a lot of these people do. All right. All right, I'm almost done with those frog legs. Anyway, so let's continue. Got to get a drink of that soda first. My throat is drying out. I'm not used to talking this long, right? The recommendations. The evidence presented to this inquiry by victims and whistleblowers demonstrates beyond reasonable doubt that the rape gangs operated with either the active or passive consent of public authorities. More or less every institution failed. The state knew the patterns, recorded and then often destroyed the evidence of harm, and chose political convenience over child protection. Any government that aspires to restore justice, eliminate the gangs, and protect the next generation must implement the following recommendations. Only then can the British state begin to make up for the profound betrayal of the hundreds of thousands of British children. Yeah, it's going to take a long time to do this, so let's hope that this actually would work. Let's see. Criminal justice response. Victims must be placed at the center of the criminal justice process. They must have the right to be informed of all decisions, to attend sentencing hearings, and to submit victim personal statements that carry statutory weight. Independent sexual violence advisors must be funded nationally and assigned to every grooming gang victim from the moment of first report. Counterpoint, this is a good idea, but counterpoint, you already admitted that some of these judges were ignoring minimum statutes. So you need to deal with the judges. Let's see. Current sentencing guideline. Okay. There we go. Current sentencing guidelines are grotesquely inadequate for organized child rape. The Sentencing Council must be required by statute to revise its guidelines so that group-based child sexual exploitation carries a starting point of life imprisonment with a maximum tariff of 50 years for ringleaders and 25 for participants. Now hold on. I thought tariff was like a minimum, right? Like, it can't be, like, you could theoretically get out at this point. So why are we putting a tariff on it at all? I might be mistaking what it means in British law, but anyway. Where was I? Racial or religious motivations, multiple victims, trafficking across counties, pregnancy caused by rape, and the use of filming or blackmail must each be spelled out as statutory aggravating factors that push sentences towards their maximum effort. Abortion should be one of those aggravating factors too. Coercing abortion. Anyway, let's see. Spelled out as statutory aggravating factors that push sentences towards their maximum extent. Concurrent sentencing must be prohibited where multiple victims are involved. Cumulative sentencing must be the default. Okay, that makes sense. A number of politicians, including Rupert Lowe, MP, have also called for a referendum on reintroducing the death penalty for the most heinous crimes. I think that's understandable. Even if you don't like the death penalty, considering how many people there are, it might be impossible to contain all these people in prison. So that would definitely be an argument for reinstituting the death penalty. There is a case to be made that this is more than appropriate where rape gangs are concerned. Okay. Immigration, deportations, and naturalizations. Every foreign national convicted of group-based CSE must at the very least be deported. Any British citizen convicted of these offenses who holds dual nationality must lose their citizenship automatically upon conviction. Oh, hell yeah! Rendering them liable for deportation. This ought to apply retrospectively to those convicted in the past. Absolutely. The Home Office must publish annual deportation figures, broken down by national background and offense type. I'm already loving this. Where the perpetrator has family members in Britain, or where the perpetrator has family members in Britain who have supported, harbored, or failed to report the offending, the entire immediate family unit must also face deportation proceedings themselves, unless they can prove either active cooperation with authorities or no prior knowledge. I love this clause. Fucking based. Okay. The evidence from witnesses, convictions, and the KC audits show a clear overrepresentation of Muslim men, particularly of Pakistani heritage, in these organized networks. The inquiry has not ignored this. Mosques, madrasas, and community organizations that have harbored or failed to report perpetrators must face investigation and, if found guilty, be closed. Absolutely, yes. The immediate deportation of anyone nested within such subcultures promoting attitudes that dehumanize non-Muslim girls must be pursued. Yeah, absolutely. The nations of the world are not identical. Ultra-selective border control, attentive to general patterns in sending countries, is therefore also vital to the long-run happiness and continued existence of host peoples across the West. Immigration policy must immediately reflect the evidence. Anyone from a country whose nationals are disproportionately represented in rape gang convictions must no longer be entitled to a visa. This should be applied ruthlessly, or young girls come first. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes, do not give... It's not equal opportunity to come to our countries. Fucking based. See, giving children evidence. So, special measures for child witnesses in grooming gang trials must be strengthened. Pre-recorded evidence, remote testimony, and screens must be the default. Cross-examination that re-traumatizes the child must be prohibited. The court must appoint a specialist intermediary in every case. Reasonable. So, the Crown Prosecution Services. Okay, here we go. We're going to talk about the Crown now, eh? The CPS must create a dedicated national unit for group-based child sexual exploitation with specialist prosecutors trained in trauma-informed practice. I don't like trauma-informed practice as a term. That often means some kind of fucking leftist... that's often a buzzword for leftist subversion. But, okay. Charging decisions must no longer be influenced by community impact or fear of racist allegations. Failure to charge a clear case must be reviewable by the Attorney General and should result in criminal liability for those who do not carry out their duty. Fucking yes! That's actual yes. These people need to go to prison if they're just letting this stuff happen. Okay. Overseas Task Force. It has been established that organized gangs, chiefly of Pakistani heritage, have not only groomed, raped, and tortured thousands of women and girls across Britain, but have also trafficked such victims overseas, particularly to Pakistan and other countries. Evidence from independent hearings, early day motions in Parliament, and of course survivor testimonies presented to this inquiry serve to suggest as much. The intent by perpetrators was to exert near total control, prevent disclosure of abuse, obstruct homegrown investigations, and continue inflicting abuse in environments with weaker safeguards. The full extent remains under-investigated due to historical institutional failures by police, councils, and social services, often linked to concerns over racism, allegations, and inadequate cross-border cooperation. This must be rectified. Therefore, it is recommended that a dedicated task force be established within the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. Hold on, where are we going with this? Working in close liaison with the Home Office, police forces, National Crime Agency, and international partners. This unit should prioritize identification, location safeguarding, and urgent repatriation of affected British women and girls. Hold on. Wait. That means enhanced consular support, intelligence sharing on mission and missing persons cases in known grooming hotspots, targets reviews of passports and travel records linked to known perpetrators, and domestic pressures on destination countries for victim extraction and evidence gathering. Oh, I don't even care about that. Send in fucking special forces there, right? The kidnappers stand in the way. Fucking, well, you know what happens, right? Oh my god. Fuck it. Yes, absolutely. Militarize extraction forces. Absolutely. Let's see. Compensation. A national compensation scheme for grooming gangs. By the way, when I say extraction, I don't just mean extract like the woman. Make sure that you bring the kids with her, or, back too. Holy shit, man. All right. Let's see. A national compensation scheme for grooming gang victims must be set up at once. Something similar already exists in the form of the Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority, CICA, established in theory to seek compensation on behalf of people physically or mentally injured because of a violent crime in England, Scotland, and Wales. The CICA does so by suing authorities or perpetrators directly, but has proven time and time again unfit for the purpose of all sorts of ways. Yeah, because if you sue the authorities directly, are you actually getting from their own pension, or are you just like what happens in America when the police get sued? Are you just like stealing money from the taxpayer, right? I would say proven unfit and proven time and time again to be unfit for purpose in all sorts of ways. Despite providing evidence that helped to convict the leader of a Rotherham-based rape gang, Sammy Woodhouse was refused compensation by CICA on the grounds that she had consented to her abuse. That's disgusting. In our view, awards should be updated to reflect the lifelong harm documented in survivor testimony, including loss of education, employment, mental health, physical health, and family life. The scheme must be funded by a levy on all convicted perpetrators. Ooh, hold on. Perpetrators' assets, and by the defined benefit pensions enjoined by any public servants, either within police forces or social services, found guilty or of or dismissed for culpable negligence. Oh, I like that. I like that. Take it from their fucking pensions, right? This is a real punishment. This is actual punishment. Family. So, the law must place the protective family at the center of safeguarding. As such, the core principle that should underpin safeguarding reform is recognition that the child's family tends to represent the first, strongest, and most effective line of defense against exploitation. While there are circumstances in which children cannot safely remain within their family unit, exploitation cases generally differ from traditional intra-family abuse models. Present safeguarding systems do not always reflect this distinction. Families may experience responses that frame them primarily as contributors to risk rather than potential safeguards against it. This can result in reduced trust between families and professionals, parental disengagement from safeguarding processes, delayed information sharing, increased isolation of the child from the protective relationship, and perpetrators exploiting divisions between children and family agencies. Official research increasingly reinforces relational approaches to CSE, recognizing that protective networks, including parental siblings, parents, siblings, extended family, schools, peers, and community relationships, are central in reducing vulnerability and disrupting exploitation. Once removed from family and community networks, children, as a general matter, become more vulnerable to grooming, missing episodes, trafficking, and other forms of harm. A family-first approach is therefore essential. We recommend the construction of a safeguarding framework in which families are recognized as primary protective factors wherever safe. Family support is prioritized, contextual safeguarding approaches are strengthened, and residual care is used proportionally and as a last resort rather than a default response to exploitation risks. This procedure, this proceeds from the understanding bolstered by our inquiry that where rape gangs are concerned, parents and carers are more often protective than causative agents. I mean, we did have that one example of the man who beat the shit out of the people who were going after the girl in his care, right? Needless to say, this family-first approach should never prevent decisive intervention in cases where home environments are deemed unsafe. Again, we did see some examples of that in this report. The point is that safeguarding authorities must first establish the unfitness of some family environment before residential placement becomes the response. Parents ought to have a statutory right to be informed of all risks to their child, to receive copies of all assessment plans, and to challenge any decision that undermines or removes their parental responsibility. Base. Financial and practical assistance, including emergency housing relocations where needed, must be made available to any parent reporting grooming indicators. The state should not interfere with a family's ability to protect itself from harm. It's absolutely true. Okay, let me catch up with chat, because we're on like page 165 right now. Okay. Let's see. Lux says, instead of a death penalty, we could always put a couple of hundred floats or rafts in the middle of the ocean, make it a prison colony, call it New Atlantis. Or if there's a trash island in the Atlantic Ocean, like there is in the Pacific, just drop them there. I hate to tell you, but the trash island in the Pacific is actually not nearly as big as people say it is. Let me take a bite of this frog. All right, that snack should hopefully tide me over till we end this. Okay, so the existing legislative framework is fragmented, inconsistently applied, and deliberately blind to the ethnic and religious patterns documented in this inquiry. In the KC National Audit as this inquiry and the KC National Audit. As we have noted above, the Sexual Offenses Act of 2003 and the Modern Slavery Act 2015, among other relevant statutes, already contain powers that were never used to any significant effect against the rape gangs. Are you going to hold the judges accountable? Hold the judges accountable, please. Ethnicity recording 2 remains either patchy or absent. Group-based child sexual exploitation is not even a distinct offense with its own sentencing guidelines. The result is a system that records thousands of individuals' offenses while concealing deliberately or otherwise the organized nature of the predation. A single comprehensive childhood sexual exploitation act must be enacted at once. This new statute should create a specific offense called organized group-based child sexual exploitation. Understood as participation in networks that groom, traffic, or exploit children for several purposes, whether or not each individual act can be separately proven, with mandatory minimum sentences and aggravating factors for racial and religious motivations. It must reverse the presumption that a child can ever consent to sexual activity with an adult. This is definitely true. This must be overturned. The children cannot consent with to sex with an adult. Children can't consent to sex in the first place, right? We're at the legislative response section, Captain Rudy. Let's see. Especially in grooming contexts, courts to date have recognized that apparent acquiescence may be the product of coercion or psychological manipulation, but the statutory formulation has not fully reflected this aspect of CSE. It must also impose a statutory duty on every relevant public authority to record and publish the ethnicity, immigration status, nationality, and religion of both victims and perpetrators in all such cases. Yes, record all information. This would entail speedy repair. Hold on. Let's see. This would entail speedy repeal of any legislation that forbids authorities from collecting relevant ethnicity and religious data. Yes, absolutely. Last of all, it must criminalize, as we shall elaborate below, any provably culpable failure or refusal on the part of public officials to act on rape gangs for fear of inflaming community tensions. Fucking based. Let's see. Or inviting anti-racist media scrutiny. This would build upon existing principles concerning misconduct in public office, but provide clearer and more enforceable standards. Parliament should mandate enhanced sentencing for offenders committed as part of organized networks. Yes, including minimum custodial terms and expanded use of whole life orders in extreme cases. The gravity of such offending, often involving prolonged abuse, trafficking, and commercial exploitation, justifies the harshest possible sentence. Let's see. Let's see. Well, I mean, Rupert Lowe has already done things that no one thought was going to be done anyway, right? So he already got one thing no one thought was going to happen done. Now it's time to see if he can get to some other things no one ever thought was going to happen done, right? A broader constitutional question arises concerning the interaction between human rights law and the prosecution of organized sexual exploitation. It is frequently argued that existing rights frameworks have been interpreted in ways that inhibit robust enforcement or contribute to institutional caution. A comprehensive review of the Human Rights Act of 1998 should therefore be undertaken with a view to recalibrating the balance between individual rights and the protection of vulnerable victims. Reform should focus on ensuring that rights-based arguments cannot be deployed to obstruct investigations, prosecutions, or deportation proceedings involving serious sexual offending. Indeed, it is probably preferable to repeal the Human Rights Act than to allow it to continue in its current form. Kinda based, not gonna lie. PJ Caradoc reads title, bold of you to assume these horrors are beyond my comprehension. That's entirely fair. They're definitely not beyond mine. Let's see. They hate holding themselves accountable. That's true, but here's the thing. Rupert Lowe's not holding himself accountable here. He's holding other people accountable here. And, you know, again, I'm of the opinion that this is to an extreme that if they can't get what they're trying to get done, this might be one of those... the tea must go into the harbor moments, right? What's that old thing about the tree of liberty? You know, sometimes it must be fed, right? I think this is that moment for the United Kingdom, to be perfectly honest. If this doesn't get them to act, fucking nothing will. Let's see. Okay, yeah. The Equality Act of 2010, already right here, Equality Act already tells me a lot. If not repealed altogether, should never be applied to criminal justice and safeguarding context. Obviously, right? Anti-discrimination principles must not operate as a deterrent to the identification of risk patterns or enforcement of criminal law. Short of full repeal, at the very least, legislative amendment should clarify that equality protections can neither be invoked to shield criminal conduct nor to restrict lawful investigative practices based on evidence-led risk assessment. I would agree with this. Preventative mechanisms must be significantly expanded to address the evolving nature of child sexual exploitation and organized grooming networks. At present, the criminal or justice system remains heavily reactive, intervening most decisively only after serious offenses have already occurred and victims have suffered lasting harm. While prosecution and punishment remain essential, greater emphasis must be placed on early intervention, disruption, and risk management in order to prevent abuse before it escalates. I mean, yeah. One vital reform would be to ensure the wider and more proactive use of sexual risk orders, SROs, and related civil preventative orders. In principle, these powers allow authorities to impose restrictions on individuals who demonstrate concerning behavior characteristics of sexual abusers, even where criminal conviction has not yet been secured. Greater readiness to deploy them would give police officers... So basically, this is just to say... if they're on your radar, it's no longer acceptable to do what the FBI does. It's like they were on our radar and like not act before something happens, right? Greater readiness to deploy them would give police officers, safeguarding agencies, more confidence to intervene sooner rather than later, whether by restricting contact with the vulnerable children, monitoring online activity, limiting access to certain locations, or preventing associations with suspected grooming networks. Such measures would help close the gap between suspicion and prosecution, where many offenders currently continue operating unchecked. I mean, reasonable, but I'd have to see exactly how this is being implemented, right? Because I could also see where this could be done maliciously, incompetently. Let's see. For similar reasons, compulsory monitoring arrangements for high-risk offenders should be strengthened. Individuals with histories of sexual violence, exploitation, trafficking, and organized abuse should be subject to more rigorous supervision through electronic monitoring, regular risk assessment, mandatory disclosure requirements, and closer multi-agency oversight. This is absolutely yes to this. Given the increasingly digital nature of grooming, monitoring should also include online behavior and communications where legally proportionate. Enhanced supervision would not only reduce opportunities for reoffending, but also improve intelligence gathering on wider criminal networks. True. So, mandatory reporting duties for institutions represent another crucial preventative safeguard. Schools, social services, healthcare providers, and care homes, charities, and other organizations working with children should be placed under clear legal obligation to report suspected abuse, exploitation, or grooming activities to appropriate authorities. Too often, institutional failures fear the reputational damage or uncertainty about procedures have allowed warning signs to be ignored. A statutory duty would create greater accountability, encourage earlier referrals, and strengthen interagency cooperation. Failure to report serious concerns, particularly by professionals in positions of trust, should carry meaningful disciplinary and potentially criminal consequences. Yes, absolutely. I'm actually kind of surprised this wasn't already the case, considering this is basically how it works in the United States. Okay, where was I? Yeah. Let's see. Expanding preventative powers must, however, remain consistent with principles of proportionality. This is key. Anytime, no matter what the crime it is, you need to keep in mind that justice is proportional by its very nature. But anyway, so due process, basic freedoms, and basic freedoms. Safeguards including judicial oversight. There definitely needs to be more judicial oversight, given some of the things said here. By that, I mean oversight of the judiciary. Regular review mechanisms and clear evidential thresholds are necessary to ensure that expanded powers are not used arbitrarily. This is another concern I was going to express about this, right? That these powers can be potentially abused, so you need some mechanism to prevent that from happening. Nevertheless, where the protection of vulnerable children is at stake, the balance of public policy should favor early intervention rather than waiting for irreparable harm to occur. I could see that. Yeah. Again, this all depends on how specifically you implement it, because you could implement it well, but you could also implement it poorly. So we'll see how this is actually done in practice. Finally, the overarching legislative objective should be to recognize organized sexual exploitation as a form of structural criminality. It is that this requires a shift in both legal doctrine and institutional culture. The law must move from reactive punishment to proactive eradication of networks that exploit vulnerable children. Without such shift, existing statutes, however numerous or severe in theory, will continue to operate as an instrument of retrospective justice rather than effective protection. He's got a point here. The following principles must be enshrined in the aforementioned Childhood Sexual Exploitation Act. Okay, that's what we have. Children can never consent. This is something that fucking absolutely astounded me. That like this was even considered. Was like, oh yeah, there were so many examples in this thing where it's like the cops were just like, oh yeah, this 11-year-old girl is very clearly consenting to sex with this 50-year-old man. What the fuck is this? So yes, this is absolutely necessary. The act must prohibit any agency to or court from treating a child's previous behavior, clothing, intoxication, or lifestyle choices. That's a direct quotation, as mitigation or consent. Any professionals who use such language in reports or proceedings must face disciplinary action and potential criminal sanctions. Hell yeah. Accountability encourages competence. Yes, this is one of the reasons why our fucking judicial system in the United States is so borked. It is because judges aren't actually held accountable for their own fuck-ups. Anyway, let's see. The act must contain greater clarity in law detailing the positive expectations to which public-facing bodies with a statutory duty of care must be held accountable. Among frontline professionals, it is, of course, everybody's duty to safeguard children. The clarification should be such as to require the relevant duty holder, be it an individual, an organization, or some other entity, to take proactive affirmative steps to save children from group-based exploitation. Breach of this duty, whether by provable incompetence or deliberate malpractice, must be an offense. Yes, so there's basically negligent child endangerment and then, again, active child abuse, right? Repeated failure to act on known safeguarding indicators has been one of the defining characteristics of the rape gang scourge across Britain. Public bodies must therefore face clear legal accountability where serious neglect occurs. I was really hoping that this would address cops and, fucking judges in this case. But, you can't get them all, right? Let's see. Crimes committed by child victims of grooming at the behest of their abusers lack the mens rea. We're talking about mens rea. We're talking about theories of culpability here. Something America seems to have fucking forgotten as well, right? Lack the mens rea guilty mind to count as criminal in the conventional sense. Okay, let's see where we go here. The act must expunge the criminal records of any child or young person convicted of crimes, including prostitution, or it's just fucking wild that they would convict like a 13-year-old girl of prostitution. But anyway, drug possession or public order offenses. That occurred while and because, so that's the key, while and because they were forced to do so. The presumption must be that such convictions were the direct result of either manipulation or coercion. Named Sammy's Law after Sammy Woodhouse, this would be for the benefit of survivors in need of closure who were criminalized instead of protected. And if this gets expunged from their record, it would help them with, again, finding employment. So that's I definitely like this idea. Proven rapists forfeit their parental rights. This is another one that was just like fucking astounding when they mentioned it in the conclusion. Again, the rapists actually getting parental rights over the children that they sire. It's like, what the fuck is this? Absolutely not, right? Anyway, the act should make it unambiguous that rapists upon conviction automatically lose their parental rights over any children born of such rape. I would agree. That they should still have a parental duty to pay for their children, but they should have no right to access their children, right? Oh, this says Sharia marriage. Please ban Sharia marriage. Please ban Sharia marriage. The act must prohibit Sharia marriages. Hell yeah. Too often these have served as a pretext for abusers to exercise greater coercive control over their victim. This is because Sharia courts effectively operate as a parallel judicial system. Yes, this is how it works every fucking time. Yes. Okay. Recognized in British law, but not of British law. Why is it recognized? Okay. This enables them to govern the life of Muslim communities, and by extension, the life of any victims groomed by such communities, in ways counter to our long-standing norms and customs. Thank God. They're actually proposing serious actual... oh my god. It is just so refreshing to see someone actually have a real actual response to, like, the governmental bullshit, even if it's in a different country, right? Alright, I'm gonna catch up with chat for a moment. Like, if they have to survive by tying floating both bodies together and eat them to survive, I could care less. I mean, that's fair, right? Exile them into the sea, I guess, right? Captain Rudy said, must be through. God damn it. Let's see. The Kuro says, the Tree of Liberty is a thirsty bitch. I agree. I think that this is definitely one of those cases. Hello, Ham the Third. The resignation of cursed armor. Can't spell it. This may get... It's cursed armor, but yes, I know who you're talking about. This may get some traction, and a change could be coming. Emilio would be proud. Hopefully. I'm hoping for the Brits. I'm hoping for the Brits, right? Again, I make the joke of, like, yeah, American and, like, British conservatives are not on the same side. We have very different views of the world, right? But I still want the British people to actually have their own shot at happiness and actually, survive. So I'm really hoping for the British people right now. I'm hoping the hopium. I'm hoping something actually happens. Thank you for the subscription, Captain Rudy. A 2-month subscription, I see, right? Let's see. Kura says, I'm a very hungry Kura. Oh, I just finished the stale frog legs that I was telling you about last time. It was the sauteed ones. Let's see. Kenok says, proportional, like that time we halved Iran's navy in a single day back in 1988. Well, to be fair, what was Iran gonna do, right? What the fuck was Iran gonna do? And then we got Looks teaser. Well, the police have to be corrupt on the age thing because it's twofold. Not only for the religious policies of Islam, but also for the whole trans kid idea. That's fair. I meant hungry for actual justice. Okay, fair enough. That's fair. Okay. We're at page 170 of 219. We're getting there. We are almost certainly don't touch children, much like don't touch the boats. Yeah, you know, that's fair. That is entirely fair. Let's see. Now we're on all frontline response. Every frontline professional, police officer, social worker, teacher, GPs, nurses, taxi licensing officers, school staff, and youth workers must receive mandatory annual training on group-based child sexual exploitation. This training must convey the documented ethnic and religious patterns, hell yeah, the tactics used by the gangs, yes, the signs of grooming, obviously, and the legal duty to act. I mean, that's the entire point of the training. Failure to act on clear indicators must carry professional risk and, in serious cases, criminal consequences. Absolutely. Continue, man. A national public awareness campaign must be launched so that the parents, neighbors, and communities know exactly what to look for and who to contact. The default response of every agency must shift from disbelief and victim blaming to immediate protection and investigation. No more, yeah, this child is just willingly engaging in prostitution. Oh my god, what the fuck was wrong with these people? So, while policy change is required to hold statutory services to account, the delivery of these practices must be carefully monitored. Improving training is key. Many initiatives emphasize the need for multi-agency working, but delivery more than emphasis is essential to effective safeguarding in practice. Previous reviews have documented gaps in multi-agency processes. Many of them noticed as a result of failures of child safeguarding. A crucial point to consider is that each service has its own guidelines, practices, and processes, all of which contribute to gaps in communication, referrals, and the likes. You know what? That actually would explain some of the, at least the missing paperwork thing, right? No one can agree on what the fuck to do. Listen. It is important that statutory services form trusting relationships with one another as well as with other partners. This means engaging in open conversations, demonstrating professional curiosity, and erring on the side of oversharing information to safeguarding children. Yeah, I mean that actually makes sense. The erring on the side of oversharing information between agencies, because if you don't if they don't understand how each other actually operate, that's the only way to make sure that these things don't actually fall through the cracks. So yeah, streamline the process. Let's see. In 2022, the British Journal of General Practice published an article on the work of Sharon Dixon, Byrony Kendall, Jenny Driscoll, and Catherine Pope. Relationship building is at the heart of multi-agency working. It read, and sharing stories and findings can be part of this. When research is primarily concluded and shared within single agency professional meetings and publications, opportunities to do this may be missed. This buttresses the findings from this inquiry. Cross-agency training is vital to facilitating multi-agency working. We therefore recommend that cross-agency child safeguarding training be made mandatory for all statutory services. The inquiry further recommends that agencies work together to agree joint working practices and policies to prevent confidentiality acting as a barrier to sharing pivotal information in circumstances that may not only serve to protect children, but prove life-saving. I would agree. Obviously, these organizations need to fucking communicate and, work together more effectively. Safeguarding posters outlining signs of child grooming and exploitation should be displayed in public areas, in all health clinics, including GP surgeries, sexual health clinics, and A&E departments. Yeah, just the fucking story of the fucking, what was it, like the 13-year-old girl with the fucking, I don't remember if she was 11 or 13, but anyway, with the fucking, broken glass in her vagina. It's like, what the fuck was the doctor looking at this and be like, oh yeah, I shouldn't report this. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, what was I? Safeguarding, here we go. A&E departments, inpatient areas, and mental health clinics, and any other area accessed by those attending healthcare facilities. This should be extended to school and youth centers. Policing must be reformed from the ground up. Every force must be required to record the ethnicity, immigration status, nationality, and religion of both victims and perpetrators in all CSE cases. Agreed. A national marker for group-based child sexual exploitation must be mandatory. Let's see. Specialist CSE units must be established in every force with dedicated resources for proactive disruption. Ethno-religious lobbying against proper law enforcement must be resisted on principle. Yes, absolutely, this right here. If you can't stand this, get the fuck out of the country, right? All right, let me catch up with chat. Okay, I am caught up with chat. Okay, so now we are on policing. Okay, so the current framework within which law enforcement approaches CSE is untrue to the real-world nuances of the problem. In order to perform better, the police must deepen their cooperation with existing multi-agency CSE panels designed to identify and safeguard children at risk of exploitation. At present, these efforts take place largely at the local level without sufficient coordination. Multi-agency CSE panels also lack either a statutory footing or a nationally mandated operational framework. As a result, performances vary from place to place. Evidence from serious case reviews and major inquiries, including those arising from investigations into the Rotherham and Rochdale gangs, indicate the lack of consistent playbook set down nationwide contributed to safeguarding failures and undermined local responses. We therefore call for the immediate introduction of multi-agency coordination on CSE and a uniform operational framework. Such reforms would improve consistency and maximize accountability, I would agree. Where effective, multi-agency CSE panels tend to demonstrate well-defined referral thresholds and pathways, regular strategic meetings between police departments and children's services, and clear lines of accountability. Norfolk is often praised for its track record on these very fronts. There exists a dedicated multi-agency exploitation team embedded alongside policing. The proven model of such success stories must serve as the foundation for any future reforms. So we already have a baseline for like this that would actually work. Okay. So, police should also be trained to interview rape gang suspects in relation to their religious beliefs and investigate the witnesses' evidence of victims in relation to religious elements of their abuse. The fear of offending cultural sensitivity should be removed completely from the culture that permeates modern policing. Absolutely agree, right? Absolutely agree. We should not care about the cultural sensitivities of child molesters. I'm just saying, right? We should not. Okay, now we're on healthcare. The NHS must be specified in law to owe a duty of care to survivors of rape gangs. Every sexual health clinic, GP surgery, A&E department, and mental health service must trigger an automatic safeguarding referral for any child presenting with STIs, genital injuries, pregnancies, or repeated self-harm linked to exploitation. Fucking obviously. Right? Discharge of a child back to a known risk environment without a multi-agency protection plan must be prohibited. You should be putting some of these people in jail. Trauma-informed care, I don't like that term, must be commissioned nationally for all rape gang survivors. Again, I don't like trauma-informed care because that is at least in the United States, trauma-informed care is very oftentimes leftist subversion, pretending to be psychology and like legitimate psychology. Let's see. Backstreet abortions and pregnancies caused by rape must be treated as crimes. Oh, hell yeah! And not private medical matters. Abso-fucking-lutely. Let's see. In March 2026, the government published an updated version of Working Together to Safeguard Children, the statutory guidance manual on multi-agency working to help support and protect children. The guidance provides a summary of changes within this updated version, as well as an appendix glossary on group-based child sexual exploitation. This glossary defines group-based child exploitation as two or more individuals, whether identified or not, who are known to or associated with one another and are known to be involved in or facilitate the sexual exploitation of children. Being involved in the sexual exploitation of children includes, example, introducing them to other individuals for the purpose of exploitation, trafficking a child for the purpose of sexual exploitation, taking payment for the sexual activities with a child, or allowing their property to be used for sexual activities with a child, etc. This can be perpetrated within or beyond the family by both children and adults, and groups can be organized or loosely linked. This is a decent definition. Let's see. Trauma-informed care must also be commissioned nationally for survivors of organized sexual exploitation. Survivors frequently experience long-term psychological trauma, addiction, self-harm, homelessness, PTSD, depression, and difficulties engaging with healthcare services. Yet, support provision remains inconsistent. An overwhelming number of the participants with whom we engaged during the inquiry have reported struggles accessing the appropriate psychological support to process their trauma and facilitate recovery. Survivors need more specifically focused attention than is customary with cognitive behavioral therapy. I would need to see the research behind this. Anyway, this report recommends that compassion-focused therapy. I didn't study this one. Should also form a central component of therapeutic provision for survivors. Survivors, why not just evidence-based care? Anyway, central component for therapeutic provision for survivors. Survivors commonly present with profound shame, self-blame, dissociation, emotional dysregulation, complex trauma symptoms, substance dependency, depression, self-harm, and difficulties forming safe interpersonal relationships. These psychological patterns are not incidental. They are frequently the direct consequence of prolonged coercion, humiliation, degradation, violence, and institutional abandonment. CFT specifically targets these psychological patterns. Okay, now it's explaining why. Grooming processes deliberately condition victims to internalize guilt, complicity, and worthlessness and emotional dependency upon perpetrators. Many survivors consequently describe themselves not primarily as victims of violence, but as dirty, weak, complicit, or beyond help. Yeah, that killing hope is one way to definitely destroy a person, right? Also, increasing a person's belief in free will seems to actually help them get off addiction. So there's that, considering a lot of these people apparently deal with substance abuse issues. Many survivors consequently describe themselves not primarily as victims of... I already read this part. Okay. These shame-based feelings persist even after physical safety has been secured. CFT directly seeks to strengthen the soothing system through compassionate imagery, emotional regulation training, attachment repair, and reduction of self-attacking cognition. Emerging evidence suggests that compassion-based interventions are effective in reducing PTSD symptoms, shame, depression, and self-criticism among trauma survivors. I'd like to see an Aiden Paladin video on this particular thing to see if this is actually true or not, right? Okay. Importantly, many survivors of organized exploitation distrust authority figures and struggle with conventional clinical relationships due to repeated betrayal. CFT offers a non-punitive and non-pathologizing framework that validates survival responses rather than framing victims as dysfunctional or restrained. I don't know if validating is the thing you need to go for some of this stuff. Just contextualizing it is probably what you're looking for. Let's see. This is particularly important for survivors previously criminalized, disbelieved, or blamed by professionals. In view of these facts, CFT should be commissioned nationally within specialist survivor services. NHS trauma pathways should include CFT as a recommended intervention for survivors of organized sexual exploitation. Clinicians working with grooming gang survivors should receive specialist training in shame-informed and compassion-based approaches. Long-term therapy provisions should be prioritized over short-term duration crisis interventions, and survivor services should incorporate peer-based compassionate recovery models alongside formal psychotherapy. Support should also be made available for family members, to family members, especially to children and the partners of victims of gang-based abuse. I think that's reasonable. Captain Rudy says, "Don't touch the kids. Don't touch the boat." Oh, yeah, well, I already read this part. Let's see. As for physical health, pregnancies in children under 16, abortions following suspected rape, concealed pregnancies, forced terminations, wait. Oh, okay, never mind. That's a kind of abortion following rape. And suspected backseat abortions should be treated as safeguarding and potentially criminal matters rather than solely private medical episodes. Agreed. The child must always be regarded as a victim in need of protection. Agreed. Now, can we criminalize the abortion and the forced termination? Right? If we're going to protect the child, then let's protect all the children, right? Let's see. As we have seen, the physical after effects of exploitation did not end with the abuse itself, and the abuse itself ended. In many cases, as we have seen, the trauma carried over into the lives of children born through rape. The continued institutional invisibility of these children reflects a broader reluctance to confront the wider human consequences of organized sexual exploitation. As a result, these children should be formally recognized within safeguarding legislation as a vulnerable category requiring specialist support. We further recommend the creation of a national research program, the long-term social, psychological development, and safeguarding outcomes of children born throughout organized sexual violence. Let's see. The near total absence of British research in this field represents a major institutional blind spot. That's fair. Oh, I hadn't read that yet? Okay, so you're just reposting what Kennock said. Damn it, Rudy. You got me. Pretty simple rules if you ask me. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Mandatory training should also be introduced for all frontline NHS staff on how to identify and how to engage with various grooming dynamics. Coercive control, dissociation, trauma presentation, gang-associated abuse, boyfriend model exploitation, and honor-based abuse. Multiple inquiries have identified a recurring pattern in which professionals failed to intervene because victims were perceived as troubled, consenting, or making lifestyle choices. Last of all, we recommend the establishment of specialist NHS child sexual exploitation units in areas with documented histories of organized abuse. These should combine forensic, medical, safeguarding expertise, mental health services, survivor advocacy, and long-term trauma support. Their purpose would be not only treatment, but also early identification of organized exploitation patterns. Every survivor should be guaranteed long-term access to specialist counseling, psychiatric treatment, sexual health care, reproductive health care, additional support, addiction support, legal advocacy, and housing assistance, regardless of whether criminal proceedings are ongoing. I mean, I think that's obvious. We're almost there, lads. We're getting there. As we honorable chatters say in Kirsch stream, do not the Korsch, right? That's entirely fair. We're almost there. I think we could power through this. Okay, so private prosecutions and civil litigation. The law provides comprehensive and powerful mechanisms for victims, their families, and other concerned parties to pursue accountability for the widespread grooming, rape, and trafficking offenses committed by organized gangs across the United Kingdom. These mechanisms operate through two principal routes. One, civil action seeking compensation, together with other remedies for harm suffered, and two, private prosecutions where public authorities have failed or refused to act. Both avenues draw directly upon the extensive range of offenses and institutional failures documented in cases such as RV. What the fuck do I say that? Carrar? And they can be deployed strategically to secure justice, expose systemic shortcomings, and deter future offending without sole reliance on reluctant state prosecutors or local councils. So, let's see. Civil actions against the perpetrators themselves begin with the core torts of assault and battery. These claims arise when non-consensual sexual contact, physical violence, or coercive acts occur, as repeatedly evidenced in the grooming and exploitation patterns that involve extreme brutality, sustained assaults, and the use of drugs to facilitate offending. Victims can recover damages for physical injuries, pain and suffering, loss of earnings, and medical expenses, with courts empowered to award aggravated or exemplary damages where conduct is shown to have been sadistic or humiliating. False imprisonment forms a further head of claim in every case involving trafficking or confinement, where the perpetrator can be shown to have restricted the liberty of victims through threats, abduction, or control within the United Kingdom for sexual exploitation. This tort directly mirrors the trafficking offenses under sections 57 to 59A of the Sexual Offense Act of 2003. And Modern Slavery Act 2015, allowing victims to seek substantial compensation for the deprivation of freedom and the psychological trauma that accompanies it. Okay. A separate but highly relevant civil claim is available under the rule in Wilkson versus Downton, 1897. For the intentional infliction of emotional distress, this tort captures the grooming process itself, the supply of controlled substances to lower resistance, the repeated humiliation, the long-term mental harm inflicted on the child, victims. Courts have recognized that such deliberate conduct, often accompanied by threats to families, meet the threshold for outrageous behavior calculated to cause psychiatric injury, thereby opening the door to compensation even where physical injury is absent. In addition to these private law remedies, every eligible victim retains the statutory right to apply for payments from the Criminal Inquiry Compensation Scheme 2012. The scheme explicitly covers violent sexual offenses, including rape of a child under 13, assault by penetration, and sexual exploitation, and it operates independently of any criminal conviction, providing a safety net of state-funded awards that can reach tens of thousands of pounds, depending on the severity of the harm. Oh my god. Okay. Civil liabilities extend equally to the public authorities whose failures have enabled heinous criminal offenses. Negligence claims against police forces, local councils, social services departments, and NHS bodies succeed where a duty of care is established, and breach throughout the systematic ignoring of reports, the failure to investigate warnings, or prioritization of so-called community relations over child protection. Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council, for example, has already paid millions of pounds in settlements to precisely because its institutional culture prevented effective safeguarding. misfeasance in public office supplies an additional and potent tort where claimants can prove that officials acted with bad faith or malice, such as deliberately shelving investigations out of fear of being labeled racist. This tort requires evidence of targeted harm, but carries the potential for exemplary damages and personal liability against individual officers and counselors. Whew. Okay. Claims under the Human Rights Act of 1998 have proved especially effective in this context. Article 3 of the ECHR imposes a positive obligation on the state to protect individuals from harm or degrading treatment and to investigate grave crimes such as rape with efficiency and promptness. The landmark Supreme Court decision in DSD v. Commissar of the Police of the Metropolis 2018 confirmed that systemic investigative failures breach this article, giving rise to damages for victims who were let down by repeated inaction. More recent authority in Chief Constable of Northamptonshire versus Woodcock 2025 reinforces that police forces may be held liable in damages where they fail to protect individuals from foreseeable third-party harm, encompassing breaches of both Article 3 and Article 8, rights to respect for private and family life. These human rights claims can run alongside negligence actions and have resulted in substantial compensation awards while simultaneously forcing policy changes within failing institutions. So, yeah, it looks like you can already hold police accountable for not doing their fucking job, which is something you don't necessarily have the ability to do in the United States. We have multiple court cases that show in the United States that, yeah, the police don't actually have an obligation to protect you. Okay. Which is what makes one of the things that makes gun free zones so insidious. Okay. Further, statutory routes arise under the Children Act of 1989 and the Children Act of 2004, which place clear duties on local authorities to safeguard children and promote their welfare. Breaches of these duties, particularly where vulnerable children in care are groomed or assaulted by those in position of trust, support civil claims for damages. Section 16 to 19 of the Sexual Offenses Act 2003 create specific criminal offenses for adults in positions of trust to engage in or incite sexual activity with children under their care, but the same facts also ground civil liability for breach of statutory duty. Vicarious liability principles allow claimants to hold authorities responsible for the acts or omissions of their employees, such as social workers, care home staff, or NHS personnel who either committed offenses or turned a blind eye. Where broader policy decisions contributed to the scandal, judicial review proceedings remain available to challenge unlawful failures to act, providing a route to quash decisions and compel proper investigations. Oh my god. So, private prosecutions supply the criminal counterpart to the civil remedies and are available to any person or organization with sufficient interest in the case. The full spectrum of offenses committed by the perpetrators can be prosecuted privately under the Sexual Offenses Act of 2003, including rape contrary to Section 1, rape of a child under 13 contrary to Section 5, assaulted by penetration contrary to Section 2, sexual assault contrary to Section 3, causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual activity contrary to Section 8, and 10, arranging or facilitating child sexual exploitation contrary to Section 50, grooming contrary to Section 15, and various trafficking and prostitution related offenses in sections 52 and 57 to 59A. The Serious Crime Act of 2015 broadened these provisions by replacing outdated references to the to child prostitution with the wider concept of sexual exploitation of a child. While the Modern Slavery Act of 2015 criminalizes trafficking for sexual purposes with a maximum sentence of life imprisonment, indecent image offenses offenses of causing or inciting prostitution for gain, or even rarer but documented instances of animal cruelty linked to offending can likewise be pursued. Oh my god. Let's see. Where public authorities or their employees have themselves committed crimes, private prosecutions are equally viable. Misconduct in public office, perverting the course of justice, and aiding or abetting the primary offenders can all be charged against police officers, counselors, social workers, or care staff who deliberately obstructed investigations or protected perpetrators. The same principles apply to family members or community figures who shielded rapists through intimidation of victims, concealment of evidence, or active assistance in the trafficking networks. Precedents such as H.M. Advocate v. Collins, 2016, illustrate the gravity with which courts view abuse of trust in care settings, and private prosecutions can seek the same life sentences with extended minimum terms that were imposed in R.V. Carrar, 2013, for depraved, brutal, and sadistic nature of the gang activity. The proceeding route for private prosecution is straightforward yet powerful. A summons or warrant is issued by a magistrate's court upon presentation of evidence that satisfies the evidential and public interest test, after which the case proceeds as any other criminal matter, with the CPS retaining the power to take over and continue or discontinue it. This mechanism bypasses institutional reluctance, ensures that the cases such as those involving absconded offenders or protected family members reach out, and creates a public record of the offending that can support parallel civil claims. In combination, civil actions deliver financial redresses and accountability for harm, while private prosecutions deliver criminal convictions, long custodial sentences, and the public condemnation necessary to dismantle the networks. Together, they form a complete legal strategy capable of delivering justice where state agencies has historically fallen short. I like this plan. I like this plan. Okay, so we're on page 180. Woo. Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that this was going to say. That's why at the beginning of this, I said, if we're going to try, right? We're going to try to finish through this. Oh. Okay. I do have to work tomorrow, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get through this entire thing today, but we made very strong headway, considering we left off, I think, on like page 41 last time. You know, there's that. Hold on, let me go to the creator dashboard. Stream manager. Okay. These next two are really short, but so I'll definitely get through these two first, right? Let me catch up with chat first. Oh my god. Okay, so Ham the Third says, okay, we already read that part. Captain Rudy, do not the otaku, right? Fair enough. Alex Tier says, I feel like a lot of cursed chatters would disagree with you, Ham. That's true. Ham says, expect to hear from my lawyer, and a British cop's greatest fear. Captain Rudy says, remember, folks, gun-free zones don't work. The mall shooting in Indianapolis is in 2022 was proof of that. I don't know, considering how many of these Muslim gangs have access to firearms, they don't seem to work in the United Kingdom either. See, Fushizi says, you don't even need proof. Just think about it for like 6 seconds. If nobody has guns, then you can get in there with a gun. Nobody can fight back. Also, just the fact that like criminals don't pay attention to the law, right? You can have any law in the books, but the criminals don't pay attention to the law. If I could ever become president, I would make no gun zones illegal and replace them with gun required zones. That's funny. That's funny. It looks here. I wouldn't trust CPS any more than I would trust our current government. I mean, fair. Exactly, fish in a barrel. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to get through... Okay, I'm going to read this one, the next step, and the one right after this, and then we're going to raid someone. Because I do have work tomorrow. But considering, again, we're going to be at, like, what, page 182. It's going to be decently short to finish this thing tomorrow. So, I really wanted to finish this today, but, again, just, you know, time constraints. Yeah, criminals are criminals because they break the law. I forgot about that. Yeah, I mean, it's like just prima facie obvious, isn't it? Okay. So next steps. Publish this inquiry's full witness statements. I would agree. Yes, the entire thing. Make this like a fucking Epstein like file drop. See. Seek out further witness statements so that more victims can tell their story. Yes. Name within Parliament those found to have enabled the rape gangs. Agreed. Every name must come to light, right? If Britain can get this done, then we can get the Epstein files bullshit done. But again, like, this time it seems Britain shall lead the way. Continue in initiating civil proceedings and private prosecutions where appropriate, obviously. And we have had more women come forward since our formal hearing took place. Be in no doubt that we intend for our rape gang inquiry to have a long life, well beyond the publication of this one report. Oh, hell yeah. We're going to get more. It will be updated as and when we learn more about the most horrific blight in our national story. This is the initial phase of a larger mission to make sure no such avoidable atrocities can happen again. I mean, they're right. This was avoidable. The British government, Labour and the Conservatives, let a literal war crime happen underneath their control, and they let it happen. They knew about it, and they let a war crime happen against their own people. Absolutely disgusting. Okay. A concluding message from Rupert Lowe, MP, Rape Gang Inquiry Chair. I want to thank you for taking the time to read our report. I hope it has gone some way to... Oh, I'm not done with it. I still got a couple pages, apparently. But, okay. I hope it has gone some way to helping you understand the horror that has unfolded in almost every British town and city over the last 50 years. It is... No, they're at war, but it's an asymmetric war. Britain doesn't think they're at war, but they are at war. Someone is waging war against them. Like, again, like, let's say hypothetically speaking, Japan invades China, and China doesn't think that they're at war with Japan, right? And then they, commit a rape of 80,000 people, right? It doesn't really matter if China refuses to declare war on Japan. It's still a war crime, right? Let's see. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. This is about what I expected, to be perfectly honest. There's a couple things that caught me off guard, but this is about what I expected, because it's not like people hadn't been talking about this for 10 years at least, right? And again, they apparently saw people like 12 years ago. There's probably people talking about this 50 years ago. So again, it is nice though to see that someone actually took the time to fucking do this research and actually like professionally put it out there. So, participating in our hearings, listening to the survivors was the most harrowing experience of my life, I would imagine. It is impossible to understand how such evil has been allowed to flourish on such a horrifying scale. Well, it's easy. It's easy. The left had the magic spell, and the magic spell works. And then the Muslims had the magic spell, and the magic spell works. It turns out you are not immune to spell crafting, right? This inquiry was founded because the authorities failed to act, the politicians failed to act, the civil services failed to act. Everyone failed to act. We will not make the same mistake again. Based. We will provide a platform for further victims to tell the nation their story. I will name perpetrators using parliamentary privilege. This is fucking absolutely based. When you get parliamentary privilege, you need to absolutely drop every single name that you can, and if you can't drop them all at one time, drop them repeatedly, right? Make it known. And we will aim to put those people in prison through cooperation with the relevant authorities. If they fail to take necessary steps, we will deploy private prosecutions to obtain justice at last. Let's see. The ultimate objective of our inquiry was clear. Put rapists and their enablers behind bars. There will be more news to come very soon on that front. Thank you for your time and attention in reading this historic report. Rupert Lowe, MP, the Rape Gang Inquiry. Look, man, I'm not a British citizen. I'm not British. But I'm very thankful to Rupert Lowe for having done this work. Right? Because what he has done is he's basically proven a lot of people that were calling this shit out for, again, decades, weren't crazy. And not only is he basically vindicating all of those people who were already on this, but he is also, finding justice for these women, obviously. That is one of the things that we need to keep in mind of, like, these are real people. And again, he's really doing the work to save his country, and he's showing to the other countries of the world that, yes, you can save your country. It's not hopeless. You actually can still fight. Right? So get off your ass and actually put forth the effort to save your fucking country, right? Oh my god. So there is that. So I'm even though I'm not part of any of this stuff because I'm not British, I'm still grateful to Rupert Lowe for, doing the work that he can to save his own country. Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat one final time, and then we'll do a raid. Where were we? I trust the link on the hub that says hot singles near where you want to more than I trust the government. That's fair. Right? Fushizi says technically not a war crime since they were not at war. Hold on. Yes, I know it's a war, but I mean like officially against a country, not a religion. I mean, I'd still say it's a war crime, right? Luke says, but they aren't being invaded. The government is bringing them there. Yep. I mean, yeah. The government is waging war against its own people, right? Secret Squirrel, hello there. Magic is real. Just saying. They say it's in fiction, but it is real. Spellcasting is not a tinfoil hat theory. Just saying. How else was it all hidden? It's just spellcraft isn't all that difficult. There's only like 3 components that are like, there's only like 3 necessary components, and everything else is like extraneous. Let's see. It's not like the government was tricked. They knew what was going to happen and still did it. Yeah, that's my exact point. Again, this was on purpose. Let's see. Political elite want this to happen. They know it. They wanted to make sure it keeps happening. Follow the money. Exactly. Crimes against humanity, for sure. I would agree. I would also say it's war crimes, but, my definition of war might be slightly different than, like, the legal definition, I guess. I just realized I was still recording that. Fuck. Okay. Well, I guess that's going in the video. Okay. So now that I'm caught up, we are going to... What's my definition of war? My definition of war, well, I'll give you my definition of war later because my brain is fucking fried, to be perfectly honest. But my definition of war would be a more classical definition of war. It wouldn't necessarily require the magical decree of a state. It's like, ah, yes, now we are at war. Right? No, if you engage in the activity of war, you are by definition at war, right? Anyway, let's see who's on. Leafu's on, but I don't know if they're about to hop off. Chiral has been on for like 5 fucking hours. Let's see. Ooh, that's cute. Saberwolf Ujix. Oh, she's got a really cute model. Let us see. Ooh, Meat's on. Meat is an adorable woman, to be perfectly honest. She's really cute. I don't know what her policy on the AI stuff is, but yeah, like Operation Praying Mantis, fair. That's a good point. Well, you don't call your tactics that, you use crimes. Yeah, right? Let's see. We didn't declare war against Iran. We just showed up and started blasting fools. Yep. I know Chikage is on. Oh, it's his birthday. No problem. I'm still going to finish this read tomorrow. Because, I mean, we went through the vast majority of it. There's only, like, again, like... a little bit over, like, what is it, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, what's the, like, 40 pages left, maybe? I don't know, my brain's not braining right now. Keybox is on, my brain is not working right now, Buhuckly. I have no idea what you're referring to. You can post it on YouTube, what it is that you want me to look it up, or like again, tag me on Twitter or something, because I can't fucking remember it off the top of my head right now. All right, since this is his birthday, I am going to raid Chiral Chikage. Okay, I'm starting to raid now, and I am going to link the... Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. And I am going to hit the raid now as soon as I can. Okay, I can. So. Alright, y'all have a lovely day.